Merci. Is that your list?
Tabling of documents.
Okay, that's nice. Daily routine, affaire courante.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
Two documents to table, I think. So I'll put that aside for a second. It's my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 23(5) of the Auditor General Act, the spring 2022 report from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, these reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
It is also my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsections 39(1) and 41 of the Access Information Act, a special report to Parliament from the Information Commissioner. Conformément à
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, this report is permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics.
Merci. We also have a few more. So the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7 and other measures.
1 moment, please. Apparently, the interpretation is not working.
Happening, so I'm hoping if I'm speaking English that our Francophone friends will be hearing us in English. Navien, Savien, it's still coming. There it is. Awesome. Okay, I'm going to let the Minister restart, the Honourable Minister of Tourism and Associate Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and pursuant to Standing Order 83.1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to implement certain provision of the budget tabled in Parliament on April 7 and other measures. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Thank you very much. We also have the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I believe he has 3 to
Is he online?
table. Is he online?
Yes, he's online.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the current policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaties entitled 1, Protocol on Preparedness, Response, and Cooperation to Pollution Incidents by Hazardous and Noxious Substances 2000, done at London on March 15, 2002. Acts of the 24th Congress of the Postal Union of the Americas, Spain, and Portugal, done at Williamstown on October 21st, 2021. And 3, agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the French Republic concerning the provision of mutual logistic support between the Canadian Armed Forces and the French Armed Forces, done at Brussels on February 16th, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks to the member. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de
Statements by ministers.
rapport.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
dépôt de
Introduction of private members' bills.
première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Nickel-Belt.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai le plaisir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to table a petition from the people of Nickel-Belt. They are asking the House of Commons to pass legislation on reasonable diligence when it comes to human rights and the environment.
Prevent any negative impact on human and environmental rights through their global operations and supply chain. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions. Présentation de petition. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grassroots.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by Holy Cross High School students in my riding of Saskatoon-Grasswood, who calls upon the House of Commons to adopt human rights and environmental due diligence legislation that would require companies to prevent adverse human rights impacts and environmental damage throughout their global operations and supply chains, and require companies to do their due diligence, including be carefully assessing how they may be contributing to human rights abuse or environmental damage abroad, and by providing access to remedy which harms occur. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétitions. There you go. Moving on. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Ways and Means, resuming consideration of Ways and Means motion number 3 on the budgetary policy of the government, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Fast.
The Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Ottawa Centre. It's a privilege to rise today to talk about the 2022 budget and to present the opinion of my people from King's Hands. This budget includes many initiatives, and I've only got 10 minutes, so I will focus on 3 themes. First of all, I'd like to talk about initiatives that are particularly important for my riding of King's Hands. 2, the importance of economic growth and prosperity while remaining fiscally prudent. And 3, the initiatives that have been announced that support our food and energy security. Before I talk about these 3 themes, I would like to give you a little bit of context, particularly in light of the last 2 years that we've experienced with COVID-19.
This pandemic, Mr. Speaker, with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7. Unemployment was at a 40-year low, and our economic growth was outpacing the cost of financing our country's debt. And sometimes it's easy to forget that, given the 2 years that we've been through. We can all remember back on March 13th, 2020. It's a moment frozen in time. I remember just arriving home that night on a Thursday night flight back to Halifax. I was in my constituency office on a Friday when the Prime Minister and indeed most of the world was recognizing the gravity of what the COVID-19 pandemic represented for all of our collective health and well-being. And we had a choice, Madam Speaker. We could either step up and be there for Canadians and be there for businesses as we asked them to take precautions to protect our collective health, or we could have asked them to fend for themselves. We made the choice to be there for Canadians, and it came with a cost. Let's recognize that. This government has spent significantly over the past 2 years to protect Canadians, to make sure that there was financial support in place. But, Madam Speaker, the results are telling. Our jobs have recovered to 112% vis-a-vis pre-pandemic. We've actually have more jobs in this country right now than we did before the pandemic. Our economy has not only recovered, it's larger than it was pre-pandemic. Unemployment is at a truly historic low. In fact, it's the lowest since we started recording this in 1976. And it's an interesting dynamic, Madam Speaker. I'm a MP from rural Nova Scotia, from Atlantic Canada. If you would talk to my predecessor, Mr. Bryson, or other MPs that have served in the region, sometimes the biggest concern was about having jobs for people in our region to let them be able to stay home, be with their families, and have opportunities. Now it's actually reverse. It's about having the people to fill the jobs that we need for our small businesses to continue to grow our rural economy. Our GDP was 4.6% growth last year, and we have a strong projection in the days ahead. But it is important right now to recognize that we have to wind down the pandemic-related expenditures, and we have to be mindful of our fiscal position. And I was very pleased to see the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister, in her remarks 2 weeks ago, highlight that importance, that we do have a fiscal anchor. We will be fiscally prudent in the days ahead. This budget shows a declining debt-to-GDP ratio over the next 5 years. And I think by and large, Madam Speaker, yes, there would be perspectives across the country, indeed in my own riding. But Canadians are expected to make sure that they keep their fiscal house in order. So too do they expect their governments to do the same. And I believe that this budget presents a pathway back to balance, given we've had to be there for the past 2 years. And Madam Speaker, I just want to compare that to the Conservative record. I was just graduating high school, actually, in 2009, when we were going through the global economic recession. At that time, the Harper Conservative government was slow to react to the situation, was slow to be able to be there to inject the necessary stimulus to keep our economy moving. And the economic scarring lasted for the next 4 to 5, 6 years. And in fact, we never really got back to our economic strength until after 2015. And I've listened to some of my Conservative colleagues in this House, particularly those in the 43rd Parliament and perhaps early in this Parliament, who have suggested that this government is doing too much. Well, I want to compare that, our record on a fiscal sense, on an economic growth, versus their record back in 2008. I think by and large, Canadians believe what we're doing and what we're moving forward with is extremely important. Maintenant, les initiatives.
Now, I'd like to talk about initiatives that are important to King's Hants. When I went door to door during the 2019 elections, there were many homeowners in the rural communities that were afraid they wouldn't be able to sell their home. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of ensuring quality of life. And our communities in Nova Scotia are a great place for people to feel at home. In fact, we welcomed thousands of Canadians from across the country.
In fact, Madam Speaker, housing is up 40% in valuation year over year in my riding of King's Hants. Now, of course, we need to be concerned about that in terms of affordability lens. But as I just mentioned, back in 2019, people were concerned about even being able to sell their house, that people wanted to be in our communities. Nova Scotia is booming right now. And we have to embrace that, but we also have to be there to try to support individuals who want to live in our province, indeed those who want to live in Canada, because we know this is not just a Nova Scotia challenge, this is a challenge across the country. And I thought the Minister of Finance had important remarks in her budget speech 2 weeks ago, where she highlighted that we are going to be there. We are going to focus on housing as an economic growth sector to make sure that people have a place to call home. But she also readily recognized that it is not the Government of Canada's sole jurisdiction. We don't have the ability to go at it alone. We need to make sure that we have other partners at the table. She recognized that, and I think it's important to recognize it today. Madam Speaker, I'm one of the younger members of Parliament here in this House. Indeed, I have friends and individuals who I've gone to high school with who are in the situation right now where they're finding it very difficult to be able to find a home. That's why we've introduced the Housing Accelerator Fund. This is a $4 billion initiative to partner with municipalities to try to expedite some of the red tape and some of the municipal planning to make sure that our municipalities are partnering with the private sector to deliver housing that we need. We need 3.5 million houses by 2031, Madam Speaker. Now, on average, we start 200,000 housing starts per year. We have a gap to fill. The government is stepping up by putting money on the table to incentivize that initiative. But again, we're going to need municipalities at the table. We're going to need the private sector at the table. We're also putting $1.5 billion to the Rapid Housing Initiative. Now, this has been a program that has been rolled out to try to expedite housing approvals in the country. Indeed, it has supported the construction of approximately 40 units in King's Hants alone. I know it's done, I believe it's upwards of 4,000 or 5,000 across the country. I don't have the number right in front of me, but it's an important initiative to continue moving forward. We're banning foreign buying for 2 years. So obviously, Madam Speaker, if there's an individual who's moving to the country, who's going to come to study, we're not banning that activity, but anyone that's going to just simply buy housing as a speculative asset, we're making sure that that's not going to be possible. And we're introducing the first-time home buyers savings account. So how this works, Madam Speaker, is you are able to take $8,000 a year, deduct that off your income, put it into a savings account up to $40,000 per individual. that then can be withdrawn tax-free to help support the purchase of your new home. And I know that's going to be extremely important to Canadians across the country, indeed many of my contemporaries who are trying to get into housing right now. These are good initiatives, but indeed it goes back to supply. We need more supply, and we're putting initiatives on the table. We're also focused on social and cooperative housing. Now, admittedly, Madam Speaker, I would argue that over time the Government of Canada has not been in this space to the extent that it should, but we are stepping up and being there. And Madam Speaker, I said I had 10 minutes. I see you're waving 1 minute, so that shows how much more time I wish I had. I'm going to just highlight a couple things. Supply management, we're there to make sure that we're compensating our farmers in Kings Hants. Indeed, for the wine industry, we've signaled that we will have a program in place to represent their interests. Our Minister of Agriculture has been working with her provincial counterparts on the Canadian Agriculture Partnership. That will be extremely important, as to will the specific agriculture worker program. So, Madam Speaker, I wish I had more time, and I didn't use it to the extent that I should have, but I look forward to taking questions and perhaps re-engaging with my colleagues on points I might have missed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked about housing in the budget. They say they want to help cities accelerate the building of housing. They're talking about accelerating all the issues of zoning, etc. Cities rather fall under Quebec and the provinces, so this is a problem. Following the national strategy on housing that was launched in 2017, it took 3 years for the money to be spent in Quebec on housing, and there was billions being spent in Toronto, Vancouver, elsewhere. My great fear is that will take that much time. Wouldn't it have been simpler to send a check right directly to Quebec? They know the needs on the ground, and they can manage the needs concerning municipalities.
See, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. First of all, during the last Parliament, we had an initiative with Rapid Housing. I think more than 40% of the funds went to Quebec. We have a very strong partnership with the Quebec government in providing and delivering housing in Quebec. I am confident that this partnership will continue in the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent? Leamington, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague across the way for his fine speech, and I have the opportunity to serve with him on the Ag Committee, which I appreciate. He mentioned the Nova Scotia wine. I'll also inform him that I did complete a project with him last night and finished the final sip of a very good bottle of Nova Scotia wine. He didn't have the chance to complete his thoughts regarding agriculture in the budget. And I wish if he would comment exactly, particularly around the grain drying, the barn heating issues, if he went on and put a few thoughts on the record regarding that issue, the budget, and what we're dealing with at committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague opposite. Yes, I did give him a beautiful bottle of Nova Scotia wine. I'm glad he enjoyed it. A couple initiatives that I never had the chance to address. Our government is tripling the Agriculture Clean Tech program. This is going to be extremely important for farmers across the country. We're also working on the on-farm climate solutions. I believe there's close to $400 million. So in total, almost $1 billion for the agriculture sector. That's going to matter in Kings Hants. It's going to matter across the country. On the wine industry, in budget 2021, we had $101 million in the budget. I would like to work with this government, with the Minister of Finance, to be able to extend that timeline a little bit further in the days ahead so that we can continue to produce top quality Canadian wine. And as it relates to grain drying, C8 has important initiatives where there's almost $100 million for farmers in backstop provinces. I hope this member will work with his Conservative colleagues for us to get this through so we can make a difference for Canadian farmers across the country.
We have time for another question. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I always enjoy hearing him speak in the House of Commons. But we know that housing has been in crisis now for decades, since the Paul Martin Liberal government actually ended the National Housing Program. And for the first term of the Liberal government, they only constructed or started 14,000 units of affordable housing when we need hundreds of thousands across this country. Now, with this, the NDP push and this budget, we finally have the kind of investments that are needed to build those hundreds of thousands of housing units right across the country to really address the housing crisis that so many people across the country, including my constituents in New Westminster Burnaby, feel very keenly. So my question is very simple. Why did it take the NDP and the strong push by the member from Burnaby South to actually have the Liberal government finally address the housing issue?
Member King's Hands, brief answer, please.
So, Madam Speaker, what I would say is the initiatives that we're bringing forward were in our platform promise in the 2021 election. The member opposite talked about some of the past government choices to not invest in housing. Well, we're stepping up and making sure that they are there. Very similar to childcare, Madam Speaker. For a long time it had been talked about. We were the government that stepped up and delivered it. Now we have something across the country. Indeed, we will work with all parliamentarians in this House to build on our housing and to make sure that we have a place to call home across the country for Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Queen's Privy Council for Canada and to the Minister of Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I'm pleased to follow my colleague from King Hans, who I just noticed that we both are wearing pretty much identical ties today, so I'm glad you got my text message this morning. Speaker, I'm quite pleased to speak about this budget and what it means for Canadians, in particular for my constituents here in Ottawa Centre. I think, Speaker, it's really important before we start any conversation about what's contained in this budget is to recognize the fact that we are still living through a global pandemic. We know that life has been quite difficult over the last 2 years as a result of this pandemic. Many citizens, including myself, did not even see such a major change in our lives coming in the form of a public health emergency. The pandemic, Speaker, as it continues to impact our lives, was so dramatic that governments across the world, not just in Canada, but around the globe, had to take immediate action to protect their citizens. To protect their citizens from getting infected. In fact, in a more extreme circumstance, dying from this virus that invaded our lives. And for that, governments, including right here in Canada, and provinces and territories within Canada and across the world, took steps to help us be safe by initially shutting down the entire society that we live in. I mean, it was quite unprecedented, and my colleague from King Hans talked about that early days of March 2020 and how dramatic things were. I mean, I know memories fade, but I think we were going to remember that for a very long period of time, where we were told to stay at home, not to go to our jobs, not to take public transit, to isolate from our own families, to build, everybody may remember the bubbles we were asked to create so that we can help each other and protect each other. And as a result, the entire economy had to be shut down. I mean, talk about artificial recession, because the economy before that, Madam Speaker, as we all recall, was working and accelerating at full throttle. Unemployment rate was extremely low. The GDP was high, but we had to shut everything down simply to protect all of us. But the government did not stop there. Speaker, government had to then ensure that all of us could also survive as we lost our jobs. Many, many Canadians lost our job. We remember that unemployment rate went up to about 13-14% because we asked people to stay at home in order to be safe. And what the government did is invest in its people. Billions and billions of dollars, unprecedented amount of spending was done, which often gets forgotten, that it was done so that Canadians people who live in our constituencies could feed themselves, could look after their families. Not to mention to help our businesses so that they can survive through that pandemic-induced recession as well. And Speaker, it's absolutely clear that that was costly. No ifs and buts about that. It required hundreds of billions of dollars to do so. But it was the right kind of investment, which I believe all members of this House supported, because what we were doing is we were supporting Canadians and Canadian families and Canadian businesses as we come down. Now, Speaker, we are in a recovery mode. We have a much better control over this pandemic. The vaccination has been a lifesaver for Canadians. Canadians should be very proud how they have stepped up and have got themselves fully vaccinated. I mean, over 80% of Canadians are double vaccinated, almost close to 60% now have also received their booster shots. Again, our government had to spend billions of dollars to procure those vaccines so that we can protect Canadians. The result is that people are employed again, that our economy is growing again. In fact, our employment rate is higher than before the pandemic is started. Unemployment rate is roughly around 5%, which is better than what it was before. In fact, our bigger challenge is that we cannot find enough people to work in our businesses. So all those supports helped us get through the pandemic and ensured that Canadians can get back to where they were, in fact, do even better, and that is exactly what we're seeing. So this budget, Madam Speaker, is in that context, is to say, okay, what kind of now economy are we going to rebuild as a result of this pandemic? And so we're doing few things in this budget. One, we're ending the pandemic supports. We knew that there was a time limit to all those supports, that they were there really to help people through and help businesses to go through the pandemic. So we're now sunsetting. In fact, most of those pandemic supports have ended, which of course reduces government spending significantly. And now what we're doing is really investing in post-pandemic economic recovery, and I'm going to spend some time on as to how we're doing that, while also bringing our debt and deficit in control. And we see that the budget is working on all those three aspects, because we recognize that we have to be fiscally, we have to be prudent, and we need to make sure that all the borrowing we had to do and the investments we had to make in Canadians, as they are now coming to an end, that we also look at in ensuring that we bring our debt and deficit in control as well. In terms of, Madam Speaker, investing in post-pandemic economic recovery, there are a few very important things that we are doing in order to ensure that. And I speak that from my experience as a member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre. I've seen how all the supports, whether there was employment income supports or whether rent support for small businesses, how they all helped my constituents in Ottawa Centre. I talked to small businesses, I talked to individuals, and how they have been able to manage, and now through the pandemic, and now going back into the workforce. Now we're looking at issues around affordability. And the most important thing is, of course, affordable housing, to make sure that we build more affordable housing and make sure that affordability of ownership of housing is available. Just in my community, over the last couple of weeks, I visited affordable housing at Carlington Community Health Center in my riding, or right just downtown on the corner of Rochester and Gladstone, where 140 new homes are being built and families are moving in, is one of the largest passive house that's being built through the support of Canadian government, so that individuals and families can have hope. We are going to be investing in dental care as a result of this budget. And some people may say, well, you know, this is something that happened as a result of a deal between Liberals and NDP, and that's a good thing. This is exactly how Canadians always ask us, is to work together and to work on those good ideas. And I'm glad that in collaboration with the New Democratic Party, we are going to be creating a dental care plan for low to mid income Canadians. But also, Speaker, for me and for my constituents, our transition to low carbon, in fact, I would hope zero carbon economy is extremely important. And we're seeing through the emission reduction plan some real tangible actions being taken to ensure that we're investing in public transit. Right here in my city of Ottawa, we're building the LRT, which is electrified. We're getting electric buses to ensure that people are not driving cars, but we are moving towards a low carbon transition. I see, Madam Speaker, my time is coming to end, but there's so much to talk about that speaks to this post-pandemic recovery that not only helps people, but also builds a more resilient economy that is transitioning in an environment that is fossil, fuel-free, and allows people to survive and thrive, and Canada to be an economic force around the world. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Chatham Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way for his comments. Early in his comments, he referenced the robust economy that Canada was experiencing just prior to the pandemic. And then later on, he referenced that this budget was getting the debt and the deficit under control. So I'm wondering if he could comment then on the wisdom of having this government spend adding $112 billion to this country's debt pre-pandemic, and then now how this budget gets our present debt under control in the context of the public budget officer's comments saying that stimulus funding was not required, and this budget does not even account for all of the other measures that have been promised but do not appear in this budget.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Speaker, we've been investing in Canadians from the moment we came into government. Right here in my community, as I was mentioning, we've seen a tremendous amount of investment in affordable housing, where in the past, under the previous Conservative government, federal government was nowhere to be seen in the business of building new affordable housing. In fact, Speaker, I had the honor of serving at the provincial level, and back then we were working in Ontario very closely with our local municipalities, and we only had wished if the federal government was at the table so that we can really address the issue of chronic homelessness. That's the kind of investment our government has been making. Another good example is the child benefit to ensure that we get children out of poverty. All those things helped us get through this pandemic. Now it's time to work on the next set of post-pandemic recovery plan. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my colleague's speech, I heard something that I hear often. He said, Canadians want us to work together. And he mentioned the NDP. But I'd like to tell him that Canadians who want an increase in health transfers, well, that exists across the province. We have used different medical associations. We've reached out to union movements who have employees in the health sector, and they all say the same thing. We need an increase in the health transfers. So if my colleagues want to work for Canadians, why is there absolutely nothing in the budget for these health transfers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My colleague for his important question. And I think we all recognize that healthcare is a very important responsibility of both federal and provincial governments. And we've seen since the introduction of universal healthcare system that both federal and provincial governments work very closely in collaboration to serve Canadians coast to coast to coast. In fact, the pandemic was, as we all know, a public health care emergency. And both orders of government, including our municipalities that are responsible for delivering public health services, worked together to make sure that resources were there to assist Canadians to work through this pandemic. Resources were increased in our hospitals, in ICU beds, in our long-term care homes. Of course, Speaker, we can do better. We need to do more. But this is something that we will continue to work together with our provinces and municipalities. Merci beaucoup.
Temps pour une brève question.
Time for a brief question.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the Parliamentary Secretary. A real quick question. His riding was affected by the illegal blockade as well as mine. I want to recognize that, the extra stress it's caused on businesses. And in my area, we still are out millions of dollars municipally to deal with the illegal obstruction of the traffic. And young people, persons with disabilities, those of the lowest employment scale also lost out as well. Do I have the commitment of the Parliamentary Secretary to make the City of Windsor whole for the illegal blockade that not only costs this country billions of dollars, but still locally millions, and especially in one of the most challenged areas in Canada?
Brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. I agree with the member that the blockade, the illegal occupation, was a huge blow to our respective cities and to local economies. I'm very happy to see that both in case of Ottawa and the City of Windsor, the federal government has stepped up and supporting small local businesses through investments to recover some of the losses that they incurred during the occupation. We need to make sure that those type of things never happen again, and that we help grow our cities, individuals, families, and our small businesses in both Ottawa and Windsor. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At the outset, I'm pleased to split my time with my honourable colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. It is a great privilege to rise in the House today and speak in support of this budget. I want to say at the outset that no budget is perfect. There are many, many provisions in budgets with which we agree, and there's obviously many in the budget with which we disagree. This budget is no different in that regard, and the NDP will continue to push for all of the progressive policies that we have historically pushed for, that we know Canadians need, and that unfortunately are not contained in this budget. But I rise today to speak in support of this budget, imperfect though it may be, for a couple of key reasons. As the health critic for the Federal New Democratic Party of Canada, it is my unique privilege to be able to carry on the traditions of great health critics before me, going right back to Tommy Douglas, who is considered the father of Medicare in this country. And after examining this budget, I think that the absolutely most critical parts of it, and why all colleagues in this House should support this budget on a nonpartisan basis on behalf of their constituents, is because of the historic elements that it contains that will make Canadians healthier. And I'm going to focus on two parts of that: dental care and pharmacare. Madam Speaker, I think all Canadians know that a year ago, the Liberals in this House voted against dental care for Canadians. But a year later, here we are in a minority parliament because of the hard work of 25 New Democrat MPs, because of the New Democratic Party of Canada. This budget includes funding of $5.3 billion over 5 years and $1.7 billion a year ongoing thereafter to move ahead with a dental care program for millions of families that don't have private insurance in this country, who don't have access to dental care, with an income of $90,000 or less annually, with no co-pays whatsoever for anyone with an income of $70,000 or less annually. This budget includes funding to move ahead immediately for dental care for children under 12 years old in 2022, then expand to all children, meaning all children under 18-year-olds, seniors, and persons living with a disability next year in 2023, and with full implementation for all individuals who meet the income criteria by 2025. Madam Speaker, this means 6.5 million Canadians at least will have access to primary dental care within the next 36 months because of this budget. Now, I want to just talk for a moment about dental care. I think everybody knows intuitively, without being a physician or having a healthcare credential, that dental care is a critical part of overall health. In fact, it's inconceivable that we have a public healthcare system that covers our entire bodies, but carves out a section of our mouths from the tonsils forward and says that is not covered by our public healthcare system. Now, that's not only logically incongruous, it's actually medically ridiculous. Poor oral health is linked to other serious health conditions, including cardiac problems, diabetes complications, even low birth rate and premature birth in women. Poor oral health can even kill. We pride ourselves in this country, I think across all aisles in this House, on having public health care, meaning that everybody, regardless of their station in life or their income, has access to primary health care. Well, that's not true when it comes to dental care. When it comes to dental care, we have two-tiered private access to health care in this country. And that is antithetical to our concept of what healthcare should be in this country. I should also point out that it's not just limited to physical health. People with poor oral health or bad teeth suffer from enormous mental health challenges as well. Now, there's been a lot of focus on mental health from all parties in this House. I want to commend my colleagues, even in the Conservative Party, who have raised a number of significant deficiencies in our public health care system when it comes to mental health. Just yesterday, a Conservative member rose in this House and made a passionate plea for a suicide hotline in this country. Mental health for people that are missing front teeth, that are living with chronic pain, that seniors that have no teeth in their mouth and can't afford dentures, has an enormous impact on self-esteem and mental wellness. And we should be as concerned about that as any other mental health issue. There are, of course, economic impacts. People with poor teeth have their job and career aspirations interrupted. Imagine interviewing an applicant for your job who shows up and they're missing their top front teeth. We make judgments about people, and people are embarrassed about the state of their teeth because it's in their face. It's what we present to the world. So I think that it is long past time that we brought dental care to every Canadian on economic, physical, mental, and emotional health reasons. Now, ironically, dental care was always intended to be part of our public health care system. Back in the 1960s, the Hall Commission recommended that dental care be part of our public health care system. And the only reason it wasn't at the time is not because of cost, but because it was felt that Canada did not have sufficient dentists in this country to provide the services. Well, that's not the case anymore. So what's the reality today, Madam Speaker? 35% of Canadians, that's about 12 million Canadians, do not have access to any dental insurance whatsoever. And that understates the problem, because many more have insufficient or substandard or sporadic coverage with high copays, annual limits, or high deductibles. Now, this budget, again, due to our work, aims to address this. Now, New Democrats believe passionately and fervently in having universal access to public health care. So we consider this to be a down payment on our ultimate goal, which is universal dental care for every Canadian, regardless of the size of their wallet, through our public healthcare system, like every other medical procedure, whether it's a broken leg, whether it's heart surgery, whether it's cataract surgery, a broken tooth or oral health issue should be no different. Now, I want to just briefly mention a couple of the key components that need to go into a dental plan. We need to create a plan with a good range of services comparable to any normal plan in place now for Canadians, including the plans that we as MPs have. I want to see a proper fee schedule so that all of the dental professionals who deliver these services are compensated fairly for their time and skill. We want to make sure that all dental professionals are involved in the creation of this plan, not only dentists, but dental hygienists, dental assistants, denturists, and dental therapists. And we want to build a system based on prevention of decay and oral disease, because ultimately, at the end of the day, that will save money. Right now, we're fooling ourselves if we think that ignoring this problem is economically smart, because Canadians are in record numbers appearing in emergency rooms in every province and territory in this country every day. In fact, I'm told that it's the number one reason for children to enter emergency rooms is poor oral health in this country. I want to speak for a brief moment on pharmacare, because this budget also includes the steps pressured by the New Democrats to move towards universal and national pharmacare. This budget includes the requirement to table a Pharmacare Act by the end of next year and tasking the Canadian Drug Agency to develop a national formulary, which were two of the steps recommended by the Hoskins report and part of the NDP's longstanding call. Now, New Democrats believe that comprehensive public drug coverage should be in place for all Canadians as soon as possible. Every year, like with dental care, millions of Canadians are forced to go without their prescription medication simply because they can't afford them. Again, two-tiered healthcare in this country. If you're rich, you can get medicine. If you're poor, you don't. That is contrary to Canadian values. 1 in 5 Canadians, that's 7.5 million citizens, either has no prescription drug coverage or inadequate insurance. And Canadians, ironically, consistently pay among the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. So under the agreement made between the New Democrats and the Liberals, we aim to fix this. And so we'll do that by, again, compelling the introduction of legislation, creating a national formulary for essential medicines, and to create a bulk buying program so that we can start saving money. Where I want to end is Pharmacare saves money. It'll save $5 billion a year in this country. It will save businesses $16.6 billion annually. Families will see their out-of-pocket drug costs reduced by $6.4 billion. And the average business will save $750, with the family saving $350 a year. Makes good economic sense. I urge all my colleagues to support this budget.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today. You know, he talked at the beginning of his speech about the need for or the desire for the NDP to want to work with the government in order to see some of its priorities advance and move forward. And indeed, I would suggest that in a minority parliament, that's exactly what parties within this House should be doing. And I think that the NDP have seized on the opportunity to advance some of their own objectives, and it is in line, and they are looking out for the best interest of Canadians as opposed to just strictly trying to score cheap political points by criticizing the government at every single opportunity, yet, as he indicated in his speech, still hold the government to account when he and his party see fit. I'm wondering if he can comment as to whether or not he sees this opportunity that the NDP have put themselves in as an opportunity to genuinely advance things on behalf of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a very astute and fair question. You know, the last time that Canada had two minority parliaments in a row, where the Liberals were in government and the NDP held a balance of power, we got Medicare in this country, old age security, the Canada Pension Plan. That was in 1965. And I think if you ask Canadians today what they're most proud of as Canadians, they would say our public healthcare system. That was created by parties working together, in that case in the 60s, the Liberals and the New Democrats. So where are we at today? We have two successive minority parliaments in a row with Liberals in power and the NDP holding a balance of power. We have used that power on this side of the House to work constructively for Canadians to deliver programs to make this parliament work. And might I just conclude by saying, by definition, minority parliaments require parties to work together. Nothing would get done if parties didn't seek common ground. And that's what New Democrats have done in this parliament. I look forward to working together for the good of
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway for his speech, but I'm fascinated right now to hear him talking about dental insurance, and Liberals are saying that's how they're helping seniors. But I'd like to go further, because the NDP recognized that we had to increase the old age security for seniors. Are they changing their position to defend seniors more? Because there's absolutely nothing in this budget for helping seniors. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank my honourable colleague for that question. Well, let me tell you something. I've been an MP for 14 years, and I can't tell you how many seniors have come into my office who can't have access to dental care. I've had seniors in my office who have no teeth. Now, can you imagine what the impact on nutrition and oral health if you have no teeth? What this budget does is it next year going to provide every single senior who makes under $70,000 a year and who has no dental insurance, in other words, just about every senior in the country, with access to public dental care. My honorable colleague says, what's in the budget for seniors? Well, I would say this is the biggest expansion of public health care in the country, and this will bring dental care to every senior in the country, including in Quebec. And she should support that, or explain to seniors in Quebec why she's going to vote against a bill that would bring them dental care. I challenge her to go ask the seniors in Quebec what they think about that.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for Vancouver Kingsway for his advocacy on public health care, pharmacare, and dental as two examples. My question is, in the supply and confidence agreement that New Democrats have signed with the governing party, it mentions a plan to phase out fossil fuel subsidies, when we know this budget also proposes a new investment of $7.1 billion in a new subsidy for carbon capture and storage. My question to the member is this a concern to him?
Brief answer from the member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, in short, yes, it is. I mean, I share my honourable colleagues' concerns about the climate crisis, and I said at the outset of my speech that we don't agree with everything in this budget, nor were we able to get all New Democrat priorities in the confidence and supply agreement. We negotiated as best we could, and I think we have to do much more urgently to take the climate crisis seriously, and that includes phasing out all fossil fuel subsidies immediately and transitioning immediately as well to sustainable forms of energy. We can't wait any longer, and I share his passion and his sense of urgency for dealing with the health of our planet, and we have to push the government to go much further, much faster.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to participate in this discussion and debate today that is very important. I'd like to underscore the excellent speech by my previous colleague, the member for Vancouver Kingsway, who has really established a progressive and humanistic vision of things. The NDP wants to put forward concrete wins for Canadians, for renters, for seniors, for people who are having a hard time making ends meet. And I think that's what's interesting in this budget. Yes, it is imperfect. There are things that we were able to improve, but some things we haven't yet been able to do. But the result is Quebecers and Canadians in this parliament, they sent us a minority mandate with more or less the same proportions. So somewhat like what Jack Layton said, we have to work together. That was his slogan in 2011. Let's work together. Let's find solutions. So at the NDP, we have used our position of strength in terms of the balance of power to negotiate with this minority government and to make gains and progress. So I'd like to go back to the very concrete win in terms of dental care. It is a major breakthrough. The NDP has always been very proud to have been the creator of our public, universal and free healthcare system. And, of course, we can always improve things in terms of transfers to province. We agree on that point. But there was an absurd situation. There is. Some parts of our body are covered by public care and others are not. Our lungs are covered and other areas of our body are covered, but not our eyes or our teeth. So there are some parts of our body that are covered and others that are not. And dental care is a major piece to this coverage. And during the election campaign, when I would go door to door, I would talk to people in my riding, and in general, they were very happy and receptive to this NDP proposal, where we said that we will work to offer dental care that would be free and accessible for people who earn less than $90,000 a year. And in this budget, I think there is a clear game plan so that this year, children under 12 will have access to free dental care. Next year, we're talking about teens, seniors who are 65 years and age of older, and people with a disability in 2023. And then the third year of the plan will mean that all people will be covered, those who earn less than $90,000 a year. We know this will have a considerable impact on people's lives, also on their budget, because dental care costs a great deal. And if they're unable to pay for their dental care, and if they don't receive care and dental cleanings, they will have coverage. So it will have an impact on people's personal lives, their self-esteem, on their professional lives as well, in terms of their career choices. It's no longer a question of social class. So I'm happy to see that in this budget, as an opposition party, the NDP was able to push forward this issue, and it will lead to tangible results. Also, in terms of dental care, we're not creating a federal program. There won't be federal dentists or dental clinics. There'll be insurance. We'll be covering dental fees for people who will be signed up to this program. The government will be paying, and they won't have to pay it out of their own pockets. And this will save people thousands of dollars per year in Quebec and across Canada. In terms of pharmacare, I'm very happy that we also have a game plan. The recommendations of the Hoskins report will be implemented, and this is a major improvement. We're paying way too much for our medications. This has an impact on workers, on companies, on the government as well. So to have public universal pharmacare that is negotiated with provinces, obviously, it will be very beneficial for everyone. And this is being asked by Quebecers and by consumers' unions, by all the unions. At the NDP, we think this can be done with a withdrawal for Quebec with full compensation. And it would be very interesting for everyone, both employers and businesses, because complementary pharmacare costs are very high and have been so for quite a few years. And I've met with people who work in supermarkets in Montreal. They work part-time, and they have to pay 25% of their salary to cover these complementary or additional coverage, pharma coverage. So pharmacare could mean a 25% increase in income for these people who work part-time in supermarkets. Another major gain that we were able to attain in this budget is the redefinition of the term affordable housing. Under the Liberals in Montreal, affordable housing could cost thousands a month, which is absolutely absurd and disconnected from reality. Now we were able to renegotiate this definition so that it does not exceed 80% of the average cost of housing in a municipality. This means $730 a month for affordable housing and a decrease of $1,500 per month. And this means that there'll be the percentage will go from 20 to 40%. So I'm very proud of that. It's a major concern in terms of people being able to pay their rent and having access to property. People have spoken to us about health and housing. These are major concerns. We're having a housing crisis in Quebec and in general. So I think it's really something we can be proud of.
Where the budget is short concerns the climate crisis and the environment. We would have liked to have seen a lot more ambition and action from the Liberal government. They're cutting a small subsidy to oil and gas. And there's a tax credit for carbon capture and storage. It's inefficient technology. It's like a magic wand that won't really allow us to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So on that note, the lack of concrete results from the Liberals is egregious. Their greenhouse gas emissions reductions plan is insufficient. They said they were targeting between 40 and 45%. And the IPCC is saying it has to be at least 50%. And when they're talking about 40, 45%, of course, they're going to go to the lower end, which is 40%. So The oil and gas sector is getting a gift, and it is the sector that should be making the most efforts along with the transportation sector. Finally, I was a bit shocked, Madam Speaker. We learned that for the first time since the Liberals came to power, greenhouse gas emissions in Canada had dropped, but it's for 2020. And the economy stopped because of the global pandemic. So they're happy that there was a drop or a decrease, but they played no role in it. The economy was almost at zero. There were no more trucks in the streets, no cars, no transportation, no production. So it's not the way that we're going to meet our international commitments and targets and be more reassuring when it comes to the future of our kids and grandkids. They made a decision with regard to La Baie du Nord, and it's not with this kind of decision that they're moving in the right direction. So they're going to increase oil production in the country with an absolutely irresponsible project, Madam Speaker. Yes, extraction of this type of oil is better than the tar sands. This type of oil is polluting when it's burned. So if it's burned abroad, it won't be part of our pollution emissions. So it should be counted because we are the ones that decided to engage in this kind of extraction. So we're very disappointed in these climate and environmental measures set out in the Liberal budget. We managed to make gains for the population of this country, and we will continue to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask the member if he has had any opportunity or taken advantage of an opportunity to travel to Saskatchewan, to Estevan, and hear directly from those who have done an amazing job of creating carbon capture and storage in our province. And also, does he see any value in the fact that coal mines are being developed all over the world that need our technology? And perhaps that would be an amazing way for us to make a difference to the global climate.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. Yes, I've already had the opportunity to go to Saskatchewan. I didn't meet with those workers in particular, but I did meet with many workers who were concerned about their future, and they continue to want to have a good job so they can pay for their home and their kids' education. And for the NDP, there needs to be a fair transition. That's why it's so important. I think that technology like carbon capture and storage is really pushing the problem off to the future. It's not very efficient as a technology, so what we need is to have an energy transition to give professional training and upgrading to these workers so that they continue to work and earn a dignified living, but with clean energy, renewable energy, and I think there's incredible potential in Saskatchewan that could be developed. Thank you.
The
questions and comments.
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Canada Infrastructure Bank provides opportunities for capital investments. And one of the significant aspects of the capital investments is the whole green transition. And a good example of that is in Brampton, where you have zero emissions buses now that's going to be put into place as a direct result of agreements between the City of Brampton and the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in regards to what potential positive role the Canada Infrastructure Bank can have in terms of investing in the green transition.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Unfortunately, the Canada Infrastructure Bank in the NDP, we often call it the privatization bank because it's really guided by the market logic where there are guaranteed profits or yields, and so the projects are picked based on the profits that are possible instead of public interest. And that's where we have difficulties in the NDP. We would like to see this bank become a really public bank that serves the interests of the public and that will not provide guaranteed profits to investors, because this won't necessarily serve the green shift or transition, but just the interests of the shareholders. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquet-Noger. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's always two things. There's rhetoric and then there's action. And my colleague denounced the government's inaction. Yesterday, we voted on a sub-amendment that asked for concrete action. In his speech, the member for Rosemont Petite Patrie said that they got a lot, but the old age security pensions haven't gone up as of 65 years of age. And in the amendment, we were proposing that. We were proposing to increase healthcare transfers to Quebec. They're in agreement most of the time on that. And we wanted concrete action. We have a speech that says, okay, we have an alliance, things are going well, we're making gains. But concretely, yesterday, people in his political party voted against Quebecers and against seniors. I'd like him to explain that to me, because when we talk about the balance of power, well, I think that was an opportunity, a golden opportunity yesterday that he missed. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie has 1 minute to respond. I'm very pleased to respond, Madam Speaker, and I'm very proud to have earned concrete gains for Quebecers, for dental care, for the poorest and the middle class. We got gains for renters who are suffering and Quebecers having difficulty paying their rent, gains for workers who are paying too much for medication, and for seniors, dental care is important. I can say everything that the NDP has done is good. What has the Bloc done? Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I originally was planning to speak for 20 minutes, but then I heard that the member from Richmond Hill had some very important stuff to contribute to the debate, so I'll be sharing my time with the member from Richmond Hill today, and I look forward to his speech. I'll start by saying, Madam Speaker, that, I am very happy to see that the government was able to come to a supply and confidence agreement with the NDP as it relates to, the next few budgets that will be introduced in this House. I think that it is good to have the ability to be able to work together with other political parties on the important issues of Canadians. And I say that because quite often what we hear and the engagement in this House that comes from across the way is just opportunity after opportunity to be overly critical, hyper-partisan, to point the fingers at individual personalities and individual people, rather than actually try to advance the objectives of Canadians. And so we've seen the supply and confidence agreement come to fruition. I see that members from across the way in the Conservative Party are already heckling me over this, and I can't help but remember earlier in this debate when the member from Miramichi Grand Lake was so critical of this supply and confidence agreement. He said, and I will paraphrase because I don't have the direct quote, he said, Canadians didn't vote for this. They didn't vote for an NDP and Liberal agreement like this. They didn't want any part of that. And he was extremely critical of it, the member from Miramichi Grand Lake. But you want to hear something, Madam Speaker, probably in the most ironic twist of fate, the hypocrisy literally spewing out of this place with that comment, is that very member, the member from Miramichi Grand Lake, was a member of the Provincial Progressive Conservative Party in New Brunswick. When they did not form a government in 2018, that member and his colleagues chose to enter into a supply and confidence agreement with get this, with the right-wing populist People's Party Alliance. For 18 months, that member was in a supply and confidence agreement provincially in New Brunswick. Yet he had the gall, the audacity to stand up in this House and insist that Canadians did not vote for this agreement that the NDP and the Liberals have come together on. I think the hypocrisy that comes from across the way is just absolutely remarkable, and we see it time after time after time, yet they continue to heckle me now. But anyways, Madam Speaker, I don't want to get caught up and hung up on just talking about the member from Miramichi Grand Lake, but the good news is I will also be talking about New Brunswick in my speech, because he referenced the fact that New Brunswick doesn't have a lot of charging stations. Well, good news for him as it relates to environmental vehicles, Madam Speaker. The good news is that the government is investing $1.7 billion over 5 years to extend the incentivizing of zero-emission vehicles until March of 2025.
Order, order. There is a lot of heckling going on from the opposition. I would just ask them to hold on to their thoughts, write them down if they're afraid that they're going to forget them, because there will be an opportunity for questions and comments, and that is the time to be able to voice their concerns or their opinions at that time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I see I've got the member for Miramichi Grand Lake all worked up, Madam Speaker, and no doubt, given the hypocrisy that I revealed only moments ago. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, we are investing in those charging stations that will be right across the country. As a matter of fact, the federal government has already contributed to over 1,500 charging stations throughout this country. Later this year, Madam Speaker, we, the Liberal Party, are having our national caucus meeting in St. James by the Sea, New Brunswick. Guess what, Madam Speaker? My wife and I will be attending the conference, the national caucus meeting. We will be driving our electric car from Kingston, Ontario, to St. Andrews by the Sea in New Brunswick, and I look forward to giving this member a full update on the various different charging stations that we stopped at along the way, including those in New Brunswick, so that he can see the value in having an electric vehicle and the ability to move across the country quite freely with an electric vehicle. Later on, in the fall perhaps, I'll have the opportunity to update this member on the success of our trip and whether or not my wife and I made it back in one piece. But I do want to also touch on another part, a very important part of this budget, Madam Speaker, and that is with respect to...
Point of order. We have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, I'm flattered that his entire budget speech is about me. I love that kind of promotion. But the budget speech is supposed to be about the budget. As proud as I am to get his endorsement over and over and over again, and I do appreciate it. I really do.
Point of debate. The Honourable Member knows full well that there is a lot of latitude when doing debates, and the Honourable Member is actually speaking about what's in the budget. There's also still been some heckling around, or some people talking while the Honourable Member is delivering a speech. I would ask members, if they're having a hard time, if they're afraid to forget what they want to ask and they're not able to write it down because they don't have a piece of paper, I'm sure that the pages would be happy to bring a pad and paper and a pen to them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I certainly am wholeheartedly endorsing the province of New Brunswick. I can't wait until over 150 Liberal MPs descend upon the members' province in less than 6 months from now. It will certainly be a great opportunity to visit and to see the incredible things that his province has to offer, and I certainly look forward to that. It is a bit of a stretch to suggest that I was endorsing him or his politics, Madam Speaker, as he suggested. That is certainly not the case. But let's go back to, I want to really go back to what I was talking about with electric vehicles, Madam Speaker. It's certainly not the first time that I've spoke about them in this House, and I am very encouraged to see this budget contributing not just to electric vehicles driven by individuals for individual uses, but also the specific changes or the specific additions to the budget that go to medium and heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles. This is where we have a lot of work to do, Madam Speaker. In my opinion, the electric vehicle market, as it relates to the smaller vehicles that individuals and families use, we've passed the tipping point. Those vehicles will be in abundance within a few short years. People will be using them throughout this country. There's no doubt about that. What we really have to focus on is those medium and heavy to heavy-duty vehicles. And that's why I'm very pleased to see that in this budget there is specific allocation of funds towards launching new purchase initiative programs for those vehicles. In particular, just over $500 million, Madam Speaker. And also $33.8 million over 5 years to Transport Canada specifically to work with provinces like New Brunswick and territories to develop and harmonize regulations and to conduct safety testing for long-haul zero-emissions vehicles. You know, in our economy, Madam Speaker, there are so many large vehicles that are continuously moving along all the major highways to move goods and services, not just within Canada, but indeed with our major trading partner to the south, the United States. Ensuring that we are putting the proper incentives in place to make sure that these vehicles can be net zero as an ultimate goal, but even achieving improved efficiency in emissions between now and then, truly is what we need to be focusing on, in my opinion. So as it relates to electric vehicles, I am very pleased to see the increases that we've seen over the last number of years from this government, the investments from the federal government, despite the fact that provincial governments throughout the country are turning their back on them. Like Doug Ford, literally 4 years ago, or 3.5 years ago, was removing charging stations from GO stations, if I remember correctly. And now, as he gets ready for an election in just over a month from now, is talking about how he's going to put new charging stations throughout the province of Ontario. As if, you know, this is not completely driven by a political agenda. Even Doug Ford apparently has started to understand that the future is in electricity and the future is in making sure that we electrify our grid. We can either be on the forefront of this, Madam Speaker, as this government is attempting to do, or we can be chasing it from behind later on because we're dead set in only ever assuming that the only form of energy comes from fossil fuels, as the Conservatives would like us to do. So I am very pleased to see the approach that this government is taking when it comes to electric vehicles in particular. I look forward to proving to my colleague from Miramichi Grand Lake in New Brunswick that I can drive from my city to his province and back on electricity, and I plan to provide him with a full report on that in September of this year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, oh my gosh, all of a sudden I drew a blank. Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member talks about a political agenda. It's interesting because I have a private member's bill, C-250, second reading tomorrow. Lo and behold, during the budget, the Liberals take my private member's bill for the second time. So that has to be a political agenda. It doesn't even, Madam Speaker, have any money involved. It should never have come into the budget bill, but there it is. So I just want to ask my member across, why is my private member's bill, C-250, in the budget bill? Is it because it's a political agenda by this Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This sounds like an argument between my 3-year-old and my 5-year-old, Madam Speaker. Is the member upset? Is the member upset that the government has said, hey, this is a good idea, whether or not they had already had it on the back burner or whether they genuinely got it from this member as he's suggesting? Either way, why is he so upset that the government is moving forward with something that he's passionate about? Isn't that what this place is all about? He talks about a political, being a political agenda. How is it an agenda to actually say and to agree with people? If anything, it's a political agenda to stand up and say, how dare you take my idea? That was my idea. Like, what is going on here? The member is genuinely upset right now because we're moving forward with something that he cares about. That's not how this place is supposed to work.
You should vote for the budget.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière.
You've had your time for intervention. It's time for somebody else.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. It's still funny, Madam Speaker, to hear the member for Kingston the Islands say that everybody is partisan except for him. The only person who isn't partisan in this House is the member for Kingston the Islands. I'd like to tell him simply this. All of the healthcare stakeholders have asked for an increase in the healthcare transfers. And it's not a specific party. It's all of the provincial premiers. I don't know if they're partisan in his mind. It's all of the healthcare stakeholders in Quebec, be it the big unions, the doctors' associations, the medical associations. I don't know if they're partisan. But the Minister of Heritage and the member for Kingston the Islands are looking for quotes. I'd like him to explain this.
Jerry?
I never said everybody was partisan in here. As a matter of fact, I never even brought up the Bloc in my speech. I talked about the NDP and I talked about the Conservatives. I'm sorry if the Bloc is feeling a little left out right now, but I will remind him that healthcare transfers have been increasing over the last number of years. And as a matter of fact, there was a $2 billion top-up this year in order to help with backlog surgeries.
Here, here. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
Vancouver Kingsway?
Speaker. As I said in my speech, and I think my honourable colleague touched on it a little bit, I think one of the signature pieces of this budget is the creation of a dental care program that'll help 6.5 million Canadians get access to primary health care for their mouths. I'm just wondering, I know the Conservatives are opposing the budget, and in fact, they oppose dental care. And I think the Bloc Québécois, I haven't heard any positive comments from them on this as well. I wonder if my honourable colleague can tell this House and share with us what he thinks of dental care and whether his constituents would benefit from having a program that helped people who made under $90,000 a year get access to dental care.
Parliamentary Secretary?
I think that dental care was the natural transition from healthcare, and I believe that we're long overdue in terms of bringing forward dental care. I recognize that this member in particular is very passionate about dental care. He's brought it up before, and I guess what I would say, and what I would say to this House, Madam Speaker, is that I believe that this place is about coming together and putting forward ideas on behalf of Canadians, not on behalf of who gets to take the credit for them. I certainly, as you heard in my speech, I'm very passionate about electric vehicles and electrifying our fleet and anything that can relate to getting us to net zero. This member is very passionate about dental care in particular. The member from the Conservatives who asked me a question is very passionate about his private member's bill that is now apparently in this budget. I think that we should all take great satisfaction in knowing that ideas can come forward from all different parties and that we can work together on behalf of Canadians as opposed to on behalf of trying to get political wins.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to speak in support of the budget 2022, a plan to grow our economy and make life more affordable. Madam Speaker, let's talk budget, finally. So, what is this budget all about? It has become apparent that fiscal prudence and economic growth serves as two major themes throughout this plan, and there's a clear reason for that. Madam Speaker, with a prudent and responsible approach, this is a budget that acknowledges and addresses the biggest concern of Canadians based on 4 pillars: housing, climate protection, affordability, as well as jobs and growth. Madam Speaker, before I get into the budget speech, I want to emphasize that the budget comprehensive approach to these concerns is not by an accident. It's a result of numerous consultation, community feedback sessions, town halls, emails, phone calls, and more. And for that, I want to thank everyone who has participated in the process for developing this budget, and I want to specifically extend my gratitude to my constituents in Richmond Hill because they took their time to engage with this process by attending my 5 community councils or contacting my office with their concern. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start by giving some context for the fiscal prudence of this budget. Throughout the peak of COVID-19 pandemic, the lockdowns, the economic downturns, and more, our federal government quickly and effectively rolled out our major financial support program that helped keep businesses, workers, and families afloat. We've been at 115% recovery in jobs since April 2020, over 3 million jobs created since the depth of COVID-19,
and our unemployment rate has declined to 5.3%, lower than it was prior to the pandemic and since 1976. Madam Speaker, our focus has been on keeping Canadians safe and financially stable, and that continues to be the case today. But we know that we need a different approach than the one that was necessary during the pandemic. In essence, Budget 2022 outlines a fiscally prudent plan to reduce deficit, lower debt to GDP ratio, and drive toward a near balanced budget within 5 years. Madam Speaker, now we need to turn our attention to growing an economy that's still in recovery. But we know that we cannot strengthen our economy without first thinking about affordability. That's why this budget continues to highlight our investment in affordable childcare while touching on new commitments for affordable housing as well as dental care. Madam Speaker, the overarching of this budget can also be further broken down. The housing measures focus on building and supply, saving and banning foreign investment. The climate pillar invests in zero-emission vehicles, clean electricity, ocean and fresh waters, and clean technology. Under the job and growth pillar, we are helping small businesses benefit from tax cut. We're establishing a Canada Growth Fund, and we are focusing on supporting tradespeople across the country. And lastly, affordability plays a role in all these pillars, but its own particular investments are most explicitly seen in childcare and dental care. Madam Speaker, I'm really going to hone in on the housing, which is a topic that I'm passionate about, because I know that it will likely have greatest direct impact on Canadian and constituents in my riding. Budget 2022 targets affordable housing through increasing supply and making it more obtainable for buyers, especially young and first-time home buyers whose dream of home ownership is in jeopardy during the continuing rise in cost. On the supply front, we've made a commitment to doubling the number of housing units built over a 10-year period. This commitment is going to come to fruition through several ways, including launch of a new Housing Accelerated Fund. The $4 billion investment for this fund will be put towards creating 100,000 new housing units over the next 5 years. Madam Speaker, in order to further speed up the construction of the housing, we are also investing $200 million in Affordable Housing Innovation Fund, which will encourage new innovation building techniques in the affordable housing sector. In fact, this fund will dedicate $100 million to support non-for-profit co-op developers and rent-to-own companies in building new rent-to-own units and turning the discussion of affordable housing into a true reality for our communities. Madam Speaker, we also recognize that increasing supply does not always work effectively unless it's accompanied by quick and timely execution. For vulnerable populations that are in urgent needs of affordable housing, waiting years for the supply to increase is simply not an option. Thanks to the tireless effort of housing support providers in my riding, such as Blue Door, Home on the Hill, Yellow Brick House, Sandgates Women's Shelter, and more, there are services in place to help address the housing needs of vulnerable groups, but we need to do more to reduce the burden on their shoulders. That's why our government launched a rapid housing initiative with the goal of delivering affordable housing units for vulnerable people in an expedited manner. Budget 2022 highlights our $1.5 billion investment in this initiative, which will create at least 6,000 additional affordable housing units across Canada. Madam Speaker, this budget also proposes to advance $2.9 billion in funding on a cash base under the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, which will speed up the creation of up to 4,300 new units, and the repair of up to 17,800 units for the Canadians who need them the most. Madam Speaker, all of these is going to mean more generous contribution, faster approval, and an overall quicker and more efficient process that will make affordable housing more accessible sooner. Madam Speaker, now let's talk about future homebuyers, our first-time homebuyers, and our youth, all of whom are going to be saving up for a place that they call their home. Madam Speaker, in my riding of Richmond Hill, the cost of owning a home is at its all-time high. The first-time homebuyer in Richmond Hill are now faced with a difficult decision of staying at home in a community that they know and love, or having to move further away to be able to afford a place that fits their need. Our federal government is aware of these issues, which is why we are proposing a series of new measures, starting with the tax-free first-time home saving account. Through this, we are giving prospective home buyers under the age of 40 the ability to save up to $40,000. This could mean around $725 million in support over 5 years for Canadians who are trying to save up their money by having it go into a tax-free and come out tax-free. We are also going to be doubling the first-time home buyers tax credit to $10,000, which means up to $1,500 in direct support to home buyers. This amount is not an insignificant amount for young people, where every penny toward their home matters. But providing financial support is not the only way to address the rising costs. We need to implement preventive measures that will protect buyers and renters. Madam Speaker, the Budget 2022's commitment to prohibiting foreign investment in housing and the development of Home Buyers' Bill of Rights, we will tackle the issue of foreign commercial enterprises using homes in Canada for non-residential purposes such as parking their money. And we will also put forth a national plan to end blind bidding. But there's one more component into the housing, and that's something that we see quite often in Richmond Hill. The concept of multi-generational homes are very important to my community, as families prefer to stay together and feel connected to their homes as well as to their relatives. Madam Speaker, the budget's introduction of multi-generational home renovation tax credit helps provide up to $7,500 for families hoping to construct a secondary suite in their homes for senior or adults with disabilities. This means more money for more space without separating families from one another. Madam Speaker, in closing, all of these are targeted and responsible investment which align with the theme of fiscal prudence as well as economic growth, while giving more Canadians a safe and affordable place to call home. This really is a responsible and responsive plan, and I hope that every member of this House join me in supporting it, because its supports are necessary to build a more affordable and resilient Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech, but I have a question for him, and maybe he can help me understand. Coming from the mortgage business in my previous life, if you look at page 45 in the budget book, the Liberals put out an example of how this tax-free savings account will work for first-time home buyers. I've done the math. I've done everything possible for today and in 2027. As of today, that plan will allow individuals to purchase a home up to $355,000. In my riding of King Vaughan, where the average price has increased 142%, that doesn't work. However, if we look at 2027 with the tax-free savings account, where individuals can add $40,000, it's going to give them a $500,000 purchase price. We can't find a house for $500,000 today. How are we going to find it in 2027? Can you please explain that to me? I'd like to learn.
So I won't be able to explain that to you, but I'm sure that the honourable member from Richmond Hill will.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. This is a great question. This is the question that I actually ponder at the dinner table with the children as we're exploring how we can make sure that they can afford a house. So what I can tell you is this. This is part of a bigger puzzle, and that it includes our first-time homebuyer partnership with the Government of Canada, which is, if the honourable member recalls, you would get 5 to 10% of your down payment that you could, depending on the type of the home that the individual is buying, as well as the tax-free saving account, as well as use of RRSP. There are a number of programs that's been put together to be able to ensure that the first-time homebuyer, especially the youth, have the money to be able to put the down payment, because we know after the down payment, very few Canadians actually default on their mortgages. So combination of those would be in a position that will make an individual in a position to be able to buy their first home.
We have to allow for other questions. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his presentation, our colleague across the way talked about responsibilities. He talked about energy transition, saying that the budget laid the groundwork for that. But why are fossil fuels being subsidized to the tune of billions of dollars still? Now, obviously, we don't want to put people out of work, but we need a plan to say that in a few years, in X number of years, those subsidies won't exist anymore. So why have they not yet started pulling out of those subsidies?
Well, Madam Chair, to your Madam Speaker, to you, to my colleagues, thank you very much for the question. Well, there's always been a plan. The plan is to make sure that the economy and the environment go hand in hand. And what we need to make sure is we need to make sure that we not only protect the jobs that they're there for those who are working in the energy sector, but also provide bridging programs around retraining, be able to give them the opportunity to be able to transition into to the sectors that it's much greener. Also, we need to make sure that the carbon is captured. That's why you see a large incentive for the oil and gas industry to be able to ensure that we capture the carbon and we make sure that it's a clean energy that's coming out. Thank you.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for Richmond Hill for focusing on housing. As I've mentioned many times, Indigenous housing is a major issue, a dire need in many of our communities. I had the privilege of visiting one of my constituent communities in Kugluktuk, and a family in Kugluktuk where there were 13 people living in a 3-bedroom unit. Can the member agree with me that everyone in this House needs to do better to advocate for more Indigenous housing, and that the Liberal government will commit to do more than what it promised, which I realize was an increase of $4.3 billion, but that is not sufficient to meet the housing needs of Indigenous people.
The brief answer from the member for Richmond Hill. A brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for acknowledging the $4.3 billion investment that's been earmarked for the Indigenous community. But I do agree with the honourable member that we need to do better, and we continue to do better. I continue to be an advocate, very much the same as the rest of my colleagues on this side of the House. And thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to join the debate on Budget 2022. I think it's the 5th budget I've been able to debate since arriving at this place. Now, this seems to be another case with the Liberal government. If at first you don't succeed, try again, duplicating past budgets of lots of spending, lots of added debt, but poor or little outcome. I think in the case of this government, though, it's probably the saying should be, in case you don't succeed, spend again. I want to touch on 3 major items in today's budget. First is housing. It's no surprise to talk about the housing and that it's covered a tiny bit in the budget. We know there is a housing crisis, a pricing crisis in Canada right now, an affordability crisis. I want to read a couple quotes from the housing minister. Now, this is from February, just a couple months ago. He says, "We have ensured that we have housed 1.1 million Canadians since the beginning of the government. We have built over 480,000 units of housing through the National Housing Strategy." 2 months later, just last month, he says, well, they've spent $72 billion, and they've actually housed 1.3 million people, 2 million people. So in 2 months, he claims in this House, they've gone from 1.1 million Canadians housed to 2 million, like 900,000 added Canadians housed in just 2 months. Fortunately, it's not true. Now, here are the facts, and this is from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. This is not myself making up this information, pundits. This is actually from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Across the country, we know the average house prices have doubled since 2015. Now, he states, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, that funding for housing programs intended to help low-income households has actually, under this government, decreased 15% in purchasing power. The government will stand and say, look how much money we've spent. We've spent all these billions. But we know there's also an inflation problem. We also know there's a housing affordability problem, prices going up. The Parliamentary Budget Officer himself, the money put in by this government based in real dollars is down 15%. He further states that since 2015, there's a 42% reduction under CMHC's low-income housing units for houses that have been supported. Again, here we have, just in April, the housing minister, hey, 2 million Canadians that we've housed, up 900,000 miraculously from 2 months earlier. But here we have the Parliamentary Budget Officer saying a 42% decrease. PBO further states that CMHC, their shift to capital contributions instead of over affordability assistance, rent assistance, means little short-term relief is actually delivered to Canadians. Further, he says that these capital contributions, yes, they're spread out over time, but even when you look at the long term, their actual results in lowering rents for Canadians is very little and maybe not worth the investment. So here we have, PBO also further states that there's as many Canadians living in vulnerable housing now as in 2015. So 30 to 72 billion later, it's hard to say because the housing minister changes the numbers each time he stands and speaks. 30 billion one moment, 72 billion. Say it's on the low side, 30 billion spending, and what do we have for it? We have as many Canadians in vulnerable housing as we did 2015. Homelessness in Edmonton has actually doubled in the last couple of years under this government. I want to get to the second part, growth, the economy. So what does $1.4 trillion in debt, hundreds and hundreds of billions of added debt from this government got us? Well, the finance minister stands in his house, just like she did yesterday, and states, we've got the highest GDP growth in the IMF. Well, according to the IMF, and these are numbers that come direct from the IMF website, 2021, the year the minister claimed that we were number one, we were actually fifth in the G7 for growth. We're second in 2022. 2023, IMF predicts we're going to be below the advanced economy average for growth. Now think about that, 2021, we were fifth in the G7. That's after a 67% increase in the price of oil. So here we have our economy driven, surging because of the price of oil, and we're still fifth. 2022, we're seeing another 12% increase in the price of oil, and yet we're still not the top in the G7. There's an OECD report out called The Long Game that actually says Canada is going to have the worst performing advanced economy from 2030 to 2060. And I was reading through this report, well, we're going to have the worst from 2030 to 2060. I thought, well, okay, maybe we'll be okay from 2022 to 2030. Then I read the next page and it said, oh, by the way, from 2020 to 2030, Canada's going to have the worst performing economy in the OECD as well. Now, this is, again, the OECD. This is not myself. This is real numbers from the OECD. OECD in that same report talks about productivity. Canada's going to have one of the worst productivity improvements in the OECD. Now, part of the name of the budget is a plan to grow our economy. And it gets back to my comment of this government, at first you don't succeed, try again. They've been trying year and year and year, spending more and more and more. And what do we get? We get what the OECD says is going to be the worst performing economy in the OECD. Turkey, Greece, second world country, all going to have higher economic growth than Canada. Now on to the environment. Now there's a quote from the Environment Minister from January 31st. I would like to remind him, over the last few years, our government has implemented more than 100 measures and invested $100 billion in the fight against climate change. So what are these 100 measures brought in by this government, this $100 billion as the Environment Minister claims? Well, according to Stats Can in the Library of Parliament, GHG emissions have actually risen every year under this government. So $100 billion of taxpayers' money spent, 100 new regulations and programs, and we get higher GHG emissions. I wonder if maybe the government had just done nothing, where we'd be. I think we'd be a lot better off. I want to get back to another claim by the finance minister. Besides the fastest growing economy in the G7, she talks about GDP growth highest in the G7. What she leaves out is the fact that that's not what we call real GDP growth. Real GDP growth, which is the real growth when you take the GDP and take out inflation. When you take out our out-of-control inflation, we actually drop quite a bit in the G7. We're not the top as they claim. Adjusted for inflation, OECD numbers say we're the 5th in the G7 for economic growth. We heard today the claims of the debt to GDP ratio. You notice they always stay net debt to GDP, or they just say debt to GDP. They don't talk about the gross debt to GDP. You know why that is, Madam Speaker? When you take the real debt, the gross debt, we're not the best in the G7, we're not the second, we're not the third, we're actually the 4th. When you look at the OECD, the developed nations, we're the 9th worst out of 38. 9th worst for debt to GDP. What is the difference between what the Liberals are claiming and what the truth is and the reality is? Net debt, they include all the $500 billion in assets of the CPP and the Quebec pension plan. They don't count the liabilities, all the money put aside by our parents, ourselves, our grandparents. They don't include that liability, but they include the money that they've set aside. So every penny set aside for someone tomorrow, next year, 10 years, the government's not counting that when they make the claim how great our financial situation is. Other OECD nations don't record net like we do. So it's a false statement. It's unfortunate that the government continues to mislead Canadians how bad things are with our debt. The debt actually has to be eventually repaid one day, one would hope. I see I'm down to the final minute.
A little bit less, half a minute now.
I'm told less than half a minute, probably even less now that I've said that. So obviously we are in a problem here in our nation. We have aging population, we have no growth coming, and an out-of-control deficit. Canada needs better, and that's why I will not be supporting Budget 2022. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, you know, one listening to the member opposite could get very easily quite depressed. I don't think that Canadians need to be as worried as the member tries to portray. You know, a lot can be twisted around in terms of numbers, and let me just share a couple of reality numbers. And those numbers would be jobs. Jobs are important. And today we are at record lows. You'd have to go generations to get lower unemployment rates, Madam Speaker. I think it's somewhere around 5.5. You know, don't quote me on it, but I believe it's right around that 5.5. You're talking many years ago when we had that sort of unemployment rate. When we talk about the issue of inflation, which gets a lot of airtime here, it's important that we recognize that there is a global situation, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's the war in Russia, and the inflation rate is higher in the U.S. It's higher in terms of the average of the European Union countries. My question to the member is, would he provide his thoughts on those two stats?
A member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What my honourable colleague fails to mention, and this is what the Liberals do, they'll make a statement knowingly twisting reality. They make say, oh, we've got the lowest unemployment we've had. Well, you know, our unemployment is about 60% higher than the United States. The U.S., with all their demographic issues, all their racial issues, all their problems, and our unemployment here, despite massive spending, is 60% higher. Our unemployment's higher than England. Our unemployment is higher than Japan. Sure, it's better than it was perhaps a year ago, 2 years ago, but when you compare it to Our peer countries, our unemployment is very, very high. So I think the member opposite should be more truthful, more forthright when he talks about such numbers.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague when he talks about the incoherency of housing figures that the Liberals are giving. In the budget, there's actually a confession that there's a failure in terms of the crisis. We're talking about 3.5 million housing that have to be built. 3.5 million units, it says, that have to be built. And we're saying they're building 100,000 units right now, and that doesn't even exist. And we've heard that only 35,000 units have been built since 2017. But even if we do build 100,000, and that means in coming years there'll still be a shortage, and we won't get to the 3.5 million. So there's kind of a confessed failure there.
For Edmonton West.
I would agree with my colleague, and it's been the disinformation from this government. We heard the housing minister in February. 1.2 million Canadians housed by this government. 2 months later, it's 2 million. One moment it's 32 billion spent, next moment it's 70 billion. But the reality is we have a housing shortage. We built less houses in the last 6 years since this government came to power than any of the peer nations in the G7. What the government is doing is not working. They've got to change track. They should listen to ourselves, colleagues with the Bloc, colleagues with the NDP. What they're doing is not working, and they have to change track to help Canadians and not just their political fortunes.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand the member for Edmonton West is quite concerned with debt and that the cost of housing is increasing in his community as it is in mine. So my question for him is his level of openness when we talk about addressing, the house flippers and speculators in terms of new revenue options, whether it's increases to a vacancy tax, reducing the capital gains exemptions for second, third, and fourth homes. Can he comment on these as additional ways to reduce the speculation in the market and increase revenue to do more for affordable housing?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West has 50 seconds to respond.
I respect where the question and where my colleague is going, but the reality, Canada has a shortage, and that's going to be fixed, not with taxes, not with the home equity tax that the Liberals seem to keep funding studies of, but addressing the supply issue. We need to get government out of the way. We need more supply built. We see it in our G7 peer countries that have proper supply. They do not have the housing crisis, the affordability crisis we have now. Best thing we can do is get government out of the way, build more houses.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Budgets are important, the core of a parliament. It is a real honor to be able to rise here today and speak to Budget 2022. For many of us, this is the first substantive piece of legislation that we, as new parliamentarians, are tasked with scrutinizing. The importance of this job that Canadians have trusted us to undertake cannot be understated. Every single day, many people from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington are calling and emailing my office with grave concerns about how they can make ends meet. Just last week, our office received hundreds of feedback forms indicating that the cost of living and affordability was their #1 concern. Cost of groceries, gas, home heating, everything, Madam Speaker, has increased. It is my obligation, it is my role as their Member of Parliament to bring them a voice in this House. On general spending measures, the Liberal government suggests that the announcements in the budget will help weather inflation and make housing more affordable. In my opinion, Madam Speaker, the continuation of this Liberal approach is destined to drive us right back into a crisis in an order of magnitude larger than the early 1980s, based on constantly adding new permanent spending programs on borrowed money. As noted in an article I recently read, only a small portion of our national debt is refinanced each year, so we won't get stung all at once. But year by year, servicing costs will rise, and the ability to be able to afford our essential programs will dwindle. unless taxes rise substantially to cover the rising costs of both debt serving and increased program costs. The core function of our Parliament has been and still remains to oversee the expenditure of public monies. Madam Speaker, the parliamentarians and parliaments themselves fought long and hard to pry this authority from the hands of imperial executives and governors decades ago. Their actions lend themselves to our uniquely Canadian brand of responsible government. In his important work, The Public Purse, which is used as source material in our most recent Practice and Procedure Manual, Norman Ward describes the struggle of our nascent pre-Confederation legislatures as it related to oversight thusly. Quote, "In principle, therefore, the first goal usually sought by an assembly was to make the executive at least partially dependent on the assembly for income. The second was to make it wholly so. The third, and most sophisticated, was to insist on some sort of detailed public accounting on a systemic basis of expenditures after they were made." Madam Speaker, in 1838, Lord Durham was sent by the Mother of Parliaments to investigate the cause of the previous year's rebellions in Upper and Lower Canada. One of the litany of causes was, as he describes, related to the relationships between the assemblies and the executives. In his hugely influential report, Lord Durham writes, "The Assembly, after it had obtained entire control over the public revenues, still found itself deprived of all voice in choice or even designation of the persons in whose administration of affairs it could feel confidence." Madam Speaker, he goes on to state, "It is difficult to conceive what could have been their theory of government, who imagined that in any colony of England, a body invested with the name and character of a representative assembly could be deprived of any of those powers which, in the opinion of Englishmen, are inherent in popular legislature." This speaks to two principles of parliamentary control of finances. Number one, the executive should have no income which is not granted to it or otherwise sanctioned by Parliament. Two, the executive should make no expenditures except those approved by Parliament, in ways approved by Parliament. Madam Speaker, I'm not suggesting that this legislature does not possess the capacity to scrutinize. I know it does. But I do believe in recent years we are not properly wielding that authority effectively, especially as it relates to Mr. Ward's third point regarding what ultimately became our main estimates. And as a result, Canadians are now paying the price. We need only look at this very budget document for proof positive of what rushed legislation, most particularly budgets, do. Hidden away in Annex 3 of the budget, on the fourth last page, reads as follows. In Budget 2022, the government proposes to amend the Old Age Security Act to clarify that the one-time payment made in August 2021 to seniors aged 75 and older will be exempted from the income test for guaranteed income supplement and allowances. This amendment corrects a reference error resulting from the passage of the Budget Implementation Act 2021, number 1. This begs the question, Madam Speaker, what was the error? In Section 268 of the Budget Implementation Act 2021, the section that had intended to make the one-time $500 payment to struggling seniors aged 75 and up non-taxable, they quoted the wrong section of the Act. Instead of quoting Section 275, the section that actually created the payment, they cited Section 276, which is completely unrelated to seniors and instead deals with the Public Service Employment Act. As a result, right now under law, as desperate seniors are filing their taxes, that $500 is considered income, not just at tax time, but come the July recalculation, period for benefits. In other words, Madam Speaker, this government has yet created and legislated another potential benefit clawback. I think it's only prudent to highlight that the last time the budget was time allocated, meaning the government, with the NDP support, actually limited the amount of debate we could have had on the budget. Debate that might have found this error. A debate that could have saved seniors the stress of another possible clawback. And I will note, Madam Speaker, that these are the same 75-plus seniors that had the wrong T4 information sent to them due to a misprint. How convenient that the same exact group of people that were subject of an age-restricted benefit that everyone, including, I imagine, the CRA and the ERSDC, thought was non-taxable, received misprinted T4s. And then we find out what benefit is, under word of law, actually taxable. That is why my colleague from Miramichi Grand Lake and I called on this government to extend the filing date for seniors. With regards to seniors, they have very little to celebrate in this year's budget. Of a projected $56.6 billion in new spending through 2027, a paltry $20 million has been earmarked for supporting our seniors. To put that into perspective, Madam Speaker, that is 0.04 of spending announced in the next 5 years. There is nothing to help struggling formal and informal caregivers, nothing to help long-term care facilities, and nothing to help alleviate the increasing costs of living they all face. Low-income seniors need help today, and they can't afford to wait. To get back to my original point, our job here is to scrutinize. What we do here is the basis for responsible government. When we can't do our jobs, Canadians suffer. On my file alone, we've seen it with the GIS clawback, we've seen it with the T4 delays, and now we're seeing it with the one-time payment. All things that could have been avoided if we actually took the time to do our job right. I will give credit to my honourable member for seniors who is acting on things when brought to her attention, but the point is it should never have gotten to this point. I did want to touch lastly on the absolute absurdity that is our main estimates process in relation to the budgetary process and the need to align Treasury Board with Finance in preparation of those documents, but my time is running short. So I will leave you with one more recent quote. In 2019, improving transparency and parliamentary oversight of the government's spending plans by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, Scott Bryson said, "The ability to exercise oversight over government spending is the most important role parliamentarians can play in representing Canadians. I urge everyone here, let us heed the words of our formal Liberal President of the Treasury Board and let parliamentarians do our job thoroughly and effectively, because Canadians can't afford otherwise."
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Originally, I thought I would ask a question in regards to seniors, but I'm going to put a pass on that because the changes have, in fact, been made in good part, and the budget finalizes that, and we have been very supportive of our seniors over the year, virtually from day one. But my question more specifically is in regards to her historic perspective in terms of accountability of the House. One of the things that I would argue, and as being a parliamentarian for 30 years, is the importance of getting that accountability and transparency is to look in terms of our rules. It's the standing orders. It's the way in which we process our day-in-day proceedings. So, for example, if we were to, heaven forbid, look at the modernization of our House and our rules, many of the concerns that the member opposite recognizes as something that's important, as I personally believe too, would she not agree that it's time that the House of Commons look at modernizing, really modernizing our rules to ensure that we can have ongoing transparency and accountability no matter who is in government?
The Honourable Member for Lennox, Hastings and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll start by suggesting that respect for this place, respect for my colleagues of all stripes, is incumbent on all of us to recognize, and due process and evaluation and critique of certain bills and passages is critical. Madam Speaker, in my opinion, to answer your question, it is the scrutiny of the public expenditures that I believe is the core. And it's our Parliament's obligation. It's who we are as individuals, it's who we are as parliamentarians, and we can never give up that responsibility, especially in a confidence and a supplier arrangement.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague with whom I share the issue of the status of women issues. We talked about seniors, but there's also old age security that puts money in people's pockets and helps seniors who are very poor, particularly during the pandemic. The question of health is a crucial issue when it comes to taking care of seniors. She talked about seniors' needs. And we know the importance of healthcare transfers up to 35%, as Quebec and the provinces are asking for. It's essential. It's crucial. Seniors are asking for it because it's not just a matter of jurisdiction, but Quebec has jurisdiction for taking care of seniors. And so do the provinces. They need the financial means to do it. And we have to send this message home. Does she agree that we need to increase healthcare transfers to 35%, make it predictable and reoccurring?
Lennox Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have to recognize that when seniors get to a stage in their life, whether it be in their own home to age at place or in a long-term care facility or in homes of their children, people will be living the rest of their lives there. It is their space, it is their social circle and their recreational circle. And when it comes to seniors, Madam Speaker, it seems like this current government has a habit of taking one step forward and 2 steps back. I'm delighted with the record that our government has with regards to seniors, and I think it's really important and prudent of us as parliamentarians to have the backs, in taking the words of our Liberal government. If they're going to have the backs of seniors, then they need to step up and act. Thank you.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, and always enjoy hearing her in the House of Commons. Certainly, I thank her and her family for their service to Canadians. I have 2 questions. First off, during the Harper government years, that dismal decade, the PBO evaluates over $25 billion a year in tax monies that went to overseas tax havens. That's $250 billion. Will she acknowledge the contribution of the Harper government to our national debt through the signing of many offshore tax agreements, special agreements that allowed the ultra-rich to take their money offshore? And then secondly, in terms of dental care for seniors, there's over 29,000 people in Hastings, Lennox and Addington who will benefit from the NDP's dental plan. Many seniors will be benefiting from that. Will she acknowledge that dental care is important for seniors and all Canadians, and that this will make a difference in their quality of life?
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington for about 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for the question and the acknowledgement of my family's career. My father had a lovely retirement gathering last week, and it was wonderful. With regards to the question he asked, I believe that my colleague has failed to mention the positive record of the Stephen Harper government and its results that he did deliver for seniors, and more specifically to that of the pharmacare and dental care. I think that the devil is in the details, and I would love to be proven wrong, but I'm not confident.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to see you in the chair and pleased to be back in the House. Hopefully everybody had a restful period of time and that we're all back here now. So as I rise today to speak to this year's budget, I will be sharing my time with the member from Mississauga-Streetsville, a wonderful new member of Parliament that we have here that's doing just great things and is great to work with. So several weeks ago, when it was announced that our Liberal government had made a supply agreement deal with the New Democratic Party, I was concerned about that, and I made it known. I am a firm believer in helping and supporting not just Canadians, but those all over the world as we continue. But I am also, like many of my colleagues, a very strong believer in fiscal responsibility. So with our country still in an unknown due to COVID, a war in Ukraine, and any other potential things that continue to come our way, I was unsettled on how we were going to meet those needs and still remain financially responsible as a government. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, I have to congratulate my honourable colleague, Minister Freeland, as I no longer have, Minister of Finance, as I no longer have those concerns. All right? Because she struck the perfect chord in this budget. So my concerns about the arrangements that we had made on this supply deal and the impact it was going to have on the direction of our government were very much unfounded, because we were able to produce a budget that, yes, delivered on things that mattered to other people, but importantly, we were fiscally responsible, and I was very pleased with all of that. And before I want to speak further on the budget, I want to mention page 101, which says protecting our fresh water. Might sound like an odd thing to be concerned about as a Toronto member, but we have to be concerned about our lakes, and it's an ongoing subject that I have been involved with for some time when it comes to the sea lamprey and the invasion of sea lamprey in our lakes, and in agreements that we had with Canada, US, and we were not up paying our share to ensure that the invasive sea lamprey were not allowed to continue to be causing the kind of damage that they do in the Great Lakes. And so I have been lobbying on that issue with my former staff member, Greg McClinchy, and others, and with the help of our member from Niagara and his continued persistence, it's in the budget. And it's significant funds that will truly be our support in dealing with invasive species like that. So I want to congratulate Mr. McClinchy and the member for Niagara on pushing it over the line. I'm glad it's done. Doesn't matter who gets the credit, it gets done, and it's going to make a difference in the Great Lakes of our cities. So the other issue that matters a lot to the residents of Humber River Black Creek is that all of the provinces have finally signed an agreement for affordable daycare. Something that I go back to previous Prime Minister Martin and trying to get childcare then, that was at least 12 years ago. Well, we finally got it over the finish line, and we have agreements with all of the provinces and the territories for an early learning and childcare infrastructure fund in this budget. And I can say it's going to make a huge difference in the lives of residents in Humber River Black Creek. Many of the parents in Ontario are going to be able to save an average of $6,000 per year per child by the end of 2022. But what I see most importantly for the residents of Humber River Black Creek is the fact that many of the families that had to have one member of the partnership stay home, and I know that these women, many of them, wanted the opportunity to go to work. But one, they couldn't find childcare that was affordable. Well, now they'll have childcare that's affordable. They'll be able to go back to school. They'll be able to pursue a career, and it'll make a huge difference in their lives. Otherwise, they had to wait until their children were significantly grown up in order to be able to actually get on to work. And when we look at seniors in poverty, which is an issue we've talked a lot about over the many years that I've been here, and how every year we manage to reduce the number of seniors in poverty. But if we turn around and make sure with what we're doing with the child care, that we provide women and men the opportunity to work because their children are going to be in a safe daycare, an affordable daycare opportunity. They can go to work and they can be contributing to their pensions from a very early on, not having to wait until their children were completely grown up and out of the house before they could go to work. So the costs of childcare have been exorbitant, and parents were simply having to make a choice. They were going to earn money, but they were going to pay it all out into childcare. So It just didn't make any sense for them to go forward. The more Canadians are working, the better our economy will be. Since our government took power in 2015, we have brought forward 6 other budgets. Many of them have included great things helping the residents of Humber River Black Creek, such as the Canada Child Benefit. And we should not forget all of the families that are benefiting throughout this country. We've helped 435,000 families out of poverty since 15 and continue to provide almost $7,000 per child to families this year. Increasing the minimum wage. We've also increased the amount for the GIS and the old age security pensions, things that matter to many people. Investments in workers. I think as a result of the pandemic, we realized just how important it is to be able to have paid sick days. And keep our head in the sand all we want. The reality is that people are sick and they have to pay their rent and put food on the table. They were going to go to work sick or not. And that was very unfortunate. So having 10 paid sick days of sick leave for federal and private sector employees will make a difference in the lives of many Canadians as we move forward. Increasing climate action, incentive payments. Most families in my riding are going to receive over $800. And I'm certainly talking to them and saying, have you paid attention to how you filed your income tax, because you've got almost $800 coming back as a result of this carbon tax that they continue to hear people criticize. It's putting money back into the pockets of many of the people. So I talk a lot about how important it is to use a budget to be fiscally responsible, but also to be giving people a hand up as we move forward. And dental health is one that we as a party, and certainly I have talked to many times. When I talk to people in my riding who are having a tough time and they can't get a job, they've got missing teeth, and even when they try to pull themselves together, you present yourself for a job and clearly you don't present yourself well because you don't have the money to have proper dental health care. And we have, as Liberals, talked about it. And with this agreement that we have, I think it's a major boost. Yes, it's going to cost a lot of money, but if it makes people's mental health and physical health better as a result of having proper dental care, I think it makes a huge difference. And we're phasing it in, again, in a fiscally responsible way. So I think those things are very, very important as we move forward. Housing. Wow, I can't tell you how happy I am to see the amount of money going in through our Minister of Housing, how well we're doing with that. It's a huge subject. If people don't have a place to live and a roof over their head, doesn't matter what else you do for them. That's what they need. So investing in affordable housing and making it all move forward, I think is an extremely important thing. I'm thrilled to see the amount of money that's going into housing. Co-op housing in particular is something that I have a real interest in. I'd like to see a lot more of that built throughout the country, especially in Humber River Black Creek, for the residents there. So I can see by your looking at me, Madam Speaker, that my time is about up. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I think it's a great budget, and I'm very proud to stand and support it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. Talking about this budget, talking about the announcements made following the agreement and the association between the NDP and the Liberals, obviously on pharmacare and dental care, but there's something missing, something important and fundamental, and without responding to Quebec and the province's unanimous demand, that is the increase in healthcare transfers, recurring increase and unconditional increase. And what government is making very noble proposals. Nobody is opposed to offering dental care. No one is opposed to pharmacare. But there are things that fall under exclusive provincial and Quebec jurisdiction that could have been resolved by Quebec and the provinces based on their own priorities and their agenda, if I may use that word. So I'd like to hear my colleague. Would it not have been better for all of the provinces and Quebec to simply have a response to that demand and transfer the provinces in Quebec the money so that they can resolve these issues and offer these programs themselves, as has been long asked for and repeated by the Bloc Québécois, ensure that there are recurring healthcare transfers so that our healthcare systems can be managed properly.
Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I don't want to be too blunt about it, but the reality is the federal government passes millions and millions and millions of dollars down to the provinces for health care and so on. But their priorities are not always the same priorities that we at the federal level think that maybe that they should be. The issue of dental care, many of the provinces probably would never ever got around to doing it because it's all about decisions. And I'm glad to see that we are supporting something as important. We were headed in that direction. I suspect at the next election, we would have been covering off dental care. But now we were able to move forward sooner, and it's that much better. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for her intervention, and also to note Greg and the Fisheries Commission for their hard work and her work on Sea Lamprey and getting that accomplished, and appreciate her continual work on that as well too for the Great Lakes. And with that, I would like to ask her about my private member's bill, C248, that is coming up for a national urban park that will be protecting one of the last areas of the Great Lakes. It's supported by Caldwell First Nations, and it's also supported unanimously by the City of Windsor just yesterday with regards to a motion, and hoping that we can bring this to committee. So I'd like to ask my colleague, how important are national urban parks? And given that this one won't require any funds, it's Assembly of Public Land, will it get the support to actually get to committee and have an investigation for our national urban parks?
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Windsor. We have been working together for I don't know how many years now, and very often have similar thoughts. I would be very interested to see what's in the motion or the bill. The more we can find opportunities to put some land together and have a national park, I think it's a wonderful idea. I look forward to seeing what's in the motion or the bill that my honourable colleague brings forward, and look forward to being able to hopefully support it together with them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of...
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that speech this morning. I think it really speaks to the heart of where many Canadians are. And what she's hearing in her riding is very similar to what I've heard across my riding. We talk about affordability right now, and we know that it's increasingly harder for so many families, so many sectors in our society. Can I ask the member to highlight for us some of the things in this budget that's making it easier for Canadians, for seniors, for families to be able to continue through what has been very trying times?
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek, 25 seconds.
I'll be very quick with it. I can say that over this last two and a half years we've been dealing with the pandemic, nothing has made me prouder of our government than the amount of help that they put out there, that we put out there for people, whether they were losing their jobs or they didn't have a job to go to any longer, the monthly support that they were receiving, the help that we gave to businesses. We have now got our job numbers back up to pre-1974 numbers, and a lot of that is because this government handled the pandemic and those challenges the correct way.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Madam Speaker, today I'm here to highlight 3 areas from our budget 2022. Before I do that, I just want to say a thank you to my honourable colleague from Humber River Black for her lovely words. Black Creek, thank you very much. To start, I'd like to share with you a story about a Mississauga resident named Norma. Norma immigrated here to Canada in 1989 with her family. She had completed a bachelor's degree in nursing from Manila, Philippines. However, since her foreign credentials were not recognized here in Canada, she had to work really hard to go back to school for additional studies while working and raising her family. After a lot of sacrifice, dedication, and perseverance, she finished her schooling in college and passed her board exams. Norma's credentials were eventually recognized as a registered nurse. The woman I am referring to is my mom. Many Filipinos and immigrants like my mom come to Canada to build a better life for families. I'm excited to share that in Budget 2022, we propose to provide $115 million over 5 years with $30 million ongoing to expand the Foreign Credential Recognition Program. This will help up to 11,000 internationally trained healthcare professionals per year get their credentials recognized and find work in their field. It will also support projects including standardized national exams, easier access to information, faster timelines, and less red tape. That will reduce barriers to foreign credential recognition for healthcare professionals. There are many immigrants like my mom who have the critical skills and experience required to fill the job and labor shortages that we have in this country today. In a 2009 report, the Canadian Nurses Association predicted that Canada could see a shortage of 60,000 full-time nurses by 2022 as a result of the retirement projections. We know that this is further impacted by the negative effects of the pandemic. This pandemic has really shown the public the value of nurses and healthcare professionals in our overall healthcare system. As such, I want to take a moment to say thank you so much to our frontline workers who continue to take care of our families and loved ones and who have carried the greatest burden during the COVID pandemic. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Mom, I want to say thank you for sacrificing so much for John and I. And after 25 years of service in the long-term care industry, I'm so happy that you are now enjoying your retirement with Dad and your grandchildren. Another major concern that worsened during the COVID-19 pandemic was family and intimate partner violence. Family and intimate partner violence is any type of controlling or threatening behavior, physical or sexual violence, or abuse between intimate partners or family members. In 2020, Police in Peel, which includes my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville, responded to more than 18,000 incidents of family and intimate partner violence. This averages to about 50 disputes every day or 2 per hour. Most incidents never get reported. Over 85% of these incidents that report this type of violence are from women, with the highest reported rate between the ages of 25 to 34. This includes women of any race, sexual orientation, religion, or economic background. It happens mostly to women, and it threatens our basic right to live free of violence. Between 2015 and 2019, there was a 12% increase in the rate of intimate partner disputes reported to Peel Regional Police. This further increased during the pandemic. It has been reported that 44% of women 15 years of age and older who had been in an intimate partner relationship reported experiencing some sort of psychological, physical, or sexual violence in the context of intimate relationship. It is proven that violence and abuse can lead to poor physical and mental health, serious injuries, and even homicide. COVID-19 has created an unprecedented challenge for those experiencing gender-based violence and the organization that provides support and services to them. Our government moved swiftly to ensure those facing gender-based violence have a safe place to turn, and to date, the government has provided a total of $100 million in emergency funding to over 1,200 organizations, including shelters, Indigenous shelters, on and off reserve, sexual assault centers, women's organizations, and other organizations delivering essential frontline supports to women and children experiencing violence and abuse across the country. The Department for Women and Gender Equality contributed an additional $9.5 million from its program budget to support the high demand. Since April 2020, this funding has helped frontline organizations maintain capacity so that nearly 800,000 women across this country and children experiencing violence had a place to turn. This funding has ensured that continuation of critical services to those in need will continue. But the work doesn't stop here. That's why in Budget 2022, funds have been allocated to develop an action plan to end gender-based violence. Budget 2022 proposes to provide $539.3 million over 5 years, starting in 2022 to 23, to Women and Gender Equality Canada to enable provinces and territories to supplement and enhance services and supports within their jurisdictions to prevent gender-based violence and support to survivors. These funds will also assist to address family and intimate partner violence, and I hope that in this House we can all work together to stop abuse against women in all forms. Mom, thank you for giving me the tools to choose a partner in my life that loves, respects, and supports me for who I am. Last month at the Dar Al Tawhid Islamic Center in Mississauga, a man intent to, quote, kill terrorists, end quote, attacked Muslim worshippers during their prayers. The man had an axe and bear spray and numerous sharp-edged weapons. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt since 20 men took that man down as he let loose a stream of bear spray. This incident has shaken and greatly disturbed the residents and constituents in my riding of Mississauga-Streetsville. This is just one of many unacceptable incidents that have occurred regarding religion-based hate crimes. Canada has also experienced more targeted hate since the pandemic. The public health crisis further exposed and exacerbated issues related to community safety and discrimination in Canada, including hate crime. The Canadian Centre for Justice and Community Safety Statistics found police-reported hate crimes targeting race or ethnicity rose 80% in 2020 compared with 2019 and accounted for the bulk of the national increase. Hate crimes targeting East or Southeast Asian people went up by 301%. Those targeting Black people went up 92%, and those against South Asian people went up 47%. The number of anti-Indigenous hate crimes reported to police jumped 152% during the first year of COVID-19. In Budget 2022, $85 million will be allocated over 4 years to launch a much required anti-racism strategy and national action plan. This action plan will combat hate, and the funds are allocated specifically to fight racism, discrimination, and hate. I hope that in this House we can all work together to end racism, discrimination, and hate in all forms. Mom, thank you for teaching me to be strong, to stand up for myself over the years in the face of hate and racism. Very recently, you experienced blatant racism when you went door knocking for me. The hate and slander that you experienced while at a door and while a door was being slammed in your face, was absolutely unacceptable. That incident could have traumatized you and stopped you, but you kept going. Thank you for continuing to stand up for me. Mom, thank you for showing John and I what's possible in this country, for traveling with Dad to 2 different continents to provide us with a better life. All John and I ever wanted was for you to be proud of us. As an early Mother's Day gift, I want to dedicate my maiden speech to you, to Lola in heaven, and to our not-so-little girl, Cassidy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to my colleague because that was a remarkable speech that she just gave. It was very touching, very inspiring, and we don't often hear speeches like that in this House. So really, I would like to thank my colleagues so much. That was beautiful. She talked about women who are victims of spousal violence. That's an important issue. Because of housing funds, there was a resource that was built for battered women in my riding so that they could go there and take shelter with their children. Every day in Quebec, there are battered women who try to get into shelters to escape toxic relationships, but there's not enough room. So I hope that our government will continue to subsidize resources for battered women and invest even more.
I'd like to thank my honorable colleague for his feedback and for his question. I'm excited to say that as a part of our budget 2022, we are certainly investing in Canadians and making life more affordable. And specific to housing, I can say that we are allocating 25% specific to women to ensure that they can continue to be supported in Canada. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you so much for the question.
Comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge what a moving and powerful speech my colleague gave across the way. I've shared some of the experiences, certainly as an Indigenous woman, in terms of racism in this country, and it takes a lot of courage to talk about those things in such a raw, open, and giving way. I had a question about the funding that's been provided specifically for gender-based violence. One of my concerns, and I've raised this publicly several times, is the fact that in this budget, there was zero additional dollars provided for murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, something that has been acknowledged as a genocide, certainly by the Prime Minister of this country and by human rights groups and acknowledged internationally. I'm wondering what my colleague thinks of that and if she supports the need to provide additional funding to address this ongoing genocide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I can actually attest to what she just described when I visited Winnipeg myself, and I saw what was going on there, and I listened to the stories of those people impacted in your community. So I just want to, as I mentioned in the funding, that we are definitely going to be focusing on providing supports to women in that way. And I actually look forward to this being the beginning of a very strong conversation to continue to advocate for that. And I will certainly assist her and other colleagues in this House in that fashion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really want to thank my colleague from Mississauga for that very powerful speech today on the budget, and to thank her for all the advocacy that she does for women and families in this country, to advocate for funding and stronger supports. My question to her today is to ask her how she feels this budget will have a positive impact upon women, especially women that are suffering through violent relationships in communities across Canada.
Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. As I mentioned, I'm very excited for what we've got in our budget to really support and make a difference in our communities, specifically those who are impacted by gender-based violence. And in my riding of Mississauga Streetsville, there are tremendous organizations that we will continue to support and fund, because that will certainly go a long way, not just for the women in our community, but for their families and to everyone that they touch. Thank you for that question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in this chamber and to represent the people of Regina Wascana, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak today on the budget. Madam Speaker, I remember my grandmother would always say to me when growing up that if you can't say anything nice, then don't say anything at all. While that may be good advice for getting along with the neighbor kids, it doesn't work so well as an opposition member of Parliament. But I would like to at least partially take some of my grandmother's advice today and focus on one area of the budget where I think there was broad agreement, and that is the need for Canada to support Ukraine as they defend themselves from the Russian invasion. Madam Speaker, I remember when the Finance Minister was presenting her budget earlier this month, I believe she received one standing ovation from both sides of the House, and that's when she said that the Russian army invading Ukraine needs to be vanquished. I agree, Madam Speaker. Vladimir Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine is completely and totally unacceptable. Countries around the world, including Canada, need to do their part to ensure that free and democratic countries are not overrun and annexed by a dictator like Vladimir Putin. The finance minister went on to say that it was the brave people of Ukraine who would be doing the fighting against convoys of Russian tanks rolling into their country. But, Madam Speaker, there is one fundamental principle that the minister did not mention in her budget speech, which I believe everyone needs to understand. And that's this. Every time one of those Russian tanks is destroyed by the Ukrainians, it is soon replaced by another Russian tank rolling off the assembly line. Madam Speaker, if we are going to help the Ukrainians win this war and to make the world a safer place for our children and grandchildren, then it is not enough to simply destroy the Russian tanks and other weapons on the front lines. We must also stop Vladimir Putin's ability to buy more of them. Madam Speaker, tanks cost money. Bombs cost money. Battleships cost money. And where does Vladimir Putin get his money to buy all these weapons? Well, Madam Speaker, by far the biggest source of funding for the Russian war machine is oil and gas exports to Western Europe. That's Vladimir Putin's steady paycheck. That's Vladimir Putin's spending money. Oil and gas exports to Western Europe. In fact, Madam Speaker, Western Europe imports approximately 3.4 million barrels of oil and gas every day from Russia. The money that Western Europe spends on this oil and gas goes towards Vladimir Putin's war machine. He spends the money on tanks, he spends it on bombs, he spends it on battleships, all of which go towards the Russian war effort against the Ukrainian military and to commit atrocities against Ukrainian civilians, such as the bombing of a hospital maternity ward in Mariupol and the slaughter of civilians on the streets of Bucha. And so, if the international community could figure out a way to send an additional 3.4 million barrels of oil and gas to Western Europe, we could seriously inhibit Russia's ability to wage war. Madam Speaker, how can the international community make up this shortfall? Well, Canada alone could provide almost that entire amount from just 4 projects. These 4 projects have been debated many times in this House over the last few years. They are the Keystone XL pipeline, the Energy East pipeline, the Northern Gateway pipeline, and the Trans Mountain expansion. All 4 of these projects have either been cancelled or significantly delayed over the last several years because of this government's Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 and other roadblocks that they keep putting in the way. Madam Speaker, recently, the Minister of Natural Resources announced that Canada would increase oil exports to Western Europe by only 300,000 barrels per day and from existing infrastructure. Unfortunately, the minister has also described this increase as a short-term solution and only a temporary measure to help our friends and allies fighting in Ukraine. Madam Speaker, I would strongly caution this government against reverting back to its old policy of keeping Canadian oil and gas in the ground for a couple of reasons. First, no one knows when this war will end. As many of us probably learned in high school history class, when World War I broke out, all of the experts of the day said that the war would be over by Christmas. 4 years later, the war was still raging. Today, here we are, 62 days into the current conflict. It would be foolish for anyone to try to predict with any degree of accuracy when this war will be over. It could very well be the case that our allies in Western Europe will need oil and gas for the foreseeable future from countries other than Russia. Secondly, even if the war were to end tomorrow, it would be foolish for us not to learn from our past mistakes. One of the reasons why the world is in this situation is because for far too long, peace-loving, democratic countries have fallen into the bad habit of relying on petty dictators for their energy needs. All the while, Canadian oil and gas has stayed in the ground. Madam Speaker, if this country could increase its oil and gas exports by 3.4 million barrels per day and displace Russian exports to Western Europe, that raises the question, what could Canadians do with this extra money? The short answer is whatever they want. Many people who work in the natural resources sector would love the opportunity to pay down their mortgages, to save for their children's education, or to take a well-deserved vacation, especially after the last 2 years. And it's not just oil and gas workers in the private sector who would benefit. In my home province of Saskatchewan, in any given year, between 10 to 15% of the provincial government's budget comes from natural resource royalties. That's money that can go towards roads, schools, and hospitals, and other services that people rely on. Madam Speaker, over a decade ago, when resource royalties were at their height, the provincial government of Saskatchewan announced that they would build a new children's hospital in Saskatoon. This hospital opened just a few years ago and has since helped thousands of children. I believe that the vast majority of people who let their names stand to run for public office do so with good intentions, to make the world a better place for our children and grandchildren. But we all know what they say about good intentions. Madam Speaker, the cost of our inaction could not be more clear, and the contrast could not be more stark. Instead of oil and gas revenues going towards bombing children's hospitals in Mariupol, they should go towards building hospitals here in Canada. Clearly, any objective observer would have to agree that Canada has a tremendous amount of potential to do a great deal of good on the world stage. It's not necessary for democracies in Western Europe or the rest of the world to rely on petty dictators for their energy needs. It's not necessary for them to fund the war machine of Vladimir Putin or any other hostile regime. Madam Speaker, Canada can be a force for world peace and stability by simply extracting and exporting the resources that we have in this country that are literally sitting beneath our feet, not doing anyone any good. Madam Speaker, if Vladimir Putin's army is to be vanquished, to use the finance minister's term, then we need to get serious about building pipeline capacity in this country so that Western Europe and the rest of the world can buy their oil and gas from Canada instead of from Vladimir Putin's Russia. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Where I agree with the member is the fact that what's happening in Ukraine today is of a very horrific nature, and I believe it is virtually unanimous inside the chamber in terms of the desire and willingness to support Ukraine in whatever way we can get through this very difficult time. It goes far beyond Ukraine's borders, but impacts the entire free world. So we wish the very best, and we will continue to support them in whatever way we can. The question I have for the member is that I think he's trying to give an impression that if Canada was to export oil today, that money would dry up going to Russia. We all know that even if the political will and the desire of Canadians in terms of as a whole wanted that to happen, that couldn't happen overnight. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts and comments in regards to that aspect. We don't want to say something in which ultimately you cannot deliver.
Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. And I'm glad to hear that there is support from all parties in this House to support the people of Ukraine. Certainly, dictators cannot roll their tanks into neighboring countries and take over and expect to think that that is okay. As for the issue with displacing Russian oil and gas to Western Europe, I believe that the 4 projects that I mentioned should have been built years ago. I don't see why that couldn't have been done years ago, and I don't see why it has to be so difficult for private sector businesses in this country to build pipelines or to build other major projects. It should be a lot easier, and it should have been done a long time ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. When I listened to him talk about building pipelines to solve the war in Europe, two things. First, you have to realize that if we start building pipelines today, we won't be able to solve the issue right now. He said it should have been done quite some time ago, but in all due respect, is he aware that it is a global crisis we're experiencing right now? Has he seen that everyone last year in BC with the flooding and forest fires, should we not be starting a transition and stop the most polluting projects such as the oil sands? I'm not saying that against him. I understand. Well, we're willing to invest in his region, but we have to start this energy transition. I'd like to see what he has to say about that.
Well, member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question as well. I think we can all agree that there has to be a transition to clean energies at some time, but I am of the belief that global warming and the energy transition is a long-term problem that requires long-term solutions. The war in Ukraine is not a long-term problem. People are literally being bombed to death today in Ukraine. And so I think we need to prioritize the war in Ukraine for the foreseeable future. I would also say that while some countries are transitioning away from oil and gas, that is clearly not the situation today in Western Europe. 3.4 million barrels of oil and gas every day are being exported from Russia to Western Europe. And so that oil and gas creates greenhouse gas emissions just like from anywhere else in the world. And so not only is our policy of keeping oil and gas in the ground bad for the war in Ukraine, it's not doing any good for global warming because the Europeans are just buying their oil and gas from Russia.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
We are seeing climate impacts that are man-made. Emissions reductions now is critical. It is immediate and it is a long-term issue as well with the Ukraine, what's going on with the invasion in the Ukraine. It is both immediate and long-term. My question is, does the member not agree that investing more into alternative energy sources is what's needed now in this important time in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. And the short answer is yes, we do need research and development into clean energy technologies if we're ever going to deal with global warming. I would say that one source of clean energy that we need to do more with is carbon capture and storage. I had the opportunity just a couple of weeks ago to visit the Boundary Dam project just outside of Estevan, Saskatchewan, and it is incredible to see the technologies that they are developing down there with respect to carbon capture, storage, and sequestration. It's greenhouse gas emissions are not a problem if they do not go off into the air. If we can sequester them under the ground, then we can make use of all of our existing energy infrastructure, and that is a good solution for everyone.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise here in the House of Commons and represent the people of Cumberland-Colchester and debate the Budget 2022 of the SPENDP Liberals. I think it's important to consider the budget with respect to my province, my constituents, and the context of the budget itself. My home province of Nova Scotia is mentioned 4 times.
I'm sorry if I interrupt the Honourable Member, but your phone or your earpiece are close to the mic and are causing interference. Thank you very much. The Honourable Member.
Will I start over, Madam Speaker?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, you're too kind. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So that being said, Madam Speaker, I thank you for that, and it's always an extreme pleasure to rise here in the House of Commons and represent the good people of Cumberland-Colchester as we debate the SPENDP Liberal budget of 2022. And I think it's important to understand this budget in the context of my province, my riding, and my constituents, and of course the budget itself. My home province of Nova Scotia is mentioned in the 300-odd pages of the actual budget and the gazillion other pages 4 times. There's discussion about twinning the parts of the Trans-Canada Highway. There's a reference to remaining project funding through the failed infrastructure bank, and a reference to Nova Scotia Agreement on Offshore Revenues. I'm not sure the relevance of all those things. And the final reference is about the shortage of doctors and nurses in Nova Scotia, which we all know the Prime Minister promised 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners, which he's going to create out of thin air that haven't materialized. And sadly, 88,000 Nova Scotians do not have a family physicians. We also know very clearly that there's 60 to 70,000 nurses we're short in this entire country, and of course we have a burden of that as well. Sadly, as requested by all of the premiers and unanimously, there is no funding committed for an increase in the Canada Health Transfer. They did talk about loan forgiveness for physicians and nurses. They must agree to work in rural or remote areas. Physicians can easily, as I well know, accumulate $250,000 worth of debt during their education, and the proposed loan forgiveness of $60,000 seems woefully inadequate. Another major concern in my riding of Cumberland-Colchester is agriculture. Aside from the government's bungled creation of the potato wart problem due to their ineptitude with their relationship with the United States, there is no other mention of agriculture in Budget 2022. In Canada, we have about 8 agricultural colleges, not about, we actually have them, and in my riding, we actually have one. And to assume that there's no mention of agriculture in the budget and no funding for agriculture is just a sad misplacement of priorities. And we also know that this comes at a time when Canada could play a significant role on the world stage with respect to feeding the world. This great responsibility, of course, comes in relation to the Russia's illegal war in Ukraine, which my colleague very depthly spoke about, and the opportunities that exist now for Canadian farmers come at a time when fuel prices are an all-time high in the history of our nation, and of course they're an unfair tax on fertilizer that the government continues to place against farmers. This is a gross abuse of our farmers at a time when a potential for feeding the world is at an all-time high, and sadly, we then wonder, is Canada going to be able to participate in that at all? The budget speaks a bit about environment and climate change, and certainly we're unsure of how it's going to relate to Nova Scotia with the vague wording in this budget of proactive management, and I quote, of marine emergencies and other types of pollution. I do have an idea of what that means, but certainly there's no proverbial meat on the bones to help people understand how that may relate to Nova Scotia. There's no mention at all of climate change as it relates to the Isthmus of Chignecto, which I've had the pleasure to speak about here in the House before, and we know that this is a vital land link linking Canada to the great province of Nova Scotia. There's no mention of that, and we know that that is a climate emergency waiting to happen. We also know in Nova Scotia, and hopefully that my colleague from Winnipeg knows this as well, that seniors are important to all Canadians, and certainly to those of us in Nova Scotia, and that the crisis that seniors are dealing with now, with the affordability crisis, doesn't appear to be talked about in the budget either. There's no new financing added to the checks of seniors. Sad. They do talk about, though, undertaking another study, spending money that could easily be put in the pockets of seniors for a yet-to-be-named aging at home benefit. There does appear to be financing for seniors who need to make their home more accessible and for projects allowing seniors to participate in their communities more fully. But this, of course, we know, Madam Speaker, does not put oil in their tank, gas in their car, or sadly, food in their bellies. There is absolutely no financial relief for those seniors who helped build this great nation, and indeed this budget has the audacity to say that Canadians who are seniors, and this is a quote from the budget, do not have to worry about the value of their benefits keeping pace with inflation. I find that hard to believe. It goes on to say that the share of seniors in poverty is only about half of that of the overall population. Is that something to brag about? I'm not entirely sure it is. Is that really their ambitious goal that this government has set, and they believe it's okay for our seniors or any Canadians to live in poverty? I should think not. That leads me to go on to speak about this in a very personal way, about Daniel, who reached out to me and wrote me his budget. And he really wanted me to speak about this in the House of Commons, about this affordability crisis that, of course, we know is ongoing for many Canadians. He came to the office last week when we were home on Constituency Week, and he gave me a budget for his monthly income of less than $800. Let's just, Daniel's a frugal guy. He has a mortgage of $547. He has to have life insurance on his home of $35, car insurance $84, insurance on the house itself $125, bank fees $20, phone, cable, and internet, shockingly, $230 per month, property insurance $35, life insurance for his own self $100, medical insurance $140, plus $10 per month for each medication, and he's on 8 of them, and a power bill of $200 per month. And on top of all this, groceries and gas. So therefore, Madam Speaker, without any food or gasoline for his vehicle, Daniel is paying out about $1,596 per month. He's, of course, struggling to pay his bill on his $800 monthly income. And fortunately for him, his wife can work a bit as well to help support the family. As you can imagine, in this household, there's no money left over for any extras. There's no frivolous spending. There's no extras at the grocery store. He's reduced his trips to town for groceries to once a month and other essentials. And of course, this saves him on his gasoline bill not going to town as much. There's no mass transit where Daniel lives, and I'm not entirely sure when I look at this meager budget where he might cut things out. We're all beginning to realize that this is just incredible. It is really just inconvenient, and for some it is just inconceivable on how we are now in a life affordability crisis.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, now we've stood up in the past, we'll continue to stand up in the future. Obviously, you cannot do indirectly what you cannot do directly. So when the member makes reference to the word just and then throws in, he's actually making reference to the Prime Minister of Canada, which does have a title, and I would ask that we respect all the titles, whether it's official opposition leader, members, ministers, whatever it might be.
Point well taken, and yes, I was expecting the point to be raised. Please remind members to not use the expression just and in the same sentence. Thank you.
Well, I thank the member opposite for this unusual intervention. I didn't realize that just was a...
that it's not acceptable. Thank you.
Just anymore. Okay, well, I will try to fix that somehow. I will... learn some new English. One thing for certain is it is inflation, and it's a huge problem that is at higher levels than over 30 years. These spendy Liberals can go on and say that this is a global crisis and things like that, a lot of foolishness. And quite frankly, I do not believe for one second that my constituents are terribly concerned about what's going on specifically in Germany or France or anywhere else that the spendy Liberals want to talk about. That's nonsensical. When they call me or email or drop into the office, they're concerned about how they're going to put food on their tables here in Canada, which is the government's responsibility, the Prime Minister's responsibility, and not just any other problem. They're concerned about the highest inflations that Canada and Canadians have seen in over 30 years. They're concerned about the price of everything they see, from home heating fuel to groceries to gasoline for their vehicles, which goes up on an almost weekly basis. And that is the question that Daniel would like answered, perhaps from the Prime Minister. What is the government going to do about the affordability crisis that Canadians are now facing? Finally, Madam Speaker, Canadians ask me every day how we're going to pay this incredible debt that the spendy Liberals continue to accumulate. I look back to August of 1994 when my eldest daughter was born. At that point, an individual's share of the debt was $16,000, and today that is now ballooned to $31,255. And of course, if we just want to use approximate math, that is double the amount in 28 years. As this number continues to climb, the major concern I have from everyday Canadians is how with this out-of-control spending, how are we going to saddle these Canadians with that as they go forward in the future and can't even afford a house? To summarize, this budget has failed everyday Canadians like Daniel, important and vital industries such as agriculture, future Canadians such as my eldest daughter, and they are going to be saddled with this huge national debt. And finally, all Nova Scotians, with next to no mention of my home province in the budget, and certainly nothing of substance for the constituents of Cumberland-Colchester. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it will come as no surprise that I have no confidence in this government, and there is no way I can support the Prime Minister's budget of 2022. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, the member, and it doesn't surprise me, he's not voting for the budget. Wow, what a surprise. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that unlike, the Conservative members, we recognize that there has been a pandemic, a world pandemic, that affected the need to spend billions of dollars, not only here in Canada, but around the world. We also recognize, as one of his former members recognized, that there's a war happening in Ukraine. And there are economic and world conditions that have actually led to, yes, inflation. Compared to the United States, our inflation rate is less than the United States. Compared to many European Union countries, our inflation rate is less than. My question to the member is, does he not believe that he is misleading Canadians when he tries to give a blanket statement of trying to give an impression that Canadians need to be frantically worried because of inflation and not necessarily putting it into a proper perspective?
Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think if I can't use the word just, I find it inappropriate that the member opposite can say that I'm misleading Canadians with giving facts. That's a little bit rich in my mind and quite ridiculous, to be honest with you. I think what's important is that on the Conservative side of the House, we hear about everyday Canadians. They talk to us. I'm not sure that the other side really understands that we hear from real people who come in and can't afford things. I always find it fascinating as well, Madam Speaker, that they continue to go on and on about the United States and France and Germany and other places who perhaps are worse off. If they can't govern this country and it's too darn difficult for them to manage a war and a COVID crisis and to do a budget properly that's going to help Canadians, I know a group of people on this side of the House that are more than happy to take over.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague has raised concerns that are legitimate with regard to the public debt and inflation, but there is a concern that he did not raise, and that was the one concerning global warming. I don't know if in his writing they're only worried about inflation, but they should also be worried about climate change. I have many constituents who find this situation untenable, and it's going to affect their future greatly. I'd like to have heard him on this, but I have a little quick question for him. If we want to fight against inflation and against global warming, would it not be appropriate to take the money in the budget to support is it to support the oil and gas industry or not?
For Cumberland-Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question. I think the interesting thing is I did speak about climate change, and perhaps he just doesn't know the geography of Nova Scotia, that we are connected, Canada is actually connected to us by an isthmus called the Isthmus of Chignecto, which I've raised multiple times in this House, that is in significant danger of being flooded from the climate change that is happening. And what we do know, again, as I mentioned very clearly, that is not mentioned in this budget, even though this government has chosen to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to study this issue multiple times. And I think the sad thing, Madam Speaker, is that this is a very, very important link from Canada to Nova Scotia that brings across many goods every day. And this would be sadly flooded by climate change. And that is something that the government, again, has not addressed in Budget 2022.
Member for Nunavut.
The member and his party have made it clear that they are opposing the increases to dental care and pharmacy that are needed by so many Canadians. How can the member justify increasing the defense budget by $24 million when so many Canadians would benefit from dental and pharmacare?
The Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
You know, I think there's a few things there, Madam Speaker, is that we do know that health care is very, very important. It's very clear that this government doesn't believe that. They didn't increase the Canada Health transfers at all, which, again, as I mentioned, was unanimously agreed upon by all the provincial premiers. That's a sad state of affairs. In terms of other care, Nova Scotia does have a dental program, and I think in the details, when you look at their dental program and their pharmacare program, that these are very wasteful programs, that they really don't know how to administer things on the other side of the house. And when you begin to understand the costs associated with them, there's probably better ways to do it. And as I said previously, Madam Speaker, that we'd be more than happy to take that burden away from the country and take over this country as a governing party whenever we need to. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before beginning, I'll just mention I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Labrador. Budget 2022 was tabled at a time when Canada is seeing historic growth in our economy. Canada's GDP is higher than it's ever been, and the IMF is projecting Canada to have the fastest growing economy in the G7 both this year and next year. Canada's recovered 115% of the jobs lost at the height of the pandemic, as compared to only 93% in the United States. And we have the lowest unemployment rate that we've had in almost 5 decades. And Canada entered the pandemic with the lowest net debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and Budget 2022 will maintain this position by ensuring our clear fiscal anchor of a declining net debt to GDP ratio remains in place to have a fiscally prudently path forward. And despite these lofty numbers, inflation caused by COVID-related global supply chain disruptions, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and record low interest rates is impacting Canadians through rising prices as they buy their groceries, as they fill their cars, or as they look for a home. And that's why Budget 2022 prioritizes tackling affordability challenges to make homeownership more attainable and to relieve healthcare costs, while we simultaneously focus on growing our economy and protecting our environment. The rising cost of housing is the most visible and alarming example of affordability challenges in our country, as home ownership continues to fall further out of reach for many Canadians. For example, in two of the largest communities in my riding, the average house currently sells for over $4 million, while the fastest growing areas saw home increases by about 40% year over year. And this is clearly not sustainable, and the large shortage of housing in Canada is playing a big part. Foreign investment and speculation has taken housing off the market for Canadians, while unfair real estate practices have driven up prices, and high prices have made it particularly difficult for young Canadians to enter the market. And so to respond to this, Budget 2022 takes action on all these fronts. Canada's population is growing faster than any G7 country, and with fewer homes per capita than most OECD countries, that cannot continue if we want homes to be affordable. To address this, Canada will double new housing construction over the next decade. We're proposing to invest $4 billion to launch the Housing Accelerator Fund to work with municipalities to build over 100,000 of the right sort of housing in our communities. We're also tying infrastructure investments to densification to do what we can as a federal government to discourage the NIMBYism that is shutting out young Canadians and workers from communities they grew up in or that they work in. We're also extending the Rapid Housing Initiative to quickly build more supportive housing units, creating a rent-to-own program to help young professionals to get into the market, and making the largest investment in cooperatives in over 3 decades amongst many other initiatives. And we also need to keep building housing in Indigenous communities. As difficult as it is to find housing for most Canadians, it's even worse in Indigenous communities. And fixing that is a vital step forward on the path on reconciliation. And Budget 2022 proposes investments of $4.3 billion to build and expand housing in Indigenous communities and to co-develop and launch an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. To tackle the commodification of housing, we're banning non-resident foreign investment in Canadian housing for 2 years to ensure that Canadian homes are owned by people that live and contribute to our country. We're also introducing a tax on home flippers where property is sold within 12 months of acquisition, as well as taxing assignments of new builds. We're also working with the provinces to develop a home buyer bill of rights to eliminate unfair practices like blind bidding, which unnecessarily drive up housing prices, and to ensure that buyers have the right to a home inspection when they're making the largest investment of their lives. We're also creating the tax-free First Home Savings Account to assist young Canadians to get into the housing market. This account will give prospective first-time homebuyers the ability to save and invest up to $40,000. Like an RRSP, contributions will be tax deductible, and withdrawals to purchase a first home, including investment income, would be non-taxable, like a TFSA. And while housing is the most prominent factor in the affordability crisis, it is by no means the only one. One of the things I've consistently heard across my riding is that the high cost and availability of childcare has hurt both families and businesses. And that's why our government created the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system last year. By the end of this year, childcare fees will be reduced by an average of 50%, or to $20 a day in British Columbia, and will average $10 a day by 2026. And this will save BC families $6,000 per child on average by the end of this year, and over $9,000 per child by the end of 2026. And to build on the 40,000 new spaces that will be created as part of this, Budget 2022 will invest another $625 million to create even more spaces. And this is what parents have told me is an even greater challenge in many respects than the cost, where some families in my riding are waiting over 2 years for childcare. So this is not just an important social policy, it's also an important economic policy, as it will allow both parents to return to the workforce. And getting people back to work is in fact one of the largest challenges we have in our economy, with almost 875 unfilled jobs across the country. Childcare and building housing addresses two main factors, but the backlog in immigration processing is caused by the pandemic is a third. So Budget 2022 contains $2.1 billion to clear these backlogs. And importantly, it will support improvements that will streamline the temporary foreign worker program that is crucial to find workers in sectors and regions with the largest labor shortages, including in tourist-dependent areas that have been hit hard by the pandemic. Canada's public healthcare system is a source of immense national pride, and it protected us through the worst of the pandemic. But it is not complete. Budget 2022 fills an important remaining gap with the creation of a new dental care program. Starting this year, children under 12 will have access to dental care, and this program will be steadily expanded so that all Canadian families with income under $90,000 will have access by 2025. And while the federal government provided 80% of the pandemic relief programs to mitigate the impact of the pandemic, a backlog of surgeries formed over the last 2 years. And that's why the government is going to be stepping up once again to provide the provinces with support of over $2 billion to top up the Canada Health Transfer to clear them. Last year's devastating flooding and wildfires in BC were a wake-up call to many in BC that we're living in a climate emergency. Budget 2022 shows that the Government of Canada is both ensuring that we're resilient to an already changing climate, while following through on its now legislated commitment to reduce emissions by at least 40% by 2030. Total investments in climate action and greening the economy will exceed $28 billion in this year's budget, building on the over $100 billion already committed. Importantly, to mitigate future wildfires, we will be training 1,000 new firefighters, increasing our satellite monitoring capability, investing in new firefighting equipment, and working with Indigenous peoples on traditional ways of mitigating wildfires. And our government knows that climate policy must be implemented in a way that creates jobs and does not overly burden Canadians. And that's why this year's budget will expand and extend incentives into zero emissions vehicles to tackle our second highest source of emissions, as well as investing in charging networks to support them. New tax benefits for heat pump manufacturing and additional capital from residential retrofits will build on the $5,000 grants and the $40,000 no-interest loans for home retrofits to save Canadians money and reduce household emissions. Investments of $15 billion in the Canada Growth Fund and $3.8 billion into our critical mineral strategy will allow Canada to be competitive in the entire battery supply chain that will play a crucial role in the clean economy that will drive job growth around the world. Scrapping tax credits that support new oil and gas production while creating new tax credits that support clean technologies will help the private sector play an increasing role in the transition to a cleaner economy. And as we increasingly electrify our economy, we're investing to expand our green electricity generation with almost $900 million to develop new clean electricity projects and to modernize our electrical grid. Our environment has a special place in the hearts of British Columbians, but many of our most important land and marine ecosystems are at risk. To protect our last remaining old-growth forests in British Columbia, we're creating the Old Growth Nature Fund. This fund will leverage provincial and private capital to protect more of BC's irreplaceable old-growth forests and the many species at risk that call them home. We're also expanding the highly successful Oceans Protection Plan that has done incredible restoration work throughout our most sensitive marine areas, with an additional $2 billion to do even more. And as I see my time's running out, I won't have time to touch on many of the other areas of this budget that will make a real difference in the lives of Canadians, and as well as help us continue to accelerate along a path to more sustainable development. But I want to end by saying that these policies and investments mark the beginning of a post-COVID world, and through prudent yet ambitious spending, our government will help Canadians build a future in which everyone can prosper while maintaining a strong and sustainable fiscal position. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for his speech. I know he's done a great deal of advocacy before politics. In a previous life, I believe, as a lawyer with Indigenous communities, and I wonder what he could point to in the budget specifically that relates to that very issue, to how Budget 2022 remarks on and how it focuses on Indigenous issues and what he sees as most promising there. Especially interested to hear it from him, considering his background, I should say. Thank you.
Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from London for the question. Indeed, there's very important investments made as part of this budget to support the path forward on reconciliation. I mentioned in my speech earlier the very, very much needed investments into Indigenous housing. But there's also important investments made in implementing the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the action plan on that, as well as dealing with some of the main economic barriers that Indigenous peoples continue to face that's preventing them from having the type of economic development that the rest of the country has. So changes to the First Nations Land Management Act will be very important in that regard, as well as some very important investments on improving child welfare in Indigenous communities. So I think collectively there's a lot in this budget that will support the path forward on reconciliation, which is of course a critical priority of this government.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The member talked about the action that they're going to take in reducing foreign investment in Canadian real estate for the next 2 years, and that's a great idea as it came from the Conservative platform. I have two questions for him quickly in regard to that. We indicated that in 2 years it would be reviewed again. 2 years is a short term for people who have investment plans. So would they be looking at that? Does he feel they should need to make sure that they do readdress that? And also there is a loophole. I've heard this from people in the Lower Mainland where this doesn't prevent students coming to Canada from having their parents purchase housing. And of course, they're here short-term on student visas. So does he see that as a potential loophole that's harming Canadians' ability to afford a home?
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Melville for the question. Indeed, this is a measure that's put in place for 2 years, and we'll be able to monitor the impact and benefits of this measure and determine what the path forward is at that point. As I mentioned in my speech, we want to make sure that homes in Canada are used for people that actually live here. They're not used as investments. And this is part and parcel to making sure that we're able to do just that. I would caution a little bit that this is certainly going to have an impact, not a huge impact, as the experience from BC shows. But I would also mention that as we're doing this measure, we're also accelerating our path forward on a beneficial ownership registry. So this will give all governments the tools to make sure that housing in Canada is not being used to evade taxes or money laundering in our other areas, which is also boosting the price of real estate. So this is part and parcel of our overall fairness in real estate action plan.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In committee, I had the opportunity to speak to the president of CMHC about the housing crisis, and I asked her what we should do, and she said we need to increase supply. But there are things that focus on demand instead, and it's in the long term. Now, there are some good measures, but one of them only starts next year. People are going to be able to use this measure, but it, when you have $8,000 for a house, that's not going to help people who are underprivileged. So why don't they invest more in the Wrapping Housing Initiative, for example? Because that way you can really help the most underprivileged, because that's not what this budget does.
For West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Et je veux...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. This budget makes investments in the RHI, and I think that's very important for the most vulnerable Canadians. But that's not the only investment. We've also invested in cooperatives. That's the largest investment that's been made in 30 years. And I'm thinking of other investments as well in the Canada Housing Benefit. That's one of the things that's going to help. But all of these investments, I think, amount to $14 billion. But yes, we need to work very closely with the provinces and municipalities to help vulnerable people.
Debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House today. I want to first thank and acknowledge my colleague for West Vancouver's Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for that fantastic speech he gave this morning, but also Madam Speaker, for all the work he does inside of our government in lobbying on so many issues that affect his riding and other Canadians. Madam Speaker, I listened to a lot of debate around this budget in the last few days. And I know that some days when you get up every day and everything is doom and gloom and all you see is negativity, it's really hard to see the positive impact that is happening for so many in their lives across this country. But Madam Speaker, I live in a province in Newfoundland and Labrador, and I can tell you that in my riding of Labrador, we will be supporting this budget wholeheartedly, and I want to tell you the reasons why. Because not only are we recognizing that there are sectors amongst us in this country that deserve to be lifted up, that deserve to be signaled out in terms of investments, but we're also responding to critical needs of people that have been ignored for far too long in this country. I'm an MP from a northern region of Canada. I represent a strong Indigenous population of Innu and Inuit people. I have many rural, remote communities across my riding, and I can honestly tell you that why we have never seen investments in our northern communities ever before in our history like we're seeing today. When you look at Newfoundland and Labrador in general, we are the government that renewed the Atlantic Accord Agreement with Newfoundland and Labrador at a time in their history when they needed the financial revenues and the assistance. $2.5 billion under the Atlantic Accord is allowing that province to share in the royalties that they have fostered, developed, and produced and remitted to the Government of Canada over the years and continue to do so. We did investments in rate mitigation of $5.2 billion. That was an agreement that we did with the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Again, as a shareholder, Canada has drawn down taxes and benefits from our province for many years through the oil and gas industry. No other government, including the members opposite, ever agreed to do what was fair in giving back some of that revenue to the province at a time when they needed it the most. We are the first government to do that. Madam Speaker, the members across talk about we don't support industry, we don't support jobs. We have invested more in economic development and resource development than any other government before us. We have bought pipelines, we have set up critical mineral developments, we have invested in infrastructure to support major resource development projects in Canada, and when the people of Alberta needed assistance through COVID, when the oil and gas industry was reaching the bottom of the barrel, who stepped up? Who stepped up? It was our government, because we recognize that workers should always come first, that families should always come first. Now, members stand up and they criticize the money that was spent in COVID. They criticize the fact that 40% of the wage businesses who employ people in Canada received a wage subsidy. Do you think these workers should not have received that? That they should have been sent home with no income? They would have lost their homes, they would have lost their cars, their kids would have had to leave university and colleges? Is that what they're suggesting? Because that is not what we believe, Mr. Speaker. That is not what we believe. In fact, in my own province, Madam Speaker, in my own province of Newfoundland and Labrador, do you know that there was 49,000 jobs that were maintained as a result of the wage subsidy? 49,000 income earners who were able to pay their mortgage on their homes through COVID because of the response of our government. That I will never apologize for. But, Madam Speaker, it's easy to be a naysayer. It's a lot more difficult to devise a plan that responds to the real needs of Canadians. That is where the challenge is. They talk about health care. There is no issue more important to the constituents that I represent in this Parliament than health care. Whether that be care for mental health and supports, for suicide prevention, for addiction services, for surgeries, for physician access, for nursing access, all of these things are critical. They're not only important for the constituents that I represent in this House of Commons, but for all Canadians. And you know, sometimes it's not a bad thing that the Government of Canada steps up when they're needed to step up. And that's what we're doing. We have a backlog of surgeries in this country. I talked to a doctor in Quebec only last week who told me he can't even get scheduled ER time. That's how much the ERs are blocked. That's how deep their backload is. I talked to doctors in Newfoundland and Labrador. The situation is no different. It exists across the country. For members to stand and say, I won't support this budget, they're saying, I won't support the Government of Canada investing in surgeries and bringing the wait list down for Canadians who need access to health care. The other thing we're doing, a rural member. I'm not the only rural member in this House of Commons. I'm not the only northern member in this House of Commons. And I can tell you that the recruitment of doctors and nurses in rural and northern Canada have become a crisis. It has become a crisis. The only way you can get a doctor and nurse is on a locum. It's temporarily. There's no consistency in service. What we're doing as a government is providing an incentive for doctors and nurses to come and live in northern and rural communities across Canada. An incentive that will allow people to have good medical services no matter where they live. The consistency of having a doctor, a regular doctor, or a regular nurse could mean the difference between having diagnoses and treatments that will save people's lives early on. And we can never forget that. Is that something that we should be apologizing for as a government, that we're going to invest in a healthcare system that allows for that to happen? And I know I heard members today say, it's not your responsibility. The provinces could be doing it. These are the same provinces who are asking us for more health care money. They are asking us to increase spending. They are telling us we cannot afford to continue down the path that we are going. So we are stepping up. And we're stepping up in those areas, just like we're doing on dental care, just like we've done for many northern Inuit communities on a suicide strategy, to be able to deal with what is becoming and has been a major crisis for many northern communities in Canada. But, Madam Speaker, I know I'm getting to the end of my time, which is unfortunate because I've only just begun to get through this list. But there is no other government in our history that have stepped up on reconciliation. We are the first. And we have not only built a relationship that respects and honors the rights of Indigenous people in this country, but we have worked with them in partnership to build better homes, to build better infrastructure, to build a stronger economy, to build a future that they can grow and prosper in, and one that they can control. Can any of the others honestly say that that is not the right direction for Canada? Because I can guarantee you, what we bring to Indigenous Canada, they bring to the rest of us 10 times over. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Okay, the honourable member for Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire, Brandon Suris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to congratulate my colleague on her speech. It's a pleasure to sit with her on the Natural Resources Committee, but I just want to say, you know, it's no coincidence that the price of a house has doubled in Canada, because this government has doubled the debt in the years that they've been in government as well. It's parallel, and it's not a plan for the future, Madam or Mr. Speaker. Was Madam Speaker? Change there, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to say as well that Prime Minister Harper was the first to apologize to First Nations for the indignities that had been taking place. So I think there's room for all governments to be involved here. This government is not the first one to do any of these things, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to see what she'll say in regards to, they talk about the money that they're putting into housing, and we're still tremendously short of housing in Canada. And yet inflation has doubled. The price of a house has gone to $840,000 from $420,000. So how can they sustain this and say that the spending that they've done is not causing inflation when the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself has indicated that only a third of the spending that they've done has gone towards the pandemic?
Let's not forget that it's questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, and I really want to thank my colleague. Not only do I sit on the Natural Resources Committee with him, but for a few years we were under Arctic parliamentarians together, and he's certainly been a tremendous support for communities across the Arctic as well. Madam Speaker, I want to say a couple of things. First of all, Mr. Speaker, see how quick they change? I want to say a couple of things. First of all, you can't get up one moment in one sentence and criticize the fact that the Government of Canada is investing in Canadians and then in the same breath say you're spending too much money on Canadians. Because it's one way or the other. What we've done as a government is we have invested in housing. We've invested in housing for urban centers, for rural centers, for Indigenous people, for low-income families. We've invested in housing for women fleeing violence. We've invested in housing for homelessness, for many groups and developers who want to do co-development housing. We've invested to make it more accessible and affordable for homeowners to buy. I asked the member opposite, what suggestions do you have that we have not done to make the program stronger and more affordable for Canadians?
I have all kinds of suggestions, but I'm not allowed to share them with you as Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I went to volunteer in a homeless shelter in my riding, and it was created during the pandemic. And I find it very troubling because I was there to help serve meals, and it's open 24/7. And as I said, it was open during the pandemic. And at 6 o'clock, they have to send people away. And so they can serve 50 meals, but they only have 30 places to sleep. People wait outside, and they simply can't accept everyone. And it was very sad because it was raining, and there were so many people who were still waiting outside, and not all of them were going to get a bed, so they would have to go and sleep in parks. It was really terrible. And the federal government is still hesitating to renew the amounts allocated to those shelters in the budget. They say that they're going to continue funding them up until 2026, but people need predictability. We need predictability in this funding. Why can't the government put in place 15-year plans for the climate crisis and, for homeless shelters? I think it's a scandal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to thank my colleague for his question, and I certainly understand where he's coming from. I know that he recognizes the problem that is being challenging for many Canadians with regard to homelessness. He'll be happy to know that in this budget, we're investing over $8 billion in housing and homelessness across Canada. It's the first housing strategy ever in the country, and I look forward to him voting for the budget and supporting that initiative.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I always enjoy listening to her in the House of Commons, and she represents a stunningly beautiful part of this country. But it's also an area, as she well knows, in Labrador that has been, unfortunately, facing the same incredible shortage of affordable housing that we've seen in other parts of the country. And what we've seen over the last few decades, both from the former Paul Martin government that axed the National Housing Program to the dismal decade of the Harper government, going back to this government that really up until now has not adequately funded the important sector of affordable housing. We now have, for the first time, because of the NDP push and the work of the member from Burnaby South, we have, for the first time, adequate investing in housing. But my question to my colleague is very simply this. How does she feel about these previous governments that refused to take the incredible dearth of affordable housing seriously?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from my colleague, but it would take me the rest of the afternoon to answer it in terms of telling him how I really feel. But what I will say is this. The money in this budget is not by accident when it comes to responding to housing needs in Canada. We know they're there. We know what Canadians have been saying. We have been listening, and we're responding. And I want to thank my colleague for his advocacy and his support towards these investments for Canadians.
And that's kind of all the time we have. But I just want to remind everyone that the quicker and we have questions and the quicker we have comments, the quicker we have answers, the more people get to participate in this great round of questions and comments. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise today and join in the debate on the 2022 budget. I'd like to congratulate this government for having a string of 2 years in a row where they've tabled a budget. They kind of broke that historical trend for a while, but in many ways, this is a historic budget and one that may well be remembered for generations to come. It will be remembered as the budget that failed to rein in reckless spending and restore fiscal responsibility, a budget that has put the financial well-being and access to government services for future generations at risk. That doubled down on failed policies in the pursuit of ideology. It will also be remembered as the New Democratic Party's first federal budget, no small feat for a party that officially won only 25 seats with less than 18% of the vote just 6 months ago, a government that nobody voted for and that wasn't even debated in the last election. Mr. Speaker, it has never been clearer that we have an NDP Prime Minister who just happened to be born into the Liberal Party. Instead of going his own way as a New Democrat, he decided it would be easier to turn the once fiscally reasonable Liberal Party of Sir Wilfrid Laurier and Jean Chrétien into a mirror image of the NDP, complete with a coalition-style partnership to avoid scrutiny and accountability. That reality is reflected in this budget, and it's future generations that are going to bear the burden of it. Mr. Speaker, it was necessary to engage in extraordinary spending in the early days of the pandemic in order to ensure that Canadians had the support they needed to make it through the incredibly difficult times brought on by the pandemic and the various public health measures brought in across the country by all levels of government to address it. Unfortunately, the government treated...
I think we have a point of order from the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to note that that was not the first NDP budget. First budget was the Honourable Jack Layton. I was there at that time and thought we would correct the record. That is not the first NDP budget. We've already done that, been there.
I think we're descending into debate once again. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for reminding us of the napkin budget brought in a few years ago. That was with the Liberals as well. But, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the government treated this rationale as an opportunity to spend wildly and recklessly on policies that did nothing to support Canadians through the pandemic or that would help create sustainable economic growth in the future to help pay for their spending. This budget continues this practice with a deficit of $52.8 billion and no plan to reach a balanced budget. At the end of the 2014-2015 fiscal year, the federal debt was just over $612 billion with a budgetary surplus of $1.9 billion. Thank you, Stephen Harper. Now the federal debt is almost $1.2 trillion and is anticipated to reach $1.3 trillion in the next couple of years. The cost to service our debt this year alone will be $26.9 billion. Inflation has reached a 31-year high, and we have just seen the largest rate hike in decades by the Bank of Canada, a full 0.5 percentage point to bring the overnight rate to 1% in order to deal with government spending-driven inflation. We know that the Bank of Canada will continue to aggressively raise interest rates, making this spending even less sustainable. In fact, one of the reasons the Bank of Canada had to increase it so aggressively is because of this unsustainable spending, something that the NDP Liberals would realize if they weren't all following the Prime Minister's example and not thinking at all about monetary policy. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the devastating impact that inflation is having across Canada. Too many people who have just been getting by for the past couple of years, or even longer in some cases, now find themselves in a situation where they no longer can get by. Groceries, fuel, and pretty much everything else you can think of is getting more and more expensive. Housing costs have skyrocketed, with the price of the average house doubling since the Prime Minister came into office, increasing 30% in the last year alone. Young Canadians who have seen their dreams of home ownership evaporate under this government were hoping for some sort of inspired measure in this budget, something that showed the NDP Liberal coalition understood the issue and were trying actually to fix it. Instead of hope, Mr. Speaker, the government doubled down on more of the same failed policies that haven't helped young people get homes in the last 6 years. Nothing in the budget will help get homes built this year. In fact, the solution that the coalition government has put forward seems to be a plan to increase the size of the bureaucracy, not the supply of houses. The budget almost acknowledges that the government isn't even trying to help young people get into their own homes. Instead of a serious plan to cut red tape, cut costs, and build homes, the government decided that a multi-generational home renovation tax credit was the way to go. So now, Mr. Speaker, families are the cornerstone of our society, and supporting our loved ones as they age or when they're facing hard times is, of course, admirable. And I'm sure you would do it for your family, and most Canadians would want to do the same if they were able to do so. But considering the housing crisis, this tax credit, which gives up to $7,500 for renovations to make a secondary suite, isn't a nice social policy to help support strong families. This is an admission of failure by the NDP Liberal government, an admission that they are going to give up on helping get young people out of their parents' basements and put them into their own homes. The government is telling young people that instead of trying to fix this mess that they created and help them get into homes, they're going to help families fix up a basement suite so it feels like their own place. Mr. Speaker, young Canadians want the pride of home ownership, the ability to build some equity, and have the autonomy that comes with living on their own or with their partner or spouse. They don't want the government to help put a shower in the half bath in mom and dad's basement and call it a day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without a meaningful plan to increase supply, bring prices to a reasonable level, and help new people enter the housing market, that's exactly how this tax credit is going to be interpreted by Canadians, and who, Mr. Speaker, could possibly blame them? Mr. Speaker, another thing that was in this budget is the expected increase in the amount of equalization payments. If you recall, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, Bill Morneau, quietly locked in the equalization formula until 2024 with virtually no consultation. The Liberal government of the day didn't really care that Alberta and other Western provinces were going through hard times. They just saw my home province as a piggy bank that they were willing to shake every last dime out of while they could. Well, Mr. Speaker, after all these years of Liberals taking from that piggy bank without putting anything back in, there isn't much left to give. But that won't stop the NDP Liberal coalition from trying, and if that means smashing the bank open, they're going to be quite all right with that. The feeling that this government doesn't understand Alberta or that it's actively trying to dismantle its economy and way of life isn't new. Some held out hope that with the finance minister being at least born in Alberta and the associate finance minister representing an Edmonton riding, that there could have been some sort of consideration given to our province, but that certainly wasn't the case with this budget. The attack on the energy sector continues, with the NDP Liberal government doubling down on the plan to phase out the oil and gas sector. With this budget, the government will no longer allow the use of flow-through shares for the oil and gas industries, so smaller firms that rely on this important tool will find it that much harder. The government has asked them to reduce their emissions and navigate an ever more complicated regulatory system, and at the same time, the Liberal NDP government is working to ensure that oil and gas companies don't have the resources that they will need to accomplish either of those goals. The budget did include, however, a tax credit for carbon capture and storage, but unfortunately it's deeply flawed. The budget suggests that there is a credit for carbon capture, utilization, and storage, which means that the recovered oil can also be utilized, but in the case of the energy sector in my province, that's simply not true. The tax credit specifically rules out enhanced oil recovery, where the carbon that is being sequestered can be pumped back into the well to be permanently sequestered, and in the process helps extract oil that is at the bottom, which is otherwise could no longer be accessed. This technology creates the lowest emission oil possible, allows for wells to be fully utilized, resulting in jobs, royalties, and the CO2 is still sequestered. Enhanced oil recovery sequestration is already taking place. There is already a process, a regulatory regime, and businesses operating in this space. In my riding, Enhanced Energy has used this method to sequester CO2 and recover the cleanest oil in North America. A year ago, they announced that they had reached a monumental milestone of sequestering 1 million tons of CO2, an equivalent of taking 350,000 cars off the road. So, Mr. Speaker, if you're puzzled by the fact that the government is against this technology, so is absolutely everybody in Alberta. And if the NDP Liberals want to see emissions reduced, they need to put their ideology aside and support the oil and gas sector and support CCUS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm curious to the member opposite. He spoke out of one side of his mouth saying the government has spent too much, then out of the other side of his mouth saying, you know, we're not supporting Canadians enough. So I'd like him to clarify, what exactly does he not support in this budget? Does he not support providing early learning and childcare? Does he not support dental coverage for seniors? Does he not support other supports for seniors? We doubled the first-time home buyers tax credit. He talked about housing being an issue and housing affordability, yet he doesn't support the very measures. So, Mr. Speaker, which is it? Do they support Canadians, or are they just here for political hits?
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, the dental care plan was for people under the age of 12, and the member that asked me the question just asked it for seniors, so I don't even think she understands her own budget. Mr. Speaker, the reality is not a single province was actually asking for dental care transfers from the federal government. What that actually is a promise made to the NDP for continued support of a corrupt, tired government that doesn't have any idea how to get its spending under control.
A point of order. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member just said that the government is corrupt. Then the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman said the Prime Minister is corrupt in a heckle. Perhaps both members would like to apologize to the House for making such an outlandishly false statement.
Maybe I would suggest maybe to the member that you can rephrase that. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I'll just call it the ethically challenged government, as witnessed at Trudeau Report 1 and Trudeau Report 2, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we're still back on to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Shefford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but there are two words that he put together and surprised me. First, I'd like to hear what he has to say about that, because he said the words clean oil. We can agree that we're talking about oil sands that are anything but clean. And these two words next to each other is kind of whitewashing them. I have nothing against investing in research and development, but would this not be a good opportunity that has been lost in this budget to invest to help workers and Western Canada to get out of oil and to go much greener? I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
It never ceases to amaze me that the Bloc Québécois is actually here to tell Albertans how to live their lives. They seem to be more obsessed with the industries and businesses in Alberta than they are with the industries and businesses in their own province. If the member was actually listening to my speech, I talked about carbon capture, utilization, and storage. This isn't an oil sands development at all. This is putting carbon dioxide, liquefied carbon dioxide, down into a well for a sweet crude well to recover sweet crude. The fact that the Bloc Québécois member doesn't even understand these basic elements of how the oil and gas sector leads me to believe that I shouldn't be taking her advice at all on how Alberta's economy should work.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his brilliant mansplaining. And I just want to ask, I know he talks about a lot of the similarities between the NDP and the Liberals. The NDP has fought really hard to divest from fossil fuel subsidies. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague supports the Liberal government continuing to fund fossil fuel industries and put the hands of money into big oil instead of the hands of people.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Albertan. I'm an MP that used to work in the patch. I was a roughneck. I worked on directional drilling rigs as an MWD hand. I'm very familiar with the oil and gas sector. So if I'm able to explain it, I'll apologize if that offends some people that I actually have that experience. But nobody in Alberta and nobody in the energy sector, Mr. Speaker, is accusing the Liberal government and the NDP coalition partners of being beneficial in any way, shape, or form. So I don't even understand the context of her question, because not a single oil and gas company in Alberta or anywhere in this country is actually applauding, other than under duress or just trying to keep the government of the day at least reasonably happy to do as little damage as possible. The reality is this government has oversaw the loss of well over 200,000 jobs in the Western Canadian energy sector economy. That's what they have done. If they would have done that to any other part of the economy, killed 200,000 jobs in the auto sector, killed several 100,000 jobs in the aerospace sector, killed several 100,000 jobs off the coast in the fishing industry, this country would be in an uproar. But because it's just Alberta, and Alberta bashing is popular with the Bloc, the NDP, and with the Liberals, it seems to somehow be okay. It's not, Mr. Speaker.
Time for another question. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member spoke of not only carbon capture and storage, but enhanced oil recovery. We know carbon capture and storage has been demonstrated 32 times out of 40 to actually increase emissions as a result. Enhanced oil recovery, for the record, again, is digging to the deepest and dirtiest oil possible to use carbon capture to extract that. And so I wonder to the member, my question is to him, why not use those same funds to invest in workers, to invest in their prosperity in the economy of the future, rather than digging for the deepest and dirtiest oil possible?
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I'm at a loss at the lack of knowledge that my honourable colleague has. When it comes to the oil and gas sector, this is clean, sweet crude that's in carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology. This is going into reservoirs that have long since been abandoned after the water flood and everything else that's happened to recover oil, because liquefied carbon dioxide is actually unbinds that oil from the pore structures deep in the ground and releases that easy energy that we've already got all those years ago. This is the cleanest oil that we have. And the carbon dioxide that's going down into the well stays down there. The only carbon that's coming up is the oil that's recovered through enhanced oil recovery. That money actually reduces the cost of the sequestration, because it is in and of itself providing the cost of the sequestration. What the Liberals are doing with this budget is simply spending more money only on sequestration. There's no return on the investment at all, so it actually costs everybody more money that we could be investing in research and development for other clean technologies.
Well, that's all the time we have for that. Déclaration de député, statements by members. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the Hockey Marathon for Kids, also known as the world's longest hockey game, was played in Chestermere, Alberta, directly east of my constituency of Calgary Skyview this April. Hardworking players and volunteers raised nearly $1 million for the Alberta Children's Hospital Foundation to support research into childhood cancer. They played 261 hours to break the previous Guinness World Record by almost 9 hours. 40 hockey players spent 10.5 days away from their friends and family without leaving the arena. I would like to congratulate all the players, donors, family, and friends who made this happen. A special thank you goes out to Alex Salat and Leslie Plumley from Hockey Marathon, to Seifa Kuner from the Alberta Children's Hospital Foundation, and to Carrie Irwin and Satvir Sahota for their contributions to this special event. I'm excited to see the record be broken once again next year.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Intellectual Property Day, or IP Day. And in Canada, we are celebrating the importance of innovation, ingenuity, and invention. Without Canada, the world would not have insulin, the snowmobile and the Sea-Doo, peanut butter, or the zipper. This year's international theme is IP and Youth, innovating for a better future. Today, we are celebrating our young innovators like Chad Gershwitz from Belleville, who already at 34 years old has founded 2 successful companies, including Renify, which provides an innovative new way to help landlords with their tenants. It is our young innovators who will develop new inventions in bioscience, clean energy, quantum computing, and AI to better use Canada's existing natural resources, create wealth, new businesses, and drive creation, which will kill inflation. Mr. Speaker, intellectual property is the currency of innovation, and we need to fully invest in and support our young innovators who are using this currency to innovate a better future for all Canadians. Happy IP Day.
Here, here. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, we all have someone in our lives who has been touched by cancer. This month, we spread hope to the cancer fighters, including my mom. And we pray for those who have lost their lives battling cancer. Last month, I met Dhara Vishani from Brampton South, just weeks before she lost her battle to stage 4 breast cancer. Mr. Speaker, time is so precious, and Dhara conveyed that every day. Healthcare workers and organizations like the Canadian Cancer Society are leading the fight against cancer. Canada has made breakthroughs in the treatment, detection, and prevention of cancer, but there will always be more work to do. Early detection is key, but too often we get so busy taking care of others and we forget to take care of ourselves. I encourage all Canadians to prioritize their health and get screenings, as well as raise awareness to support those affected by cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, today I have the pleasure of sharing that the Dagenet family has won 2 awards. This family has owned hardware stores since 1928 in Saint-Sauveur, in my riding of Laurentides-Labelle. The first award given by the Association québécoise de la quincaillerie et des matériaux de construction is the Heritage Award, and the second is the prestigious Prix du Bâtisseur for their success. It was given by Rona to Mr. André Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins was at the helm, along with his wife, Lise Rochon, for over 50 years. The next generation is ready. His children, Annie and Martin, as well as his son-in-law, Philippe Beauséjour, are continuing the Desjardins family business. I send them my congratulations, and I wish them a long life, and above all, to maintain, along with their 160 employees, the spirit of family and generosity for which they are known within their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, last weekend I had the honour of joining members of the Armenian community to commemorate the 107th anniversary of the genocide. We heard very personal stories from their families about members who had experienced or witnessed these atrocities. The pain never subsided. On April 24th, 1915 is the day when the Ottoman Turks began a genocide that led to the death of 1.5 million Armenians. Shining a light on the truth and making people aware is essential for healing. The determination of the Armenian people have allowed them to maintain their culture, religion, their identity, and to have a free country. I will always stand forever with the Armenian people in Armenia, and I commit to never forgetting, and I would ask us all to never forget.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm pleased to highlight the Dave Rosdeba South Alberta Flight Academy, located in my riding. Based out of Eagle Butte High School, it is a partnership between Prairie Rose School Division and Super T Aviation. The program consists of grade 10 to 12 students who combine their traditional high school curriculum with flight school and provides them the opportunity to earn their private pilot's license. Students participate in ground school, where they study everything from basic airplane parts and discovery flights and the flight simulators to detailed aviation structures and navigation. By grade 12, these students have essentially completed ground school and are preparing for their private pilot's license exam. And what's unique is every year each student flies within their program. One day a week, these students participate in the building of a full-sized kit-based aircraft that the Academy intends on using within the program. It's inspirational, Mr. Speaker, to see these aviation-passionate students prepare for their own futures. I'm excited to return to the Academy in late June to take flight with these new pilots. Well done, everyone.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North.
Village to build a community. There are 5 tiny homes being built in Halton as part of a pilot program to serve the Chippewas of the Nawash unceded First Nation. This means affordable emergency housing options will be available on reserve, giving community members a sense of dignity, independence, safety, and so much more. Notre Dame Catholic High School is one of the schools where students have explored skilled trades, getting hands-on experience. Over 57 students have participated in the project across 2 semesters, plus an additional 38 students who joined the after-school program, all led by the inspirational teacher, Mr. Alan Nason. Recently, I joined Minister of Housing, Chippewas of the Nawash Chief Veronica Smith, partners from Habitat for Humanity and Notre Dame students and teachers to tour the tiny homes and speak of the impact that these homes will have. Congratulations to all involved in making a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I wanted to apologize. I only got part of the riding name there, so it's Oakville North Burlington. The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In mid-April, I had the opportunity to visit Winnipeg on behalf of the Minister of National Revenue. While there, I met with public servants at the Canada Revenue Agency's Winnipeg Tax Centre. They have many responsibilities, and I commend their dedication for their work. I also had the opportunity to engage with local organizations that are using the Community Volunteer Income Tax Program. Through this program, free tax clinics are made available for eligible members of communities with modest or low incomes. My sincere gratitude to Seed Winnipeg, Friends of Filipino Immigrants Manitoba, and Akoy Francophone for their work and for sharing their experiences with me. Beyond providing tax clinics, these organizations also play a vital role in helping newcomers who are filing their taxes for the first time. This important work is not only about taxation, however, but also about facilitating integration as well. Finally, Mr. Speaker, with the deadline fast approaching, a reminder to all Canadians to file their taxes in order to get access to the benefits and credits that they are eligible for. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, we're celebrating National Volunteer Week in Canada, and I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the many volunteers in Kootenay, Columbia, who give their time for the betterment of our communities. Recently, I had the honor of visiting the annual Rod and Gun Dinner in Fernie, British Columbia. The event, attended by over 700 anglers, hunters, conservationists, was an outstanding success, and I was pleased to meet and thank the many volunteers who contribute to ongoing conservation efforts. Established in 1899, the Fernie Rod and Gun Club is the oldest in BC. Influenced by the conservation movement in the early 1900s, its members are passionate about protecting and conserving fish and wildlife. This important work fosters a healthy sporting life for many of the hunters and anglers who live and work in Kootenay, Columbia. BC's conservation movement started a century ago in the Kootenays, and I am proud of the dedicated volunteer families like the Rokas who continue to give their time for this noble cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, good job.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the great pleasure of meeting representative of the Canadian Alliance for the Hargeisa Market and the Somaliland community members. It allowed me to learn about this small country, which has experienced tragic moments since the fire that destroyed the Hargeisa market. This market is the heart of the economic and business community. It destroyed thousands of businesses, mainly led by women who employed thousands of workers, producers, and others. It contributed to $2 billion to Somaliland's economy. I want to tell the members of the House about the impact that the fire has caused and the displacement of thousands of people, a number of whom have lost their main source of income. I also rise to highlight the leadership of a resident of Orleans, Ms. Rhoda Moose, and the representatives of the Canadian Alliance in their efforts to bring awareness to this issue in the rebuilding of the Hargeisa market. You have been heard.
I just want to remember members to keep their conversations in the lobbies if possible, and to keep the conversations as low as possible here in the chamber where we're hearing these great statements by members. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, April is Parkinson's Awareness Month. Parkinson's is the fastest growing neurological disease in the world. There are more than 100,000 people in Canada living with Parkinson's, and more than 30 Canadians are diagnosed with Parkinson's every day. This number is expected to increase to 50 new diagnoses per day in the next decade. There is no diagnostic test for this disease, no treatment to stop it from progressing, and no cure. It's important to reduce the waiting time for patients to receive medications, movement therapies, and deep brain stimulation. I'd like to thank Parkinson's Canada for committing to transforming the lives of people with Parkinson's. It's due to my friend and Barrie Innisfil resident Greg McGuinness, who advocate for better diagnostics, treatments, and a cure for Parkinson's, that this will be made possible. Mr. Speaker, we need to raise awareness for Parkinson's so that we can all work together to find a cause and a cure. Every Canadian deserves a good quality of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Canada Soccer announced the roster for the upcoming 2022 International Federation of Cerebral Palsy Football Men's World Cup in Salou, Spain. The tournament runs from April 27th to May 16th. Our 13-man team will be in Group A, which includes England, Venezuela, and the Netherlands. A total of 15 countries will be competing at the World Cup event, and this continues to show how Canada has advanced in the world of football. Furthermore, they are actively recruiting for a female team. As someone who has always been a strong advocate for participation in sport, as well as for the inclusion at all levels of ability, I am thrilled to highlight the success that Team Canada has had. I'd like to especially highlight one player, Chris Fawcett, who has always been near and dear to my heart. After all, he is my nephew, and I could not be prouder and more excited to cheer him on. I encourage all members of this House and Canadians across the country to tune in and watch these outstanding athletes as they represent Canada on their quest to winning the IFCPF World Cup. Go Canada, go!
honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to speak about the important work that Canada-NATO Parliamentary Association is doing to support Ukraine. Earlier this month, I led a delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly spring session in Athens to discuss the Assembly's response to Russia's unprovoked and illegal war against Ukraine, as well as to discuss the steps the Assembly is taking to address the fundamentally changed geopolitical situation. After hearing from Ruslan Stefanchuk, chair of the Ukrainian Rada, and Yehor Chednev, Ukrainian rep to the NATO PA, the Standing Committee voiced our continued united and unwavering solidarity with Ukraine. NATO Parliamentary Assembly members also adopted the first draft of a declaration on standing with Ukraine, indicating our strong commitment to building a united global coalition to support Ukraine with all possible assistance, including crippling sanctions, military equipment, and humanitarian assistance. In line with the values and principles of NATO, we will be there for as long as it takes to support Ukraine's democracy and to ensure global peace and security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
It's with a heavy heart today that I rise to honor the life and memory of John King. John was born and raised in Elmwood. It was there that he met the love of his life, Linda, and there that they raised their children, Brett, Ashley, and Megan. For 37 years, John enjoyed a career with the federal government working with at-risk youth. I first heard of John when he was working with my sister Tessa and many others to save the Kelvin Community Club. That work was critical to the creation of Clara Hughes Recreation Park, and John provided leadership the whole way through. This was not the only mark that John left on our community. He was a founding member of the Glenelg Neighborhood Association and a member of the Elmwood Bear Clan, the Northeast Winnipeg Historical Society, Juicers Hockey Club, and Happy Days on Henderson. John's community activism was rooted in a love for people and a spirit of service. His presence will be sorely missed. On behalf of all the people in our community that had the good fortune of working with John and all the people that will benefit from his work for decades to come, I want to express sincere condolences to his family and thanks to John for his good work.
The honourable member for Repentigny. April 22nd has been Earth Day since 1970, but sometimes it feels like Groundhog Day because nothing has changed for a very long time despite the clear declaration of an emergency by the scientific community. Major changes must come from governments, private enterprise that are moving at a snail's pace. And this is when they're not backtracking, as we saw with the recent heresy of this government to increase oil production. We need to channel our outrage and energy into action. I invite everybody to take part in a demonstration taking place on May 8th in Quebec City. Yes, it's on Sunday, Mother's Day, and no, it's not by chance. Mother's Day is an opportunity to unite for a noble cause. In 1870, in the U.S., Julia Ward Howe invited mothers around the world to unite for peace. On May 8th, let's unite to support the planet Earth in the true spirit of Mother's Day. Let's take action to protect our present, our future, and that of our children. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, on April 1st, about 25 people in my riding of Saskatoon West lost their jobs because of an imposed federal vaccination requirement. Unbelievable. Their employer, Maple Leaf Foods, is federally regulated by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and as such must follow federal rules. On April 4th, Sean, who lost his job, wrote to me, wondering how he was going to put food on the table and provide for his family. When I originally posted about this on Facebook and Twitter, the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader mocked Sean and my other unemployed constituents. So much for liberal sunny ways. While countries around the world lift restrictions, here in Canada, we have a government that tunes out actual science and substitutes it with their own political science. This NDP Liberal government is creating division when it forces people out of work, making it impossible for them to provide for their family. It's time to end the mandates, end the division, and work to heal our country so Canadians like Sean can get back to work and support their families.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellin. Mr. Speaker, blonde locks flying as he glided on ice at the speed of light. Number 10 wove in and out with the strength and speed. And as he scored, the streets, the neighborhoods, the city, the province exploded in joy. These are still very strong memories of the blonde demon whose departure has left all of Quebec in mourning. A best and most prolific scorer of his generation. He won 5 Stanley Cups with the Montreal Canadiens. I had the opportunity to meet Guy Lafleur, and I was struck by how this living legend was so easy to talk to, so accessible. His name will remain engraved in our hearts, not only for his prowess on the ice, but he led an entire generation to dream big, but also for the great man that he was.
Was and will remain forever more the pride of Montreal, Quebec, and the entire nation. Thank you, Guy. Rest in peace. Merci, Guy.
Thank you, Guy.
Before we get started, I just want to welcome everyone to the galleries. This is the day 2 of open public galleries, so it's great to have people visiting us here today. But that also means that they can't participate in what happens here on the floor to listen to the PPS members that are up there guiding you along your way. All right. Oral questions. Question orale, the leader of the official opposition.
We get some answers in question period. Fraud, Mr. Speaker, fraud on the government. That's the charge the RCMP considered laying against the Prime Minister for taking an exotic holiday as a free gift in 2016. Recent documents show the RCMP knew he committed the illegal act, but they also knew there was a loophole that he could have used. As silly as it might sound, the Prime Minister could have written himself a note, given himself permission to take the holiday. So my question is this: did the Prime Minister give himself permission to take that free holiday in 2016?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. This matter was settled years ago when the Ethics Commissioner released the report. While the Conservatives continue to focus on petty politics and on me, we're going to continue to focus on Canadians, on investing in housing across the country, in $10 a day childcare for families, in continuing to lead on world-class investments in fighting climate change. That is what Canadians expect of us. That is what we continue to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no statute of limitations on fraud charges, and the Prime Minister is not above the law.
Right.
The criminal code is clear. The only way the Prime Minister is not guilty of fraud is if the Prime Minister gave himself consent to break the law. That is in the criminal code. This is a clear and a straightforward question. I would like a yes or a no answer. Did the Prime Minister give himself permission to get away with committing a criminal fraud offence?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP looked into this matter and no political interference was around it. They came to their own conclusion. There was nothing to pursue. Further, those findings were independently verified by 2 separate third parties. Despite what the Conservative Party appears to be attempting, politicians do not interfere with the operations of the police in this country. This matter was thoroughly reviewed and closed years ago.
All right, we're going to try to keep so we can hear. We do have people in the galleries today that are watching this as well. So, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, new documents revealed that the RCMP knew that the Prime Minister took the holiday, that it was illegal, that he did it. The RCMP knew it. There was no question of that. The only question the RCMP had, according to their own documents, was whether he gave himself permission to do that. The Prime Minister just said he didn't. Is he willing to meet with the RCMP now, give them that information, and they can proceed as they see fit? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the RCMP addressed the matters raised by the Conservatives years ago. The members opposite know very well this is the case, but the Conservative Party seems to have difficulty understanding that in a strong democratic country, neither opposition politicians nor a government can tell the police what to investigate, what not to investigate. The RCMP do their job. Why doesn't the Conservative Party believe the RCMP?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's double talk is ridiculous. The RCMP thought about laying criminal charges, but it didn't do it because the federal leader decided that he had the right to give himself a gift of $200,000. He said it just a few minutes ago. He said that this dates back, and he himself has never hesitated to denounce things that have happened far before that. Doesn't he know that it's never too late to report a crime? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this issue was settled a number of years ago, but obviously we recognize the independence and the important work done by the RCMP in this country, and the Conservatives don't understand that in their desire to launch personal attacks. They need to understand that the work was done at all levels, and this is an issue that has been closed. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Okay, if I understand then, the Prime Minister will never come back to stories that happened a number of years ago, because that's what he's trying to tell us, and yet the Prime Minister himself recognized a few minutes ago that he did not give himself permission to receive a gift of over $200,000 for a private vacation for himself and his family. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP considered laying fraud charges against the Prime Minister, but it didn't do that for that very reason. Mr. Speaker, why does the Prime Minister not recognize his error and meet with the RCMP to explain himself? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP studied that matter a number of years ago, and the Conservative Party is simply seeking to talk about this issue to distract from the fact that we have presented a budget that delivers housing for Canadians and that delivers $10 a day daycare across the country, and that is protecting us from a climate crisis. And all the Conservatives are trying to do is to play petty politics, make partisan attacks, and try and distract Canadians from the fact that their party has no answer for the issues that are concerning Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is being disrespectful to Quebecers, Canadians, and is disrespecting Ukrainians. When the Syrian refugees came to Canada, he chartered flights. He brought them winter coats. Everyone got their selfie, even people who worked in security at the airport. So I would like to ask the Prime Minister if there was a real airlift to help not when he will put in place an airlift for Ukrainian refugees. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are proceeding safely and effectively for Ukrainians who are coming to Canada. There is no limit to the number of applicants. We have given priority to Ukrainians who wish to come to Canada, and those who are here on a temporary basis can stay longer. Thank you. Thanks to the Emergency Travel Fund, there are not as many visa requirements, and that is the safest and most effective way to act. Since January, we have welcomed over 17,000 Ukrainian refugees, and we're going to welcome more. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. After 62 days of war, he has the gall to say rapid. A government that cannot explain how to give biometric testing to those people. They say, here's some Aeroplan points. It doesn't cost them a penny. They are not chartering flights, and so they are just trying to advertise for Air Canada. Will the government show respect to the Ukrainians and charter damn flights? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the leader of the Bloc Québécois is getting indignant in this place, but the reality is that our public servants and our partners are working diligently to ensure expedited processing of Ukrainians' refugee claims, and that's what we've done. We are going to continue to take all measures to expedite the arrival of Ukrainian families here in Canada. And we are going to continue to do more all the time. It is very difficult for those families, and we're here to help them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this pandemic and the cost of living rising crisis, we see working Canadians, working class families that are hurt hard. And we see the super rich that continue to make record profits and gain more wealth and power. Another example of this is the potential merger of Rogers Shaw. It's only going to result in massive layoffs for workers and increased costs for families. So will the Liberals stand on the side of workers, Canadians, and prevent this deal from going through and make sure we keep the prices of cell phones and cellular services low?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we well know that Canadians have paid almost some of the highest prices for wireless and internet in the world. That's why a number of years ago we made a pledge to decrease average cell phone bills in this country by 25%, and that actually happened, Mr. Speaker. We drove down prices by working to ensure that there's both competition and quality infrastructure for Canadians. We will continue to be there to make sure that access to data is affordable and reliable everywhere across the country, including with massive historic investments in rural broadband and cell phone access.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. It's true that the cost of services is very high in Canada, and this merger is going to worsen the situation. So it's clear that if this merger happens, it's going to increase telephone prices. It's going to cause the loss of countless jobs. So will the Liberals stand with Canadians and stop this merger, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for years we have been working to lower cell phone and internet prices for Canadians. We've seen the average prices for cell phones drop by 25%. We know that competition and innovation and affordable prices are essential for communications in Canada, and that's why we are always working to improve services and drop prices, including with record investments. In 5 years, we invested more than 10 times than during the certain conservative government's reign to ensure rural connectivity, and we're going to continue that work.
Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in response to repeated questions about what documents would be available for the inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act, the Minister of Emergency Preparedness indicated that documents covered by privilege, such as the advice of the Justice Department to Cabinet, would not be disclosed. The measures used by this government represent the most significant infringement on the civil liberties of Canadians in a generation. Canadians deserve full transparency. Will they disclose their internal analysis that showed they met the threshold for the Emergencies Act and the Justice Department's private opinion, or are they just going to keep hiding this information from Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
When the illegal blockades forced borders to close, businesses to shut, workers to be laid off, it was Canadians who paid the biggest price. It was only after we got advice from law enforcement that we invoked the Emergencies Act. It was necessary, and it worked. We launched a full-scale independent inquiry appointing Justice Rouleau as commissioner. He has the power to compel witnesses, documents, information, including classified information. Mr. Speaker, we look forward to cooperating with the inquiry to foster transparency, accountability, and incorporating lessons learned so that this never happens again. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives and Canada's Civil Liberties Union were disturbed to see that the Liberals are attempting to control the scope of the inquiry into the Emergencies Act by directing the Commissioner to focus on the actions of the protesters, not the actions of the government. The purpose of this inquiry is not to hold Canadian protesters accountable, but to hold the government accountable when using extraordinary powers. Now, the government has tasked the Commissioner to gather evidence against the protesters, but this begs the question, if the government doesn't already have this evidence, how could they have justified invoking the Act in the first place?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker,
I want to encourage my honourable colleague to read the order in council, which specifically says that the judge can look into the conduct of police enforcement. So read the order in council. We want to shine a light on the sober events that led to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. I would encourage my colleague to recall that businesses were shut down, that workers were laid off, that residents were terrorized in their own homes, Mr. Speaker. We embrace this inquiry. It's an important hallmark for democracy, and we look forward to cooperating with the judge. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister finally set up the inquiry into the declaration of an emergency situation. The Minister of Public Safety said that we intend to cooperate with Justice Rouleau in the contents of his inquiry so he can do his work. Well, that's wonderful. We all want to shed light on this situation. Will the Prime Minister pledge to give the Commissioner access to all documents, including those that are covered by Cabinet secrecy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to be clear. We are shedding light on events that happened while this law was invoked. I invite people to remember the residents of Ottawa who were taken hostage in their own homes. And I would also like to remind the Conservative Party that hundreds of charges were laid, charges that were very serious, involving firearms, that were there to possibly commit crimes. So we're going to cooperate with Justice Rouleau. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the debate on the Emergencies Act, there were 13 points in the order in council, and there were many things that were not clear. Today, we're asking Justice Rouleau to shed light on this matter. But so can they explain to us why they're trying to control the scope of the inquiry with biased questions? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage my colleague to read the order in council. The directives are there. The directives are there for Justice Rouleau. We're going to cooperate with the Commissioner to ensure transparency. We had a number of reasons to invoke this act, and we need to be fair to all Canadians, and we need to be transparent about this process. Thank you.
Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians need answers about the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. The key question is whether the invocation of these extraordinary powers met the legal requirements of the Act, a question Justice Rouleau and the public inquiry need to answer. In order to do that, Justice Rouleau needs access to documents covered by Cabinet confidence. Will the Prime Minister, will the government waive Cabinet confidence?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, on this side of the House, we are prepared to shine a light in cooperation with the judge on the circumstances that led to the invocation of the Act. And I would remind my honourable colleagues, particularly from the Conservative Party of Canada, that individuals were arrested as a result of their illegal conduct at borders, which shut down businesses, which required people to be laid off, which had members of this community right here in Ottawa be hostages in their own home, Mr. Speaker. We're prepared to go through all of that in cooperation with the judge so that there's transparency and accountability in conjunction with this commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have a little order in this, just so we can hear the answers to the questions, and so the people visiting us here can hear the answers as well. The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act is only supposed to be used when there is no other law in Canada able to deal with the situation. It's not clear that threshold was met. When emergency powers are used in a democracy, the question that must be answered is, did the government act lawfully in the invocation of those powers? To answer that question, Justice Rouleau needs Cabinet documents. Prime Minister Harper waived Cabinet confidence in the Vice Admiral Mark Norman case and in the Senator Mike Duffy case. Will the government do the same for this public inquiry?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
I would encourage urge my colleagues to read the order in council, which specifically says that the judge has the independent power to compel witnesses, to compel information, to compel other documents, which indeed includes classified information. We want to shine a light on the circumstances that led to the invocation of the Act. We on this side of the House and other members in this chamber are confident that it was the right thing to do, and it worked, Mr. Speaker. But in fulfillment of our obligations under the Emergencies Act, we've launched this public inquiry so that there can be transparency, accountability, and integrity, and so that this never happens again.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. In his report published this morning, the Environment Commissioner said that Canada's hydrogen strategy is based on unrealistic assumptions, which will jeopardize Canada's ability to reach its emission reduction targets. The Commissioner is telling Ottawa to go back to the drawing board, but the Minister of the Environment is counting on this strategy as part of his emissions reductions plan for 2030. So we know that his plan is therefore based on unrealistic assumptions. Is that the only part of the plan that is based on unrealistic assumptions? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I'd also like to thank the Commissioner for his hard work. I've been following his work for over 2 decades, and his work is very important for our government, and it should be for all governments because it helps us do better. We want our climate emergency plan to be the best in the world, and it's based on hydrogen, and that's what we're working on. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Let's look at another report, Mr. Speaker, which is just as concerning in terms of the environment. It's from the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. The office says that the number of natural disasters will rise to 560 per year by 2030. It talks about floods, droughts, extreme temperatures. All of that is going to increase by 40% in only 8 short years. The UN calls this a spiral of self-destruction. Did the Minister of the Environment take that into account before approving Bay du Nord and its 1 billion barrels of oil? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Climate change is something that we take very seriously on this side of the House, and that is why we began last year work with a group of experts to guide the government in adopting its first national adaptation strategy that will be adopted this year. We are working with the provinces and territories, as well as Indigenous peoples and municipalities, as well as other partners, to devise this new strategy. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Friday was Earth Day, Mr. Speaker, and on that opportunity, I'd like to quote the Environment Minister, who said in a press release, "Today, Canadians join people around the world to celebrate our natural environment and focus on everything we do to keep our shared home healthy." Can the Minister share what he reflected on to keep our shared home healthy before approving Bay du Nord and its 1 billion barrels of oil? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer my honourable colleague to the most recent GHG emissions report in Canada, which showed that before the pandemic, despite an increase of thousands of barrels of oil in Canada, our emissions went down, and so that is very impressive. And that means that we're a leader in terms of climate change. Thank you.
Well, there's all kinds of noise from all around. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, from the Liberal government that brought us a disastrous air passenger bill of rights that has been panned by consumer groups as completely useless, it now wants to do a so-called homebuyers bill of rights. Page 47 of the budget says this is under provincial jurisdiction. Could the Minister of Housing please enlighten us exactly how the government will protect consumers in a home sale under provincial jurisdiction when it can't even protect a passenger from a cancelled flight under its own jurisdiction?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Our government has always believed in collaboration with all orders of government to benefit Canadians. And the member opposite should know that we have a strong track record on provincial, federal, territorial, and municipal collaboration. Newsflash, we now have affordable childcare in Canada. That is as a result of collaboration between our government and 10 provinces and 3 territories, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindebor.
Rather than tackling the supply issues driving the housing and affordability crisis, the NDP Liberal government has doubled down on their failed approach. The NDP Liberal budget promises the same failed programs that won't see any additional houses built this year or help a Canadian family afford a home who otherwise couldn't. The average home price in Canada is now $868,000, up nearly 30% in the last year alone. Canadians need help now. When will the Liberal government take this housing crisis seriously?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
What Canadians don't need is a mishmash of conflicting policies from the official opposition. The leader of the official opposition believes that we should download costs of housing to municipalities. The member from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon believes we should download costs to provinces. The member from Calgary Centre believes that we should not ban foreign owners. The member from Dundas, South Glengarry believes that we should pull back from federal investments in housing. The member from Calgary Centre doesn't believe in building multi-unit buildings for affordable housing. This party doesn't get its story straight on housing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Canada, as we just heard, the average price of a home is $868,000, but in South Surrey White Rock, the average is $1.2 million, and that's not even for a detached home. Rather than dealing with the supply shortage, this government is doubling down on its failed policies and programs. Canadians don't want to co-own their homes with this tax and spend government. They don't trust this government. To the minister, when is this government going to get serious, abandon its failed policies, increase supply, and cut red tape?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the best way to deal with housing affordability is to increase housing supply and to do it faster. Unfortunately, the member opposite is so concerned about housing supply, she should talk to her leader, who opposes our collaboration with municipalities to increase housing supply. She should talk to her colleague from Calgary Centre, who opposes a ban for foreign ownership. She should talk to her colleague from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, who believes we should just download the costs to provinces. She should talk to her colleague from Dundas, South Glengarry, who believes we should just get out of the whole national housing strategy, Mr. Speaker.
I mean, we did really a lot better this time. We're at question 22. The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Zach has a job offer in my riding of Peterborough-Kawartha, but he cannot find affordable housing. Now, this is a common theme across the country. A lot of job vacancies, but no housing. How can we fix the employment crisis when we have a housing crisis? People need a place to live. It is a basic human need. How is Zach supposed to pay off his student debt if he cannot accept job offers? To the housing minister, will he continue to roll out one failed program after another? And is Zach the latest victim of his housing policy failure?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member talks about housing as a basic right. Guess what? When we brought the National Housing Strategy Act to recognize housing as a human right, that party voted against it. That is not...
Are we gonna come to order here? Awesome. Are we ready to continue? All right, the Minister of Housing, and I will allow him to restart his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The solution to housing affordability is housing supply, Mr. Speaker. We're collaborating with municipalities through the Housing Accelerator Fund to build 100,000 new homes in the next two years and double the number of new homes built in the next 10 years. We're also extending supports through the first-time homebuyer incentive and the tax-free savings account to first-time home buyers. We're also tackling speculation by banning foreign ownership of Canadian residential real estate in the next 2 years, and we're building more affordable housing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today the Environment Commissioner released another series of scathing reports on this government's climate failures. He showed that they're failing on carbon pricing, letting big polluters off the hook while Indigenous communities pay the price, failing to reduce emissions, relying on non-existent policies that undermine their credibility, failing on climate infrastructure, they can't even keep track of the impacts of their projects, and on a just transition, they are leaving workers and communities behind. How can Canadians trust this government's promises when we see failure after failure after failure after failure?
Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. As I said earlier, we welcome the Commissioner's latest report and thank him for his findings. I don't know what's so controversial about that, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 6 years, we've made major progress on everything from putting a price on pollution to protecting historic amounts of our lands and water. And as we outlined in Budget 2022 and the emissions reduction plan, we are transitioning to a clean economy. We are putting a cap on emissions from Canada's oil and gas sector, and we're putting a price on pollution through to 2030. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, God help our little planet with a minister like that in charge. Because if he read the Environment Commissioner's report, he would point out that energy workers are facing a potential economic upheaval as devastating as the collapse of the cod fishery in the 1990s.
I mean, I know the member from Timmins, James Bay has a big voice, but I'm having trouble hearing it all the way up here. And you know, this is what I'm going to do. A lot of times I'm getting ministers to repeat their answers. Well, I'm going to ask the member for Timmins, James Bay to repeat his question. Start from the beginning.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to the point, God help our planet with answers like that from the minister, because the Environment Commissioner today warned that energy workers are facing a potential economic upheaval as devastating as the collapse of the cod fisheries in the 1990s, and slogans and promises about a so-called just transition just won't cut it. The Commissioner reminds us this government has broken every environmental promise they made, and now they're breaking faith with energy workers and their families. It's simple. The climate crisis is here. How can that minister stand in this House and continue to show such a dismal record of failure?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Commissioner for the report, notwithstanding some concerns with the findings. Consultations on legislation were launched while I was Minister of Natural Resources, and I'm proud to say I'm continuing that work as Minister of Labour alongside my successor and my colleagues. We had a recent action. We've had a ministerial roundtable on sustainable jobs. We've had the relaunch of consultations on legislation and the Sustainable Jobs Training Centre, which demonstrate our government's ongoing commitment to achieving a transition that will lower emissions, build up renewables, and make sure that our workers are at the centre of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, distress centres are life-saving resources in our communities, which have seen a surge in demand for their services since the onset of the pandemic. In my riding of Etobicoke Lakeshore, the Assaulted Women's Helpline recently received a much-needed infusion of $250,000 of federal support. Wow. This organization operates 2 crisis lines. One is for women who are experiencing domestic and gender-based violence, and the other, the Senior Safety Line, is specifically for seniors who are experiencing all forms of abuse. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions update the House on how our government is supporting these types of critical supports in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore for his ongoing impressive leadership, and all people in Canada deserve access to critical mental health services and resources. Yesterday,
Hold on. I was just making sure the minister didn't use up all of her time. The Honourable Minister of Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just thank him for his advocacy now, and all people in Canada deserve access to critical mental health resources. Yesterday, I was able to announce $2 million for the Centre for Mental Health and Addiction to help develop resources to assist distress centres in meeting the diverse needs of disproportionately affected people, as well as almost $1.8 million for 13 distress centres across Canada to help them better connect to appropriate supports. This funding is part of $50 million federal commitment to distress centres and to build a network to assure people get what they need when they need it.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Yesterday, the Bank of Canada governor admitted that inflation is much higher than expected. When asked how to protect Canada's finance, when asked to explain how to protect Canada's finances, he said, "Don't spend too much." We know the Prime Minister doesn't think about monetary policy, but Conservatives do and Canadians do. And Canadians are the ones paying the price for the Prime Minister's monetary illiteracy. Higher grocery bills, gas bills, interest rates. Will this Prime Minister recognize that his reckless borrowing and spending is making things worse for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it's ironic that this question comes from a Conservative colleague when in their electoral platform they committed to spend $168 billion. The IMF has just confirmed that our economy is going to see the highest growth among G7 countries both this year and next year. Canadians have created over 3.5 million jobs. These are well-paying jobs that will help Canadians meet the cost of living that we see increasing all over the world due to the war in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, we have been excellent stewards of the economy, and the Conservatives know it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Inflation hit 6.7% last month, a 31-year high and well above the Bank of Canada's predictions. Canadians are already struggling to pay their bills, fill up at the pump, and put food on the table. Unfortunately, Budget 2022 failed to provide any credible solutions, and with the extensive, unfocused spending, it's only going to get worse. The simple fact is, Canadians can't afford this Liberal NDP government. When will the minister acknowledge this cost of living crisis we are living in and work on real solutions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of National.
Mr. Speaker, we are seeing inflation rise right around the world. We know that that is due to the war in Ukraine, among other things. But what I would like to remind the Conservatives is that in our budget, we have put forward a plethora of measures in order to ensure that housing would be more affordable, to ensure that childcare would be more affordable. And prior to that, Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes for the middle class on 2 occasions, and the Conservatives voted against it. We have helped raise 300,000 children out of poverty thanks to the Canada Child Benefit, and we are supporting vulnerable seniors with an increase in our supports for them. Mr. Speaker, we are there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Inflation is at a 31-year high. Canadians are suffering under rising prices for gas, groceries, and housing. A good way to help Canadians is by ensuring the relationship with the U.S. remains strong and stable. Yet this government continues to disappoint. Tariffs on our lumber, threats to our auto sector, and the most punishing Buy American provisions we've ever seen. We know the Prime Minister likes to fly around for photo ops and surfing trips. Maybe he could add a few flights to D.C. to the flight plan. My question to the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, when will he get to work?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is an experienced member of the Trade Committee. He's actually been on trade trips with the Minister of International Trade to Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister has also been to Washington, D.C., engaging with Joseph Biden. What's very important, Mr. Speaker, is that we've always taken a Team Canada approach. That's been encouraged to us by all stakeholders, by witnesses that have come before the committee, where that member has been present. We will continue to take a nonpartisan approach to continuing the dialogue with our biggest trading partner to secure jobs and opportunity for Canadians and for Americans, because it serves both sides of the border. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, as the cost of food is going up, the price of housing is going up, and the price of basic necessities is going up. We're not talking about luxury goods, but essentials here. Inflation is at 6.7%, and this government refuses to control its spending. However, Mr. Speaker, in France, the inflation rate is at 4.5%. Why? Because the government has decided to freeze rate increases. Why did the government refuse our request to not increase the Liberal carbon tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, you know what will help Canadians to face the rising cost of living? Paychecks, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about 3.5 million jobs that were created in recent years, Mr. Speaker. Our economic growth is strong, and in fact, the strongest amongst the G7 countries this year and next year, according to experts. And we are creating good jobs, well-paying jobs for Canadians. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the appointment of a unilingual English-speaking board at CN has raised a lot of criticism, but it's hard to believe that we'll see a real change in culture at CN. Why is that? Because the Prime Minister, in charge of holding him to account at CN, spends his time giving positions to people who don't speak a word of French. He did it with the Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick and with the Governor General. He did it with several ministers. What credibility does he have left to criticize CN? They're one and the same. The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, our two official languages are at the heart of Canadian culture and identity. All Canadians deserve to be served in the official language of their choice, even in companies like CN. The fact that they don't have francophones on the board at CN is unacceptable, and we're going to solve this situation as quickly as possible. We're very happy to be revising the Official Languages Act, and we will make sure the necessary studies are done to solve this situation. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Manon Tomby, a young mother applying for permanent residency, has been abandoned by Immigration Canada. While going through the sudden death of her spouse, she has learned that since he was the principal applicant on their file, everything has fallen through. Because her spouse died, she has to redo the 31-month-long process. Everyone agrees that this never should have happened and that the administration lacked heart. Will the minister ensure that Manon Tomby's file will continue to move forward and that she will not have to start everything over again? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from the bloc for his question and for his attention to immigration files. I would like to offer my sincerest condolences to Madame Tomby. While I cannot comment on this particular file in the House, I will be following up on this file in particular. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians, including 3 strong, enterprising women in my riding, have been unceremoniously put on indefinite leave without pay by these Liberals. Crystal, Angela, and Kathy lost their jobs at Canada Post because of this government's mandate absurdity. Livelihoods taken away, families going without, and for what purpose? Each of these women work in small towns. 2 of the 3 are postal agents that work alone, and one is now not even allowed to enter the building of the business she worked so hard to build. This needs to end. Will the minister today commit to ending these unscientific mandates?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, having a fully vaccinated workforce makes our workforces in our communities safer. We asked employees of the federal public to step up, and they stepped up. 99% of the public servants got fully vaccinated. We are committed to review this policy every 6 months, and that review is underway, Mr. Speaker. Any decisions will be based on science and the advice of public health officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We can send notes back and forth. If somebody is not liking what's going on the floor, we can always just write a note, send it over to the ministers, and express ourselves that way rather than having to shout. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, Iceland, Sweden, Ireland, France, the UK, these are just a few of the countries that have dropped all their mandates. However, this government, without any evidence, is continuing to bar Canadians from getting on airplanes to visit the loved ones they so want to see. Yep. They're spending $30 million to prevent Canadians from getting on airplanes. On what day will the minister allow people to fly and end the mandates?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues for reminding Canadians of how many countries have put together a mandate to protect the health and safety of travellers, of those who work in the travelling sector. Mr. Speaker, everything we've done so far is intended to protect the health of Canadians. And we've always been guided by the advice that we receive from our experts. I'm not going to take advice from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to take advice from our scientists, from our doctors, and we will constantly review our policies and do the right thing for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claimed the only way out of the pandemic was through vaccination. Now, the point of vaccination is to induce an immune response. Immune response can also be measured through antibody testing, but the government won't accept those tests. Instead, the government continues to deny travel to those who haven't had the shots, but who do have a strong immune response due to previous infection. When will the Prime Minister end his cruel and inhumane travel bans on Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, talking down vaccine does not help Canadians, nor does it help our health and safety in Canada. Mr. Speaker, many Conservative Party members were against vaccines when all doctors were saying vaccines were the right thing for Canadians. In fact, Mr. Speaker...
Order. 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 Let's just... We're ready? All right. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the Conservatives' noise, I'm going to tell you that we are going to continue to do whatever we can to protect the health and safety of Canadians, the travellers, and those who work in the travelling sector. We are always reassessing these decisions, Mr. Speaker. We don't make these decisions lightly. We know that they are important, and we will continue to be guided by science, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, last week the government supported the National Conservancy of Canada's Boreal Lands project, the largest private conservation project in Canada. The Boreal Wildlands is a project of global significance and a rare opportunity to have a direct impact on biodiversity loss and climate change. Can the Minister of Climate Change tell the House how this is a critical step in our journey towards conserving 25% of Canada's land and water by 2025? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. Protecting and conserving nature is one of the most important steps we can take to halt the loss of biodiversity while addressing climate change and advancing Indigenous reconciliation. Nature is the glue that binds all of these important causes together. The project will protect 15,000 square kilometers of critical habitat for species at risk like caribou. Last week on Earth Day, we celebrated the Boreal Forest as the largest private conservation project ever in Canada. And there is another important milestone as our government works to conserve 25% of Canada's land and oceans by 2025. Thank you.
For Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 weeks, I've received call after call after call from angry constituents about the poor service they received at Passport Canada offices, just like your constituents. People are regularly lining up at 4 or 5 a.m. just to see an agent. The Government of Canada knew there was going to be a surge in applications, yet they did nothing about the expected demand. Why is Passport Canada offering such poor service, and why don't they get their ducks in a row and give Canadians the service they expect from a key government office?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are travelling again, and a significant increase in demand for passports has resulted in long lineups and wait times for in-person service. We understand that this is difficult and stressful. We have in fact hired an additional 500 passport officers to help process this. We have made Service Canadas available to ensure that individuals who need to travel on a non-urgent basis can deposit their applications. We will continue to work very hard right across the country to meet this increased demand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Passport processing delays are hitting Canadians across this
country, and rural Canadians, like people in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, are no different. One constituent, John, posted about his experience with his mother trying to book an appointment. Phoning in results in disconnection. The website constantly crashes, and there are ridiculously long delays at in-person offices. If this was a private sector, they would be shut down. This is unacceptable in a first-world nation like Canada. Mr. Speaker, when will this government do its job and get passports for Canadians like John and his mother?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand that after 2 years, Canadians are interested in traveling. Many people had their passports expired during this time. Unfortunately, we have a huge surge in demand. We have hired 500 additional passport officers to help process this. We have a simplified processing to replace expired passports of up to 5 years. We've opened more client counters in passport offices. We are operating extended hours, both into the evening. Passport officers are working around the clock on weekends to do their very best to serve Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Dr. Rupinder Karai went to the passport office to get expedited service for her family's passports. Passport Canada made her wait 4 hours. They took all of the family's passports, applications, but not for her husband Amandeep because he wasn't there on purpose. Amandeep was working a full-day shift as a radiologist despite having stage 4 colon cancer. The passports were for a final family vacation, which is now cancelled. To the Minister, government is about people, not process. Is this level of service acceptable to Rupinder and Amandeep?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleague, I want to say that that is exactly why passport officers are working around the clock. They are working late hours. We have hired additional officers. We have opened up more Service Canada centres to meet this rising demand to renew passports. We are ensuring that passport officers are working through the weekend. We have an incredible surge in demand, unlike anything we've seen before. But despite all of that, passport officers, Service Canada personnel are working round the clock because their number one job is to serve Canadians, and that's what they're working hard to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South, Caspeller.
Mr. Speaker, we know how important childcare is for families in our economic recovery, but we know how expensive it's been for families. Parents in Ontario have been paying some of the highest fees in the country. We also know that we need to grow the number of spaces available so that all families can benefit. Could the Minister please update the House on the government's progress towards building a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system and what it will mean for Ontario's families?
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, in just under a year, we have signed childcare agreements with every single province and territory. And Mr. Speaker, right here in Ontario, that means that families will see by the end of this calendar year savings of up to $6,000 per child in licensed childcare. That's an incredible savings for a family. It also means that we're going to increase the number of spaces in Ontario by 86,000 because we know that it's not just about affordability, it's also about accessibility. Hire more ECEs and deliver quality childcare for families in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I spoke with Kayak Robinson, who was a commissioner for the MMIWG. Robinson continues to advocate for the implementation of calls to justice, which demands greater transparency and accountability from our government and institutions. Yet the 2022 budget was silent on new commitments to protect Indigenous girls, women, and Two-Spirit people. When will this government take real action on reconciliation and fund transformative action?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. And I'd like to remind her that there is $2.2 billion in a federal pathway to ensure missing and murdered Indigenous women. But when you look at the budget, you also have to look at the investments we've made towards housing, the investments we've made towards Jordan's Principle, the investments we've made towards mental health. These will all help Indigenous women. Just because it's not in a line item in the budget doesn't mean we're not helping Indigenous women, and we're out there and making sure that it's safe and supported, and we'll continue to do so as a government.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Minister said Afghans cannot get their biometrics completed in Afghanistan, yet he's insisting that it must be done. The lives of the family members of Afghan interpreters, collaborators, human rights defenders, women and girls are at risk every minute of the day, and the Liberals are immobilized by red tape. The government can collect biometrics upon arrival, yet they're refusing to act on this viable solution to get people to safety. So to the minister, who has the power to help, what is more important, paperwork or saving lives?
Yeah. Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her advocacy for vulnerable Afghans. It is indeed the vulnerability of the people who are in Afghanistan that has justified such an extraordinary response by the Government of Canada. And I'd remind her that we've committed to make one of the most substantial resettlement efforts of any country in the world, with 40,000 Afghan refugees destined to be settled in Canada. To date, more than 11,500 are already here. As part of that process, we want to maintain the integrity of the process so Canadians continue to support these massive efforts that we're making to resettle some of the world's most vulnerable, including a rigorous security screening process. We're going to continue to do whatever we can to help these vulnerable people. It's the right thing to do, and I'm proud to be a part of this effort.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. C'est tout le temps qu'on a pour la période de questions. Now we go back into orders of the day.
Of Ways and Means motion number 3 on the budgetary policy and on the amendment of Mr. Fast.
I just make sure everybody gets out as soon as they can get out, or keep their conversations in the lobbies. Before I call on the member for Perth Wellington.
Just stay there. Just hold on a second. Okay.
Just want to remind folks to take their conversations to the outside, because I would really like to get going on debate again. We good? All right. We'll go to debate. The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a privilege to rise in the House and share the concerns of the people of Perth Wellington and bring their concerns to this place. This year's budget was the third opportunity that the Liberals had to address the real concerns of Canadians. Since the election, they could have addressed the concerns of Canadians in the Fall Economic Statement. They could have addressed the concerns of Canadians in the Implementation Act for the Fall Economic Statement, and they could have addressed the concerns of Canadians in this budget. But sadly, the issues that I'm hearing every day in phone calls, in emails, and in conversations at community events were not addressed in this year's Liberal budget. Canadians are feeling the impact of inflation. I hear from families who have lost hope on ever owning their own home. And I hear from others who are struggling to find rental properties, rental housing that is not only affordable, but is also of a large enough size for their families. And I hear from seniors. I hear from seniors who have worked hard their entire lives and are now struggling to pay the bills on fixed incomes. Fixed incomes that are now stagnating while their costs keep going up. Costs for groceries, utilities, and housing. Their costs keep rising, but their incomes remain the same. And that is the cruelty of inflation. And what's no more, Mr. Speaker, no one saw any humor with the government's April Fool's Day joke that saw them once again raise the carbon tax. A tax that impacts the most challenged, the people in the lowest income spectrum the most, those who can least afford to pay it. Now, the government had options. The government had options that could help Canadians. They could have taken the advice of our Conservative motion to temporarily remove the 5% HST, the GST portion on the cost of gas. Any Canadian who's filled up recently knows the impact of $1.84 per liter. They know the impact that this has on families who are commuting to work or taking their families, their kids, to soccer practice or to baseball practice. But they didn't. A modest, common sense proposal was voted down by this Liberal government and the other opposition parties. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to represent a strong rural and agriculture-based community. Here in Canada, 1 in 8 jobs is linked to the agriculture and agri-food sector. This generates $140 billion worth of economic activity each and every year. In Perth Wellington alone, agriculture is a $1 billion industry, with grain farmers cultivating some of the most fertile farmland in the world, and dairy, beef, pork, egg, chicken, and other farmers providing high-quality food to feed our communities, our country, and the world. But, Mr. Speaker, anyone who tuned in to hear the Liberal government's budget speech would be sorely disappointed to know that this powerhouse, this economic powerhouse of agriculture, was not even mentioned in her budget speech. In her 3,000-word speech, she didn't once mention agriculture or agri-food, or farmers and farm families, or food processing and rural communities. Not once was this economic powerhouse of agriculture and agri-food mentioned in the Minister of Finance's speech. When a speech is used to highlight the priorities of a government, what is left unsaid is awfully telling. Mr. Speaker, farmers and farm families quite literally feed the world. They work hard and they innovate each and every day. Thousands of farmers are up early every morning while most of the country is still sleeping, making sure that the food supply chain remains intact. And agriculture has always been a challenging field. There are unknowns that no one can predict. But what farmers don't need is the uncertainty caused by their own government. Even before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, fertilizer costs and supply issues were an issue. This included the ongoing efforts by the Liberal government to limit the use of fertilizer that farmers could use on their crops. On March 2nd, when the government announced sanctions that were supposed to target Vladimir Putin and his thugs, it was Canadian farmers who were left feeling the greatest impact. As we approach the spring planting season, farmers and agribusinesses still don't have certainty from this government on whether the 35% tariff will apply on fertilizer purchased pre-March 2nd but delivered after this date. In a case like this, the farmer and only the farmer is feeling the impact, not Vladimir Putin and his thugs. No one is disagreeing with the need for sanctions against Putin, but those sanctions should not penalize those who have pre-purchased fertilizer last fall and now are being left with the bill. This government was an opportunity to provide clarity on this issue, and once again, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and the Minister of Finance have failed to do so. Now, Mr. Speaker, the cost of fertilizer isn't the only challenge facing Canadian farmers. The cost of the carbon tax, as I mentioned earlier. Now, for farmers, there are very few, if no alternatives for the use of carbon-based fuels to dry their grain or to transport grains to elevators for export around the globe. However, the Liberals continue to unfairly and punitively charge this carbon tax in situations where there's simply no alternative, and this cost simply accrues to those who feed our country. Canadian farmers have long used the most sustainable measures to protect and preserve our land and natural resources. But while they are doing the work necessary, they do not get the credit and are actually penalized for their work. Now, once again, there is an easy solution. My friend and colleague, the member from Huron-Bruce, wisely introduced a private member's bill that would exempt farmers for the responsible use of fuel on their farms. Bill C-234 would achieve this. And in fact, a year ago, a nearly similar bill, Bill C-206, passed through this House and was well on its way to passage in the other place when the Liberals dissolved Parliament for their unnecessary summer election. So in a perfect world, they could have passed Bill C-206 a year ago, but the next best option would be pass Bill C-234. The budget could have done this. Sadly, it failed to do so. Farmers and farm families deserve more than what they are receiving from this government. For the sake of our food sovereignty and food security, they must do better. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the 6.5 years that I've been in this place, at almost every opportunity and almost every budget, I raised the concerns of rural broadband in my riding and in rural communities across the country. But these past 2 years especially have shown the necessity of reliable internet service. But this Liberal government has been slower than dial-up. Every day, I hear from constituents who cannot complete their education, grow their businesses, communicate with loved ones, or even access mental health services because the high-speed internet infrastructure is not there. Let me highlight that point, Mr. Speaker. They cannot access mental health services because they don't have high-speed internet. I've heard from constituents who have had to drive to a Tim Hortons parking lot to use their Wi-Fi to access services. In 2022, this is not acceptable. In fact, yesterday in the House, we heard the Minister of Rural Economic Development highlight their plans to get Canadians connected by 2030. 8 years from now is not good enough. It's not good enough for the families in Perth Wellington. It's not good enough for the rural communities across this country who need reliable, high-speed internet for their families, for their communities, and for their country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running thin, but I must highlight the issue of housing. In my community and in communities across Perth Wellington, housing has simply become unaffordable. In some places, we have seen 30, 40, 50% increase, in some cases more, to the cost of housing year over year in a single year, driving up the costs where families are just priced out of the marketplace. There's things we can do. There's things we do. Use the advice of the Ontario Home Builders Association and their efforts and their requirement, where they've stated they need 1 million homes in the next 10 years. We need to work towards that outcome, remove the red tape that's blocking communities, blocking home builders from building new houses so that families and communities can grow. Mr. Speaker, sadly, this budget has left out rural communities, in Perth Wellington and across the country. That is why I will be voting against this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in so many ways the member is wrong in terms of what it is that he's stating. The fact is that this government has invested more in rural broadband expansion than the previous Harper government did in 10 years, and we continue to invest significant amounts of money, recognizing how important getting those connections to our rural communities are. But my question to the member is, I'm a little confused in regards to the Conservative approach to Ukraine and the sanctions that are there. The member on the one hand, and I'm wondering if this is the Conservative Party position, the member on one hand says that we need to do whatever we can to support Ukraine and the Ukraine war effort, and we're seeing the world coming on side. Canadians as a whole want to see that. Is the Conservative Party officially saying that the fertilizing industry should be completely exempt from having to pay any tariff, specifically with respect to Russia?
Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And obviously the member from Winnipeg didn't listen to my speech. What I'm requesting is clarity from this government for fertilizer purchases that were made pre-March 2nd, before the sanctions were announced, where these were purchased and paid for in many cases before March 2nd. The purchases were already made. There's no impact on Vladimir Putin with that tariff. The only one being impacted are the farmers who have paid the price on those fertilizers. So clarity from this government. Will the tariffs apply pre-March 2nd? We've heard all kinds of answers from the government, but no clarity on pre-March 2nd. After March 2nd, all Canadians are in favor of the sanctions that must be made to combat Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and unnecessary, unlawful, illegal aggression against Ukraine. But pre-March 2nd, that's the clarity that's needed from this government, and it's simply not there from the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Perth Wellington for his speech. I serve as our party's agriculture critic, and we have certainly heard many of the concerns that he talked about in the Agriculture Committee. And I guess the conundrum that from my Conservative friends is that in their belief in the free market, sometimes that market chases areas of production which are in very undesirable countries like Russia. Russia, for example, supplies 16% of our fertilizer market, and of course we now find those prices being impacted by the war in Ukraine. I guess my question, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague is, we know Canada has vast reserves of potash, but our manufacturing centre has been our capacity has been so hollowed out. Would he support us building more capacity in fertilizer manufacturing here in Canada so we can have that resiliency and food security here in Canada where it so rightly belongs?
Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Cowichan Malahat Langford for that excellent question. And in fact, yes, Mr. Speaker, what we found out, especially during Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, what we found out during the last 2 years of this pandemic is that we need to do stuff in Canada again. We need to build stuff in Canada. We need to manufacture stuff in Canada. We need to be sure that we can rely on ourselves, especially for food security, especially for food sovereignty, so that we're not once again find ourselves beholden to dictators like Putin, to thugs like Putin and his regime, not just on fertilizer, but so many issues that we saw over the last 24 months with this pandemic, whether it was PPE, whether it's vaccine production, whether it's any of these issues that we saw being outsourced and reliant on foreign countries rather than doing it right here in Canada with the bright lights, the bright talents we have here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, to my honourable colleague from Perth Wellington. Really happy to hear him speak to the issue of food security, which is not mentioned in this budget. I would have thought that after the pandemic and what we've experienced, we'd be more conscious than ever in this country of the need to promote local food and local agriculture. Any comments from the honourable member?
The member for Perth Wellington, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend from Sandwich Gulf Islands. And she's absolutely right. In a country that is as prosperous as Canada, with the most fertile farmland in the world, with the most innovative farmers, whether they be dairy farmers, pork, beef, grain farmers, we can do so much here in Canada. We can be an economic powerhouse, but also a powerhouse that feeds our communities, feeds our country, and make sure that we do not have to rely on foreign entities to feed our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What a great MP. Reprise le débat, l'honorable député de la...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
My speech to Tanya Warraby, today retired from teaching, but who taught me my first economics class ever when I was in CEGEP in Montreal. Ms. Warraby had a gift for explaining economics with crystalline clarity. Un bon prof d'économie comme les députés de Joliette et de Mirabel conviendront peut faire toute la différence. How would Ms. Warraby have graded the official opposition's response to the budget? Probably she would have awarded them low marks for their partial analysis of the state of the economy. But a kind and patient teacher, she would perhaps have allowed them to rewrite the midterm. There is a real economy and a money economy, as I learned in Ms. Warraby's class, and yes, they are connected. But the Conservatives insist on ignoring what is going on in the real economy. They focus solely on monetary policy, which seems misplaced since the government does not control monetary policy, something the Prime Minister has tried over and over and over again to explain in the simplest terms. The Great Depression highlighted the potential impacts of catastrophic events in the real economy. In the Great Depression, we saw the collapse of agriculture, the hangover from industrial overproduction, the rise of trade protectionism, and a general crisis of confidence, something Keynes incorporated in his analysis under the rubric animal spirits. All these factors combined calamitously to sink the economy against the backdrop of a shrinking money supply tied to widespread bank failures. The money supply is always the backdrop, but contrary to what the Conservatives believe, the money supply is not the main driving force behind economic activity. As Andrew Coyne put it in a recent column, inflation is not too much money chasing too few goods. Rather, the price of a good or service rises when demand outstrips supply. For example, if the price of oranges goes up because of a frost in Florida that killed the crop, that is not inflation. It is a price signal that oranges are in short supply relative to demand, a gap the free market will move to fill by offering more economical substitutes. Quantitative easing, or unconventional monetary measures, as it has been called, did not unleash inflation in the United States between 2009 and 2015, when the Federal Reserve used it in response to the 2008 financial crisis, because the state of demand in the real economy was weak, deflationary even. What quantitative easing did was save the international financial order. Quantitative easing has been front and center during this pandemic, but this isn't what has fueled inflation. As Ian Lee, a professor of economics at Carleton University, says, over the last 2 years, people realized there's some things they don't need as badly or as much as they thought they did. What's more, those who received COVID benefits did not spend more. They essentially borrowed less and saved more. Canadian household savings rates rose during the pandemic, and much of the savings are still in personal bank accounts. Bank deposits have grown by an average of around $12,000 per household compared with pre-pandemic trends. Also worth mentioning, consumers are expected to use their credit cards less in 2022 in favor of instead using cash. According to Nicole McKnight of Finder.com, quote, 3 times as many people said they would either stop using their credit card or use it less often than those who said they would use it more. None of this, Madam Speaker, suggests a credit-driven spending spree linked to inflation. Quantitative easing is not the same thing as creating cash. It is not printing money, as the member for Carleton likes to tell us. Quantitative easing creates chartered bank reserves that are held at the Bank of Canada. These can be turned into loans, but this does not happen automatically. It happens only if there are profitable lending opportunities, including to businesses that want to expand capacity, something that actually mitigates inflationary pressures. As global chief economist for Manulife Investment Management, Francis Donald has said, quote, for the past 40 or 50 years, we've tended to view the economy through a demand-side lens. What is so unique about this period today is that it's the greatest supply shock since the 1970s. In other words, to quote economist Armin Yalnizyan, this is pandemic economics. The regular rules may not apply. We have been living in a trade-globalized world for the past 2 decades, with global supply chains built around just-in-time delivery and thin inventories that, if they had been more robust, could have better absorbed COVID supply shocks. When confronted by lockdowns at major ports and factories, the global just-in-time delivery system simply snapped. Pandemic economics is mostly about capacity constraints and demand shifting from services like travel and restaurant meals to goods, mostly ordered online, and not about too much money chasing too few goods. We are talking about fewer semiconductors for cars and washing machines, a halt in housing construction for weeks, if not months at a time during the lockdowns, and even capacity limits in the oil and gas sector following a downsizing of its workforce in response to a precipitous drop in economic activity caused by the pandemic. And yes, of course, there's a war in Ukraine that has created uncertainty in energy markets, causing prices to rise, which has in turn raised the cost of food production, among other things. But energy prices may be about to stabilize. According to an article in the New York Times on April 12th, referring to the impact of world oil prices on U.S. inflation, quote, "It now appears that the world oil market overshot in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. President Biden's million-barrel-a-day release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve makes up for much of the shortfall in Russian oil supplies. And as of this morning, on April 12th, crude oil prices were barely above their pre-Ukraine level, and the wholesale price of gasoline was down about 60 cents a gallon from its peak last month. And then there are the impacts of climate change on agriculture. To quote from a CTV article from this past January, quote, "A recent NASA study noted that global agriculture is facing a new climate reality, and with the interconnectedness of the global food system, impacts in even one region's bread basket will be felt worldwide." According to Canada's Food Price Report, in 2021, Canada experienced climate change-related adverse weather effects such as severe wildfires in British Columbia and drought conditions in the prairies that affected the prices of meat and bakery products, end quote. And finally, there are the all-too-familiar labor supply constraints, including shortages of port workers and drivers, so vital to a functioning supply chain. Here in Canada, the pandemic depressed immigration levels in 2020 and forced hundreds of thousands of women out of the workforce. That is why we're investing in immigration and childcare. To see the impact of supply-side inflation, one needs only to dissect the components of the Consumer Price Index. The main components of a rising CPI in February 2020 relative to February 2021 were transportation, 8.4%, food, 6.5%, shelter, 6.6%, not to be confused with the cost of housing, but that includes mortgage interest, property taxes, and fuel and electricity. If we take energy and food out of the equation, the inflation rate in February was only 3.9%. And we saw, when we looked at the inflation figures for March, that the price of gasoline year to year went up about 40%. While mortgage interest, household operating costs, rent, and furnishings are not included in the basket of goods that make up the CPI. Sorry, while they are included in the basket of goods that make up CPI, home prices are not. That is because homes are capital assets. Bidding wars have driven home prices to unprecedented levels, due in part to people moving away from core areas, to shortages of new supply, and to, yes, cheap mortgages, clearly. But house asset inflation does not squeeze disposable income the same way a rising CPI does, though it creates intergenerational inequality, and this is a problem. And that is why the budget is addressing housing supply and housing affordability. Independently, of course, the Bank of Canada is addressing interest rates and the cost of mortgages. Monetary policy, however, can dramatically suppress economic activity. It can cause great misery for a great many. We can think of the Federal Reserve's actions during the first Reagan administration, when Fed Chairman Paul Volcker wrung inflation out of the U.S. economy through an aggressive tight money policy that created a deep recession. The question for the official opposition is, what should the Bank of Canada have done at the start of COVID-19? Suffocate the economy during a global pandemic and create deflation worthy of the Great Depression, in the process destroying production capacity in a way that would have compromised economic growth across future generations? And what should the Bank of Canada do now that it is not already doing? Should the bank go even harder on raising interest rates to the point of provoking house price deflation and a deep recession? Would that bring down the international price of oil and food, or would these remain a problem, especially for the larger numbers of Canadians suddenly thrown out of work? Would a more aggressive interest rate policy resolve supply chain issues? No, and that is why our budget is taking aim at the supply chain problem. These, Madam Speaker, are some of the questions that the official opposition needs to answer. Answers that Canadians would like to hear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully, the honourable member makes a fairly obvious error in his economic analysis. He is talking about the fact that the Bank of Canada controls monetary policy, yes, but he misses the fact that fiscal policy can impact inflation as well. It's fairly well established, in the first-year economics professor that he spoke about at the beginning of his speech would, I'm sure, confirm the fact that that monetary levers as well as fiscal levers can impact inflation. And in fact, the expansionary fiscal policy being pursued by the government is having a significant impact on inflation. Of course, it's also important to acknowledge that the Bank of Canada, as a crown corporation, acts within the general ambit of policy established, things like the inflation target, which is set by government. So this member and other members of the government who try to absolve the government of responsibility for inflation by saying, oh, it's just the independent Bank of Canada over here, really are missing the obvious fact that the fiscal decisions of the government do impact inflation as well. Will the member acknowledge that fact and really call his government to account for those fiscal decisions?
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It can in certain circumstances, but I don't think the member would like to argue that the a massive amount of spending that took place during the depths of the pandemic was crowding out private investment. Quite the contrary. It was helping to maintain private investment and shifting the debt burden from individual Canadians to the government. Now, if one looks at the recent budget, the budget allocates only about $31.2 billion in new spending over the next 5 years. Madam Speaker, that's about $6 billion a year. That is less than what is being invested in the REM project in Montreal.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Lac Saint Louis, I think it's common knowledge that the honourable member from Lac Saint Louis is a champion of water and water policy in this place, and I wonder, and I know it's a question that might make him discomfited, but was he as disappointed as I was that the federal budget 2022 so badly ignores the previous commitments the government has made to deliver on the Canada Water Agency and to properly fund the neglected area of freshwater science and research and capacity in this country?
Well, Madam Speaker, I was happy to see an injection of about $25 million into the experimental lakes area, and I was happy to see an injection of about $8 million into creating the freshwater action plan. And this is one budget, but there will be others to follow, and I can assure the member that I will continue to advocate for greater and greater investments in freshwater science and protection. And of course, there's money for the Canada Water Agency. The agency will take a while to develop, so I think it's good to take a step-by-step process to approach to funding the agency.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. One of the issues that I'm quite disappointed about with the budget is the lack of action from the government with their promise to deliver a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. The budget only outlines $300 million, and it's just a drop in the bucket, truth be told, to address the crisis with urban Indigenous peoples in need of housing. Over 80% of urban Indigenous people actually live off reserve, and yet they're 11 times more likely to end up in a shelter. So my question to the member is this: will he actually take up the cost to advocate on behalf of urban Indigenous, northern Indigenous peoples, and call for the government to make a substantive investment for a for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy in this budget, and also with the fall economic statement coming up?
L'honorable député de Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an extremely important issue and priority, obviously. And the government has taken housing very seriously from the day one of its election in 2015. We're already on track by 2027, 2028 to deliver more than $72 billion in financial support through the National Housing Strategy, the very first national housing strategy in Canadian history, and of course a priority on Indigenous housing is an important part of that and should be, and it's something that we need to keep an eye on in the future.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just a brief follow-up to my earlier exchange with the member. I think it's clear that there are a variety of policies of the government at the fiscal level that are impacting inflation. And that impact is especially strong at this point, as we're seeing highest level of inflation in decades. And this is at a point when we have very much come out of the depths of the pandemic as we were years ago. There is also a question of the target the federal government sets and how seriously they set that target, because the Bank of Canada operates within the target that's been set by the federal government. It's ultimately the government that establishes the policy framework that governs the way the Bank of Canada, which is an independent but crown corporation, operates. So to re-emphasize my previous question, does the member acknowledge that it is policy choices of this government that are driving inflation, that are making things more expensive, and that the government could be making different policy choices that would be addressing this problem of inflation and the rising price of goods that people see?
As I recall, Madam Speaker, the framework for the Bank of Canada, in terms of its inflation target, has not really changed much over the last few years. It's still aiming for a 2% inflation rate. So I don't see that somehow there has been a radical change at that level. Again, it's very important to recognize that the Bank of Canada is independent. And I am quite fearful that private members' bills like one that has been introduced by the former leader of the Conservative Party somehow tries to shift the blame to an independent institution and impugn that institution and attack its credibility in the eyes of Canadians. And I think that would be a great threat to economic policy in this country.
Comments? Questions et commentaires?
I can't see. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary? No, sorry.
Cloverdale, Langley City. Sorry, I can't.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just was interested in the reference that my colleague made in previous response to the National Housing Strategy. Housing affordability is a huge issue in the riding of Cloverdale-Langley City, and I've been really pleased to see in this budget the commitments to housing. And I just wonder if my honourable colleague could speak to a moment about housing commitments that are being made and how this will positively impact ridings such as mine.
Honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question. Housing is a very complex area. Now, we've brought in some important measures to help with housing affordability. We have a new savings vehicle, which is a very creative combination of the TFSA and the RRSP. I think this will benefit first-time home buyers. But there are other aspects of the housing situation that are under the control of municipal governments, and I think the member's probably seen this in his area. I've seen it in my area. There's a big debate going on in my community about densification, and some amount of densification is going to be necessary if we're going to increase the housing supply in a geographic area that is already highly developed. So obviously we can't influence municipal bylaws and permitting, but through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we can exert a certain amount of influence, and hopefully that will be helpful.
We have time for a brief question and bref question. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the Liberals talked several times about, this new RRSP, and John's going to walk in front of me right away, but they talk about this basically program to go and help with people for their first-time home buyers. But yet the majority of Canadians, over 50% of them, are less than $200 away every month. So how does this plan actually help when Canadians have no money to invest up to $40,000 to make it sure that it's a secure situation? So how is this really benefiting first-time home buyers?
Well, Madam Speaker, by that logic, we could say, how is it the RRSP benefits anyone, or how is it that the TFSA benefits anyone? But I just said in my speech, if the member was listening, that that households have higher savings than before. And so if those savings could be channeled into a creative instrument such as the first-time home buyer savings account, I think that will help. It will not be the solution to everything, but it's part of a bigger puzzle.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, the Canadian dream is dying and the Liberals are digging its grave. They've put us on an economic suicide mission that the world the millennials are inheriting will be far different after their 6 years of their rule in this country than that of the baby boomers who preceded us, than that of our parents. And I'm very concerned about it and was very much looking forward to discussing the budget that they brought forward and the lack of vision and positive plan to create a future that millennials can really believe in. So if we want to take housing, for example, housing has effectively doubled in price since the Liberal government took power 6 years ago. It is over $868,000 to buy a house today. And yet, Canadians, my generation is the most educated generation in history. We have dual income households, both people working full time, and yet half of us will never be able to afford our own home. That's what the data is telling us. And in our parents' generation, let's take the 1970s, the average income was about $25,000. You could not have a formal post-secondary education, earn $25,000 a year, buy the average house price was about $50,000. You can reasonably buy that house and pay it off within 10 years. And now again, my generation, the most educated in history, dual income household, half of us will never own a home. Something is seriously wrong with this picture. People depend on houses for their retirement. So what is half of my generation going to do about their retirement plans, Madam Speaker? We haven't heard a coherent plan from this government, but they are spending about $74 billion on housing since they took office and with their new promises in their budget. So one could argue perhaps their plan is making housing more expensive from the looks of it. And we know the Parliamentary Budget Officer himself has said their Liberal plan for housing will only have a limited impact. So again, not a lot to look forward to for millennials. And we hear every day the interest rates are going up, they're going up. What does that really mean for your average homeowner? So if you've recently bought a house, let's take the average home price, $800,000, and you were lucky and you got in with the low interest rates at about 2%, you gave 5% down, you're probably paying about $3,400 a month with your mortgage. But let's say it goes up even just 3%. Doesn't sound like a lot, but let's say your mortgage goes up 3% by the time you're up for renewal in a couple years. That will mean you're going to be paying about $5,200 a month. That's $22,000 more for the year that family, with the average home price, will be paying in interest payments. With $22,000 a year for a mortgage, that is catastrophic. That is families walking into the bank with their home keys, dropping them on the desk and saying, sorry, take it, I can't afford it. We can't afford it anymore. We're going to lose our equity. We can't afford this. It's very concerning, Madam Speaker, to hear these interest rates increases and the impact it will have on home ownership in this country. And we know the cost of living is going up as well, of course, driven in part and in large part by inflation. It hit 6.7%, the cost of goods last month in March, which is a 30-year high. Inflation hasn't been this bad since before I was born, to put it into context. That's what we've received as millennials and as Canadians now after 6 years of Liberal rule. If we look at food and gas, recent surveys show that a third of Manitobans say that they don't make enough to cover their bills. A third, 1 in 3. And half of Manitobans are only $200 away from not being able to afford their bills. They're going to go bankrupt. $200 away from doors closing, can't pay the bills. Pretty astounding that half of Manitobans are only $200 away from that, Madam Speaker. And we know every time we bring this up, every time my colleagues work hard to bring up their legitimate grievances on behalf of their constituents who are struggling to afford food, struggling to afford gas, which was about $1 a litre when the Liberals came in. Now it's almost $2. Every time we bring it up, we get a bit of an eye roll. And we hear, oh, well, we're here for the people. We take care of them. We have Canada's back. I don't think so, Madam Speaker. It doesn't seem that way. When people can't afford groceries, you go to the grocery store, you pick up 4 modest bags of groceries. You're looking at a $300 bill. Imagine families of 4, families of 5. How are they affording this? Interest rates are going up, so your car loan, credit card, mortgage, all of it is increasing, more money just going to interest payments. And then so prices are going up, but what is their plan to grow the economy and to bring prosperity to the millennial generation and to all Canadians? Because I'm really not clear after reading the budget. And that's been actually a common criticism across the political spectrum. What is the vision? Because we know growth and investment have been way down since they took office. They have created an environment in Canada that people look at Canada, no, I'm not investing in there. The regulatory burden is too high. We heard this even, I was listening to a podcast, Paul Wells, formerly of Maclean's, was talking about in the budget. They even talk about, in the Liberal budget itself, that growth over the next several years is projected to be lower than in the rest of the G7. Total spending on research and development has been declining in Canada, and it's the only G7 country where that's been happening. And that's what Mr. Wells brought my attention to in this podcast that I was listening to. So that's their record after about 7 years of governance. The Fraser Institute as well said manufacturing capital stock is the lowest it has been in 35 years. The Fraser Institute also said that business investment dropped in 7 of 15 sectors. Critical sectors, economic engines of our country, dropped since they've been in government. And I think Jack Mintz from the Financial Post put it quite well. Ottawa needs to recognize that Canada's economic potential depends on private investment, not government spending. If only they would recognize that, Madam Speaker. And if we look at the country's the main economic engine, what brings in the most revenue more than any other industry, oil and gas. We know, obviously, we've heard lots about this, the No More Pipelines bill, the tanker ban. They've repeatedly brought in major regulatory burdens so that Canada can't develop its natural resources and get them to market. It's been moving at a glacial pace. And yet we know that oil and gas brought in $700 billion in cumulative fiscal revenue to federal, provincial, and municipal governments. $700 billion made from oil and gas. Given to governments. That pays for health care, that pays for education, that pays for roads, that pays for our generous social safety net, Madam Speaker. And we talk about green investment. I am all for moving forward, greening our economy. I think most people are. But how are we going to get there? It's very expensive, and the technology is not there yet. We need research and development dollars, which I just mentioned are declining. We need something to make the money so we can invest in these programs, invest in making our economy more green. And that's oil and gas. That's LNG. If we would export our LNG gas and offset the world's dependence on coal, we could massively lower emissions. But we need a government with the will to make that happen. And we see countries like Norway leading the way in making their economy more green, aggressively pursuing also oil and gas development, working with their oil and gas for carbon capture technology. It's incredible what Norway is doing, green and oil and gas. And we've heard this government for 6 years talk about green jobs. I looked on Google for quite some time to try to figure out exactly how many green jobs they've created, because we also heard this from the Kathleen Wynne government in Ontario, green jobs. Of course, their energy prices per household doubled in her time, in the Liberal time, in the Ontario provincial government, much like what's happening with the federal Liberal government now with energy prices and household costs. And I can't seem to find any evidence of these green jobs. Maybe someone can correct me and quote some data, because I have not been able to find where these green jobs that they've been talking about for 6-7 years, where are they? I would like to know, and I'd like to see the data that says they're going to be as lucrative for Canada today as oil and gas has been for our social services, for our infrastructure. There's no evidence of this. Not to say it can't happen, but they're not doing a great job. And then, so what does this create? Well, I think people forget, but Canada is a very difficult country to govern. We're the second largest landmass in the world. We have 2 official languages. We have over 300 First Nations communities. We have the East Coast. We have the West Coast. We have Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, the Prairies, then Ontario, Quebec, and the North. Difficult country to govern historically and today, but especially when the Prime Minister and his father were in power. We see Western alienation. We see Quebec separatism. This is what we're seeing. And they know it. They know if they can focus the votes in the Toronto area, they don't have to pay attention to the rest of the country. We could see it in their policies. They don't consider what the West needs. And we saw Gerald Butts, former #1 right-hand person to our Prime Minister, He said, and I'll just quote and conclude, Madam Speaker, what you see here is a long-term optimization trends. Campaigns are ruthless optimization exercises where you will have incremental investment drive the maximum return in real time. We count seats, not votes, so smart campaigns focus on delivering them. They're winning elections on division, Madam Speaker. And I will end a quote with this. If governments can't demonstrate that their efforts work for regular people, then people will start to look around for other extreme alternatives. You know who said that, Madam Speaker? The Prime Minister in 2014 at a Liberal convention. Maybe he should listen to his own words. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, as a Prairie member of Parliament, I would suggest that the member is off base on a number of accounts. Yeah. You know, when the price of oil, the world price of oil, was going down, we were criticized because we were not allowing it to sustain itself. The Conservatives wanted it to be higher. And today, the Conservatives are criticizing us because the price of world oil is too high. So when it's too low, it's the government's fault. When it's too high, it's the government's fault. When the member says, well, what about the need for oil production? Stephen Harper, absolutely not a drop of oil to the coastlines. We have at least put a pipeline that's going to the coastline, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can recognize that just take a look at the real numbers, jobs, job growth. Take a look in terms of economic activity. Canada does exceptionally well, especially if you compare it to our neighbors in the south, the United States. My question to the member.
Unfortunately, the honourable member is going on, and I do have to allow for other questions. So the honourable member, Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg for his question, and I would say any Liberal who suggests that they support the oil and gas industry is living in a fantasy. All they need to do is look at the electoral map. No seats in the area of the country that generates some of the most economic wealth because they are consistently ignored, consistently abused by this Liberal government in their policies. So any indication, any words from any Liberal member of Parliament that they support our energy sector is a farce, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to remind my honourable colleague that we are independent, we are sovereignists, irrespective of who's in power, even if it were to be the Conservatives. I'd like to note that she spoke a lot about housing, and I would like to note that the Conservatives have different proposals to ours, different to those of the government when it comes to housing. So that seems to imply that perhaps we should stop, or they should stop, imposing conditions in the budget. Perhaps the Liberals should just invest provinces with the money, because provinces understand their housing needs. Provinces are the ones with the plan, and they should be able to work as they wish to work. Wouldn't that be the best way to move forward?
Then St. Paul.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I think the answer to the housing crisis is that we simply need to build more houses more quickly. We need to ensure that federal dollars are incentivizing municipalities to build homes quicker. I think we need to be moving forward in our economy, making sure that if our economy is going to keep growing, if our population is going to keep growing, we need to ensure that our housing continues to grow as well. So I would ask the Liberal member, I know in his riding, I'm sure he's having the same problem as I am. He's a similar age to me. Half of our generation can't afford homes. They're spending $74 billion on housing, and yet housing prices have doubled since they've been in government. Something is going seriously wrong here, Madam Speaker, and it's unacceptable.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her speech. I agree that there are many challenges being experienced by many Canadians trying to make ends meet. Those particularly hard hit are those living with disabilities. They are being left behind. Many in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith are concerned living with disabilities, trying to make ends meet, and the pandemic has made things even worse. Unfortunately, missing from the budget is the Liberals' long-promised Canada Disability Benefit. Another issue is the barriers in those living with disabilities in accessing the disability tax credits. Does the member agree in the importance of this budget not leaving those living with disabilities behind, and to finally implement the long-needed Canada Disability Benefit?
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I thank the member for the question. I certainly would appreciate a government who takes the needs of the disability community very seriously. I have many seniors in my riding who suffer from disabilities as well. And what I would say is that whenever we talk about inflation, whenever we talk about gas prices going up, heating prices going up, grocery prices going up, it impacts those on fixed incomes the most, those living with disability. those seniors living on modest pension incomes. If you only have a fixed amount of money per month to pay for rent, transportation, groceries, any increase in inflation, that hurts those folks the most. That's why every day we are railing on this government to do something about the cost of living, because it is those who are in the lowest economic threshold who are suffering the most. It's a very serious issue. That's why we continue to raise them every day in question period, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in this House to discuss the first NDP Liberal budget in Canada. What a year it has been as COVID continues to devastate the Canadian economy and our supply chains. Many people in this country will struggle for many years to recover from the losses of the past 2 difficult years. And what does this budget do for Canadians, you ask? Well, it proposes higher interest rates, higher taxes, higher and higher spending. At a time when Canadians could use a break, the bad news keeps piling up. Now, I'm sure the Liberal members will use the same talking points as usual when debating this issue, but I am sure that they will not ask any questions about the following issues, which I was very much hoping would be included in this 2022 budget. First of all, I would like to discuss the rural-urban divide that seems to be ever-growing in this country. My riding of Beauce is part of rural Quebec, a cradle of entrepreneurship and agriculture. Unfortunately, in the latest budgets proposed by this government, we feel further and further away from seeing any significant changes in our region. Madam Speaker, why does this government continue to ignore rural Canada? In this budget, I was hoping to see some funding for public transit or additional infrastructure in our communities. But once again, we have felt forgotten in my riding. Municipalities are trying to implement public transit, but need financial support, and this is an issue that needs to be addressed. But until the federal government is willing to put real money on the table, it is just a distant dream. Another issue that affects rural Canadians that was not even mentioned once in this budget is the issue of cellular connectivity in rural Canada. How hard is it for this government to realise that this is not just an equality issue, but a public safety issue? In my riding, many municipalities do not have reliable cell phone coverage. Not only does this increase the likelihood of public safety disasters, but we also lose productivity when it comes to our businesses. The government needs to sit down with the CRTC and major carriers and find a way to bring reliable and affordable mobile phone coverage to rural Canadians. There must be a way to establish a baseline in terms of minimum coverage, but also a fair and equitable payment scale for these services. In my riding, we pay some of the highest mobile phone bills in the country, whilst having some of the lowest coverage in the entire country. This must be addressed, and this must be done hand in hand with improvements to high-speed internet. We need to do both at the same time because they are both equally important in our regions, Madam Speaker. Another issue I would like to address, which is probably the biggest problem facing my constituency, is the issue of labour shortage. With one of the lowest unemployment rates in Canada, Beauce is continually struggling to attract labour. In our case, the only recourse for many years has been to use temporary foreign worker programs. Unfortunately for us and many other Canadian business owners, the system simply is broken. In recent months, the government has made some promises and supposed improvements to the programs, but on the ground, nothing has changed. Let's face it, our country is the land of red tape. Red tape on red tape on red tape. Departments that should be working together are blaming each other for delays when they are not pointing the finger at provinces. The Immigration Department really needs to wake up. These files need to be processed in a much shorter time frame, plain and simple. Many companies are waiting months and months to get access to these workers. They are spending thousands of dollars in administrative and government costs only to be told that these workers may never come or that their arrival will be significantly delayed because of the problems the government has caused itself. Many suggestions have been made to the Agriculture Committee, of which I am a member, regarding seasonal foreign agricultural workers, but little has improved since our report was tabled. Also, many of the problems we see are with non-agricultural workers, and there doesn't seem to be any urgency at all on the part of the government to bring them here in a timely fashion. I think that one of the most effective ways to speed up this process would be to eliminate the labour market assessments, labour market impact assessments for those areas of the country where unemployment rates are under 5%, as I have said on a number of occasions here and in committee. This is a solution that would be fairly easy to implement, so Madam Speaker, I will continue to hammer it home until the government understands that this is a serious problem that needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. Madam Speaker, 60% of the companies in my riding are looking for labour, and at the same time they are accelerating automation and robotisation, but they need to stay competitive in the markets. The problem is that their margins are already so thin that it is very difficult to invest in these technologies as it stands. So I think that the government needs to implement better programs and better incentives to help these companies modernise their production. But until the government delivers on its promises of high-speed internet and also steps up its fight to improve cellular phone coverage, this robotisation will remain difficult in rural ridings such as mine. Finally, I would like to address a huge failure on the part of this government with respect to our agriculture and agri-food sectors. There is no money in the budget to improve and secure the food supply in our country. I have always said that the agricultural sector is an economic engine waiting to be tapped. Instead of helping Canadian farmers, the government continues to create programs that put them further in debt. As Canadians struggle to put food on the table, we find ourselves importing more and more and more food. The government has also decided to impose a 35% tariff on fertilizer from Russia. It is not clear whether orders placed before the start of the conflict in Ukraine will be exempt from these tariffs or not. The planting season is coming up, and farmers cannot bear the burden of these tariffs alone. So, who do you think will have to pay these extra prices? Well, the consumers, of course. Furthermore, this government also continues to refuse to implement Bill C-208 from the previous Parliament, a bill providing for the fair transfer of a family farm or small business to a family member, rather than taxing the seller unreasonably compared to the sale of the farm or business to a third-party buyer. This government will do everything in its power to recover as much tax as possible, even if it is at the cost of losing our family farms and small businesses that are so valuable to the development of our regions. Now, you can rest assured, Madam Speaker, that setting up a round table to discuss this bill, which has already been voted on and given royal assent, will still not force the hand of these greedy Liberals. How can a government unilaterally decide not to implement a bill when the majority of parliamentarians have already voted yes for it? This is simply not the way democracy works, Madam Speaker. And so, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, another budget, yet another complete failure by this government. As I sit here once again debating with my colleagues, I can only wonder when this Prime Minister will come down from his throne and listen to the proposals put forward by your humble opposition. I can only imagine that his rural constituents feel the same way. We are all here to do a job, that is to represent our constituents. The government must address the rural-urban divide. The days of two classes of citizens must be left in the past. We must come together and make Canada the economic superpower that it should be. I will continue to be a beacon of hope for the Beauce community, and I just hope that for once this government will hear me. I thank you, and I will be happy, Madam Speaker, to answer any questions my colleagues may have.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Minister of Agriculture and the government has actually been working very closely with industry on a number of different files. And over the last number of years, what we've seen and through a lot of federal investment is growth in the industry of our agricultural community. And if I take a look at my home province, for example, of Manitoba, you've seen substantial growth in industries such as our pork industry. Which continues to grow. Jobs were just added in the community of St. Boniface, and those jobs are, as a direct result, will end up with more jobs in Saskatchewan and Alberta, and even to a certain degree, I'm not sure of this, but in Ontario too. So our agricultural community continues to grow, and I think the member is underestimating the value and the contributions that our farmers and rural communities are actually making to our economy when he tries to give an impression as if we are seeing a shrinkage, when in fact there has been government investment and we have seen growth in our rural sectors.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. Indeed, pork production has increased in my riding as well. I have the biggest Olimel abattoir in my riding, so I know what we're talking about, and hog production is very intense. There has been an increase, but we have to keep in mind that over the past 2 years, with agreements signed and concluded with China, in amongst others, it's still difficult to open the Chinese market. So we have to make sure that when we develop new markets, we have to diversify them. And perhaps the government focused itself too much towards the Chinese market, which meant that we had pork surplus. The pandemic hasn't helped, of course, when it comes to the slaughter of these hogs, but there is an economic sector, this one, that exists in Quebec and in Canada. It's very significant, and we have to continue to support it in a more significant way. I'd like to remind my colleague, well, perhaps with another question, because other people would like to ask some questions. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also represent a very agricultural riding where there's many producers and farmers. My colleague for Beauce enumerated the various trade wars that will be ever more real for us. China, for example, that closed its market to Quebec and Canadian pork a few years ago. When I read the budget, I feel that Canada is not ready for future trade wars. Does my colleague agree that there should be permanent funds to be ready to compensate our producers just in case there are future market closures? The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte for his question. And yes, it is very important because the agriculture and agri-food and the processing sectors are in a country that exports a lot, our own. And as I mentioned, yes, it's important to diversify our markets and have programs that support our companies when there are trade disputes. So yes, I think that is a good idea. It should be implemented. It should have already been implemented in the past.
Brief question, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you to my colleague for his presentation.
Action Target Plan relies heavily on the use of carbon capture in order to meet our climate goals. Across Canada, experts tell us that carbon capture is unproven and won't be enough to help us meet our emission reduction targets. We no longer have time for empty talk. Does the member agree that Canadians can't rely on carbon capture and that we need to invest today into alternative energy sources that are zero emission?
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. yes, carbon capture is very important. Perhaps we should continue to examine what we could do more rapidly towards this objective, but I believe that carbon capture, in my humble opinion, is a sector where agriculture can play a role. Thank you.
I do want to, that's it for questions and comments, but I do want to remind the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, as opposed to shouting out when people are speaking, that he should wait until I ask whether there's questions and comments. And so, it's not really respectful to be yelling when someone else has the floor. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I start by acknowledging that we're here on the traditional territory of the Algonquin peoples. And Miigwech, thank you for tolerance and patience in the path of reconciliation. I also want to begin, je vais commencer avec quelques mots.
I'd like to begin with a few words, but I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Mirabel.
This afternoon late, I have to say there are things in the budget I like quite a lot. So I'm going to start with the things I like quite a lot and then explain why I cannot possibly, in good conscience, vote for this budget. The things we like quite a lot, yes, thank you that we have the New Democratic Party's Confidence and Supply Agreement. This has been a Green Party policy since 2015 that dental care is health care and should be part of our healthcare system. So we are pleased to see it in this budget. We also are pleased that there is a repetition of some sort of aspirational goal to deliver pharmacare to Canadians. There's not enough in this budget for me to believe it yet. We want to see the actual path to pharmacare clearly laid out and fast. Very pleased to see a number of other items here. The follow-through on childcare. Of course, I'm old enough to remember, this will be a theme, I suppose, in this speech. I start sentences, I'm old enough to remember. I'm old enough to remember in 2005 when the former Minister Ken Dryden had achieved what this now new government has done, not that new anymore, but Ken Dryden had signed agreements with every province and territory to deliver affordable childcare to every Canadian. We're many years later, it got derailed by the decision the NDP made in those days to defeat the Liberals and put Stephen Harper in place for a very long time. We lost Kyoto, we lost Kelowna, and we lost the childcare plan in 2005 and the election in January 2006. So I'm really pleased that we're seeing childcare back. Affordable childcare is going to make a difference to every Canadian family that has children who need desperately to have that childcare. I will share with members of this place that when I was a single mom, I earned $24,000 a year as executive director of Sierra Club. I spent half of it on childcare. The woman who was hired to do the childcare in a program in the neighborhood is a wonderful woman who became a good friend. Because she only earned the $12,000 a year because it was the way my salary was split in half, I paid her through a child care program. Her child care for her children was free because she only earned $12,000 a year, and I was making $24,000, and half of it was going to child care. These things are sort of unbelievable to people of good incomes like those of us in this place, all of whom are paid so handsomely as members of Parliament. I don't take it for granted. I'm pleased with much that's in this budget, and I'm pleased to see the government keep its promises in a couple of areas. Let me just say on housing, the thing that made me most pleased was to see co-op housing back on the agenda. It's not enough money. We need to do more, but there's $1.5 billion to bring back one of the most affordable, socially supportive ways that we can house ourselves is through co-ops. That's good. I'm not sure. I know there's a lot of good intentions behind things like the tax measures against flipping. I think there are many good measures, including, and this was one of the promises, to bring back and to bring in for the first time a searchable public registry for beneficial ownerships. Let's hope that helps deal with the problem of snow washing and of overseas interests buying up our housing. I think we still really need to deal with things like Airbnbs and the ability of people to buy homes, residential properties, and take them out of the marketplace And at the same time that they're making it harder to find affordable housing for Canadian families, they're undermining the tourism business, where hotels and real B&Bs have to pay staff and buy insurance and be regulated. So we do need to protect our housing market from Airbnbs, but I also think we need to protect tourism industry, employees and owners from the competition of Airbnbs. Let me move on to areas that were token and inadequate, and we need to do so much more. I think it really was a broken promise on the mental health strategies, the need for mental health, the need for addictions. The honourable member for Prince George Caribou has done so much good work on this. Why do we not have the suicide prevention line? Why do we not have supports for mental health in this budget? We should have seen them. Another key gap, because it was a commitment that was made in the Liberal platform to put $1 billion towards fresh water. This budget is such a bitter disappointment. This title comes from the Hill Times and was signed by some of Canada's leading advocates for freshwater. Ralph Pentland, who used to run Environment Canada's freshwater programs, signed this headline, signed this article, as well as Oliver Brandeis, Bob Sanford, eminent people in the field. The headline says it all: federal budget a failure when it comes to addressing the water crisis. This is one of those sentences that starts, I'm old enough to remember when I worked at Environment Canada in the 1980s. The Inland Waters Directorate in Burlington, Ontario, had a staff of 1,250 people who did nothing but work on freshwater science, regulatory, policy work. They had an annual budget of $60 million. So when this budget says, oh, we're going to provide $43 million over 5 years on freshwater and $8.7 to the new Canada Water Agency, well, I'd laugh if it wasn't so sad. You don't even begin to start adjusting dollars for inflation. This is an abject failure, and I don't know how it is that this has happened when there's such urgency and when the government had already pledged to do this. The promise of a Canada Freshwater Agency is now more than 2 years old. And here we are with flooding and drought and fires. Water policy is also climate policy, and I want to just take a moment to say to the people of southern Manitoba, people right now who are dealing with being walloped by climate crisis events, a Canada Water Agency could help anticipate, prevent, adapt, but I just want to do a shout out to those people right now, because I know in Manitoba things are very tough for many families. Also, in this budget, things that are completely missing. Nothing for ground transportation. Now, many people will say, well, that's provincial jurisdiction, but so is municipal public transit. And every government, including, and it was really great that the Harper government made the gas tax a permanent, predictable fund for municipal transportation. But where are we as a federal parliament in responding to Canadians from coast to coast who've lost their bus service and whose service on Via Rail is down to an antique, occasional train that rumbles through? I'm talking about between Vancouver and Toronto, Montreal to Halifax. We have not seen any significant investment in that ground transportation in at least a decade. All the money that's gone to Via Rail in all these years has gone to the Windsor-Quebec corridor. That's great. We need decent train service in the Windsor to Quebec corridor. But we also need decent train service with spokes that run off this hub. We need bus service across Canada so that, again, this is more than transportation. This is more than climate policy. This is justice. One of the key recommendations of the inquiry for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls was that you need to be able to get access to safe and affordable public transit, so you're not hitchhiking. The most marginalized people in our society are forced into hitchhiking because we act like there's not a problem when, if you want to get from Kamloops to Prince George, if you want to get from Kamloops to Vancouver, any of these routes, if you want to get from Moncton to Campbellton, you have almost no way to travel if you don't own your own car. And I'll also say for seniors and for a lot of us, being forced to drive on unsafe roads, particularly during hazardous winter blizzards, to get to a doctor's appointment, doesn't suggest we're a wealthy, industrialized society. In fact, our public ground transportation system is worse than any developing country I've ever visited. Now, moving on to what else we need. There's nothing in here for the tourism sector. The hardest hit sector, I would submit the hardest hit sector in pandemic. And what we hear is there's going to be a tourism strategy developed, but there's no money in this budget for it. I think we really need to do something to make sure that since the COVID pandemic, I'll say it out loud, is not over, we better start making sure small businesses in the tourism sector can survive. But why can't I vote for this budget? Because it's a complete failure in responding to what 3 days earlier was laid out by the IPCC on April 4th. They said, the lead author said, it's now or never. They never gave the option of later. It's now or never for a habitable planet, and this budget fails in that fundamental threat to our survival.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. There is a lot I disagree with in my honourable friend's speech. I found in particular her denunciation of Airbnbs to be a little bit odd. They're as a great affordable opportunity, especially for families to travel that have more flexibility than hotels. But I want to focus on the issue of carbon capture and storage, because the NDP, speaking previously, said that carbon capture and storage is unproven technology. I have news for the House. There's carbon capture and storage happening as we speak in my riding at a project called Quest. I was at an open house last week for a project called Polaris that is entirely private sector funded. It benefits from credits, but it does not involve any direct spending by the government. Industry is making these investments now in carbon capture and storage, and there are carbon capture and storage projects that are up and running, that are working, that are capturing carbon. So it's bizarre that some members say we don't know if it works. It's happening. Could the member acknowledge the benefits of carbon capture and storage and the positive impact that it's having?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, my honourable colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, first, in my riding, one of the reasons that local businesses have to close earlier and more often is that there's no affordable housing for workers to come in. And a very real concern of local businesses in my riding is that places that used to rent to summer students and workers are no longer available because they're Airbnbs. So we can pursue that conversation later. Meanwhile, the difficulty with carbon capture and storage is that it works far less than advertised. It can sequester some carbon, but in no project around the world has it ever met its goals or targets. It's about the most expensive way and one of the less reliable ways to do what's needed to be done reliably, quickly, and affordably.
The
honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know she's very aware of the most vulnerable people. In Quebec, there is the Golden Age Club Federation. It's the people over 50, 60 years of age, and they have asked the government to increase old age pensions or old age security after 65 years of age. Right now it's 75 years and up. I'd like to know if she thinks that we should increase old age security for people over 65 years of age, because this is not in the budget at all. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, the reason why I voted for the Bloc's amendment is that because the Bloc were talking about a concrete program to fight climate change, but the issue of funding for our seniors, well, I have no answer for her, because what the Liberals are doing just doesn't make sense. They're ignoring our seniors.
Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide her thoughts in regards to, she started to talk about the child care program, and that we do have a national child care program. And even though at times when you see government spend money, there's many derivatives that come out of it. That particular program will generate also revenue, and it'll also have a real tangible impact on the lives of many. If she can just provide her thoughts on that.
Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank you. I mean, as I reflected in my statement, virtually all my daughter's childhood. I was a single mom, and if this program had been in place, it would have been much more affordable. And early childhood education is not just, early childhood education and good childcare is not just about parking your kids somewhere. It's about actually creating an enriched educational experience for children, and it should be available to every Canadian child, regardless of the economic status of their parents or parent. And it's about time we brought this forward. It's catching up with many other countries in terms of social safety net, and let's make sure that we continue going forward. We know this was a she session. We know a lot of people who quit their jobs were not the dads, but the moms. Not always, but a lot. We have a huge chunk of our workforce right now that isn't able to go to work till they know for sure that they have reliable childcare. So this is something that was a long time coming, and I'm really happy to see it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague and my friend, the member for Saanich Gulf Island, for sharing her precious time with me. Well, the budget that was tabled, what it makes me think is missed opportunity. Missed opportunity, Madam Speaker, because there are all kinds of missed opportunities. Now, I think that the pandemic should have sounded the alarm about our seniors. It should have sounded the alarm. Now, I had hoped that the government would understand, because just before the election, they sent $500 to people over 65 years of age to get their votes. And now, all of a sudden, we get this budget. And in the budget, there's not only nothing for seniors, but there's this little diagram, and it says, stop complaining, stop whining. We're tired of hearing from you. The budget should have been an opportunity for the Liberal government to understand the funding problems in the health system. We have a Minister of Health who's been traveling around talking about having been compelled during the pandemic to release extra funds so that provinces who have been underfunded since the 90s would finally get some help. But they had been abandoned. They didn't have the capacity they needed. And instead of increasing transfers and getting people to realize what was happening, we had a minister who said, look, consider yourselves lucky and just deal with what I'm giving you now. We have a Minister of the Environment who should have understood what it would take in terms of costs, what it would incur in times of costs to make the transition, the green transition, the green shift. The Minister of the Environment himself was boasting about how how Canada was supposed to had brought down carbon emissions in 2020 when who was driving? I mean, there were far fewer carbon emissions. We're told by the Minister of the Environment, who is congratulating himself on what's doing. He seems to be, he has gained by the pandemic. So did the Minister of Health. This is a budget that counts on oil revenue. Now, I want to know who likes the budget? Who does it serve? So I looked at the media, I looked online, and the first thing I saw was Big Oil. Big Oil and Gas was very pleased with this budget. Now, they didn't get absolutely everything they wanted. You had to leave a little bit for others. But then we had associations of legal scholars, and others who say that this budget just doesn't cut it. The Environmental Association says that the technology of carbon capture and storage, and other technologies, in some cases, these things will increase carbon emissions. but we see subsidies to do exactly this. We've been being asked, or the federal government has been being asked, to cut subsidies to big oil.
These are major subsidies to the oil patch. So $12.5 billion over 5 years. But they don't have any money for health care. Let's not forget that. And in the following 4 years, $1.5 billion per year. So if you add it all up over 9 years, it's $18.5 billion in direct subsidies to the oil patch, Madam Speaker. And what they're also telling us is that they are making efforts. We've been listening. And it's true that there are some ineffective subsidies to the oil industry. And we've been waiting for years for a definition of what they mean by ineffective subsidies. Do you know how much those add up to? 9 million. So there's 18.5 billion in subsidies, only 9 million of which are apparently ineffective. And then to get us to swallow all that, they have their classic excuse, which is, in the West, in Newfoundland, there are people earning a fair living. They're earning an honest living in the energy sector. They are honorable people. Well, you know what, Madam Speaker? That's true. That's true. There are people who are stuck with this problem. They work in that industry, and they didn't ask to get caught up in all of this. But the problem is that by continuing to produce more and more oil, more and more families will get in trouble. The more oil we produce, the more families get caught up in that industry. The more families depend on that industry, and it'll be even harder to reduce our reliance on the industry in the future. The Canadian oil production has gone up by 69% from 2000 to 2010. From 2010 to 2015, another 31% increase. And then since 2015, it's the Liberals, under their watch, they're supposedly environmentalists, another 22% increase in oil production. And now they're talking about producing more to save the world, which will be another 13% increase. I know you love these numbers, Madam Speaker. So that's a 209% increase since 1990, the Kyoto reference year. And the Liberals are trying to cover that up. When you look at the fact that families are being put in a difficult situation, a situation that makes it harder and harder to have an energy transition between 95 and 2012, when the prices went from $33 a barrel to $135 a barrel, the number of people working in the oil industry, the number of people who rely on that industry for their livelihood has shot up as well. So yes, this puts people in a difficult position. But there has to be a transition. It has to be done quickly. It has to be done right. We haven't said shut it all down. We've said we need to put a cap on oil production. But what do we have here? What's in the plan? Generalities. They say that the council will come up with strategies to harmonize capital, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Blah, 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 Madam Speaker. It's just rhetoric. There's no plan. The federal government has no energy transition plan. So it's very hard, Madam Speaker, to vote in favor of this budget. And in terms of constructive projects, we have some. For example, there's the high-frequency train project for the Quebec City-Toronto corridor. That's been on the books for years. Is there any money for that? This what they are planning now is a turtle that's going to make the trip twice as often as it used to. Hardly a high-frequency train, Madam Speaker. And they're looking for partners. They've earmarked some money to try to find private sector partners. But when it comes time to helping the oil patch out in the West, well, then the Liberals have lots of cash. They're flush. But they want to start using the infrastructure bank again to save the world. You know that bank, it was created in 2015 when there was an economic slowdown. and it's done so little that it only started to work once the economy was already up and running again. And now they want to use that for the transition. So this budget is anti-senior, anti-healthcare. It's anti the energy transition. And I'd like to say something, Madam Speaker. It's not too late to change. We have a Prime Minister here who travels all across Canada from coast to coast to coast, lecturing people, saying that we need to change, that we need to get better. But in this budget, there's irrefutable proof that this is a tired old government. We have a Prime Minister who has no ambition to get better, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Far from being tired, this is a government that is very progressive and continues to move Canadians and this country forward. It's interesting, you know, the Conservatives will stand up and speak and say we've abandoned the oil industry. The Bloc stand up and speak and they say we're giving too much to the oil industry. Bottom line, Madam Speaker, we understand what Canadians want. They want clean air. They want good jobs. They want a healthy environment. They want a strong economy. And I've got good news for both my friends in the Bloc and the friends in the Conservatives. We can actually do both, Madam Speaker. And that's what this budget does, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I would ask my friend and colleague, would he not recognize even one of the things he criticized, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, hundreds of millions of dollars to get zero-emission buses in the city of Brampton alone. There's a lot of positive things in this budget and the things that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, the measures put in place by the Liberal government are brown measures disguised as green. So the Conservatives see them as green, but we see them as brown. They're just half measures. And the Environment Minister, once again today, Madam Speaker, confirmed that he's trying to sell this infrastructure bank, which never worked in the first place. And when my colleague from Winnipeg North has done 1 kilometer on the high-frequency train from Quebec City to Windsor, then he can ask his question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was encouraging to hear the member talk about how oil production is going up in this country, and I think one of the greatest solutions to the challenges we face in energy would be to support the development of liquefied natural gas products in Quebec. And I think once those projects were on stream, we'd see the Bloc supporting the energy sector. So some hopeful opportunities maybe in the future. But I want to ask the member the question about subsidies, because he went on about alleged subsidies. And it seems to me that the government, that people looking for reasons to oppose the energy sector call any kind of incentive, any kind of tax break a subsidy. They use such an expansive definition of subsidy. There are no real subsidies to the oil and gas sector, but the Bloc tries to redefine the term subsidy to be so expansive as to include almost anything. Would he be supportive of applying the same definition of subsidy to industries that are important in his province and ending subsidies to those industries as well?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have it so easy. Their only problem is that there can never be enough oil. So their solution to everything is produce more oil. It must be nice when everything's that easy. But when the government is subsidizing oil, I'm not going to take any lectures from my colleague about equalization and transfers, because you know what, Madam Speaker? It's a check that's chasing its own tail, because they use equalization to justify producing even more. And then the tax imbalance will be even greater, and they'll use it even more to justify. So the Conservatives invent their own problems and invent their own solutions.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, a brief question.
Thank you much, Madam Speaker. The member opened his comments with concern for seniors and the lack of action for seniors. One of the things that the NDP would really like to see is for the government to adopt my colleague's bill on the guaranteed livable income. That would actually support seniors, of course, many others as well, living in poverty. Would the Bloc support such a bill?
The Honourable Member for Mirabel has 1 minute to answer. We're talking about a Ways and Means motion here, and we have an opportunity now to act on behalf of our seniors to increase the OAS. But the NDP decided to make a deal with the Liberals, and now they want to lecture us about that. We'll see what happens when we vote on this bill, but the NDP is soon going to pass a budget that is anti-senior, and we will hold that against them. Order pursuant to Standing Order 38. It's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Health. And the Honourable Member for Stormouth, Dundas, South Glengarry, Housing. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on the topic of this budget, and you'll understand very quickly that I'm going to be talking about agriculture. I have a keen interest in that. Now, there's a lot of disappointment because there's not much in the budget about agriculture. The announcements are things that are obvious, things that were already underway. They're nothing new. For example, continuing with the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. But there are some provinces in the West, among others, who are rejecting improvements to the Agri-Stability Program. For a long time now, we've been suggesting that, and it is the position of Quebec farmers, that we should go ahead with 20% of the margin with those provinces that are willing to go along. And I repeat that proposal today. I think it's important to improve the performance of our insurance programs because our producers, they need these programs to ensure the stability of the supply chain. So these are things that can be done, that can be effective, that can be ongoing. Of course, it's not as much fun for the party in power because they can't show up and make big announcements and cut ribbons and talk about the things they're doing. And my colleague from Mirabel just illustrated this point quickly about the billions that are needed for health, and we're given a pittance of what we ask for. Well, it's a bit the same when it comes to agriculture. We get a lot less than what we need. The budget also announces that there will be some announcements coming down the pipe. So when it comes to supply management and CUSMA, I'm going to try to stay calm here, but for crying out loud, enough's enough. Does this government believe in supply management or not? Does this government believe in our farmers? Does this government respect them minimally? No. The answer is no. The budget boasts about all the free trade deals we have with all the other G7 countries, but there was a cost associated with that. We had to give up some of our market, our supply-managed market, and that's an effective market. The prices are under control. The products are high, extremely high quality, and yet this government disrespects supply management over and over again. The compensation due under CUSMA isn't something that farmers should have to beg for years in a row to get. It's like this government is forcing farmers to remain polite and ask politely and be patient. Yes, it's coming. Calm down. You'll get it. You'll get your money eventually. Can we just not solve this problem once and for all, please? This is a huge disappointment. And the negotiations have been done. The amounts have been established. Cut the checks. Send out the benefits. Send out the compensation to our farmers. Where was I? I lost my thread here. So over time, supply management has been whittled away at, and I'm going to name something here. I feel like this government is underhandedly, sneakily, slowly taking away market share from supply-managed industries, slowly letting foreign competition in, slowly and delaying the compensation payments. And basically what they're trying to do is slowly kill off supply management so gradually that it'll never look like it was their fault. And what I'm going to say is, if that's your strategy, say so. Come out with it. Let us know. Because if that's the strategy, pay that compensation right now and let's get on with it. I know that some people are looking some of my colleagues are looking a bit concerned here because I almost forgot to say that I'll be sharing my time with my esteemed colleague for Shefford. I was so into my speech, I almost forgot to tell you. Now, what's even more serious, Madam Speaker, and now I can see I'm not going to have a time to say a tenth of the things I plan to say here today. But in the last Parliament, my very esteemed colleague, who's not here today, I'm not supposed to say so, but my colleague for Brandon Surrey proposed a bill in the previous Parliament, which I co-sponsored, and I was pleased to do so. So we worked closely with the NDP at the time, and we managed to get that bill passed. And it has to do with intergenerational farm transfers. And at one point, it was you were no better off selling to a foreigner than to your own child. And it makes no sense for a government that claims to attach great importance to the family farm and to agricultural renewal and to food stability, self-sufficiency. It's so angering, it's so frustrating, and if I say anything more, it won't be parliamentary. Enough is enough. And what's really upsetting about all that is that this bill was passed. And if the government had any doubts or wanted to make any changes, this was all done last time around in the previous Parliament. All the issues were settled. And when legislation is passed in the Senate, it should enter into force. And I got a big surprise last year when I realized that the finance minister could have just held a press conference the next day and said, "We're not letting this enter into force." What is that? This is supposed to be a democracy, and a majority enacted this bill. The majority of MPs respect farmers and wanted to ensure their future. Can we simply take the next step, please? But instead, pressure was brought to bear. People in the government backed down. They said, no, we won't let it enter into force because more changes are needed. And so that's why we were expecting something about this in the budget, but there's nothing. But the government, and let me read this to you. The exception in the bill could inadvertently allow certain surpluses to be squandered without any true intergenerational transfer occurring. And so the government says they'll be delaying the implementation of this bill. That's what they say. And nothing is being done at the same time about tax havens. Nothing. For how many years? The estimate is at least $7 billion is lost annually to tax havens. Everyone knows this. It's such an open secret. I'm surprised people aren't more upset about it. But when a farmer wants to hand his farm down to his son, the government says, you might be a fraudster, so we're going to have to wait a little while and we're going to have to turn the screws to make sure you're not actually defrauding the government of tax revenues. And what they're saying is that, well, these transfers can still occur, but what I've been hearing is that tax advisors, accountants and so on, everyone is telling farmers, look, wait, we don't know what they're going to do. You're taking a huge risk if you transfer your farm now. We suggest that you delay your intergenerational transfer. But this is going to cause more and more problems with sales to foreigners. And we're going to have the same problem we have with supply management. It's how the land is being used. And where there used to be 20 farms, there will only be 2 left. The farms are being bought up and turned into mega farms. It's all part of one picture. But when you have stable production, that helps the economy get on a roll. And in my last 30 seconds, I'd like to say that the Bloc has made a choice to work constructively. Last night, we voted on the sub-amendment. We didn't say it's all bad and we're going to vote against everything. What we did say was, here's what should be in the budget, and people here in the House voted against us. The NDP Liberal Alliance voted against an increase to the OAS starting at age 65. They say they work for everyone, but that's how they vote. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to taking questions. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. For the first part of the member's speech, he talked a great deal about supply management and tries to plant the seed of doubt in terms of where it is that this government stands on supply management. And virtually from day one, going back into 2015, the then Minister of Agriculture was very clear. We support supply management. In fact, it was a Liberal administration many years ago that created supply management. The difference is that the government understands that Canada is a trading nation. And we continue to negotiate those trade agreements which provide the type of jobs that are so important to our middle class and to grow our economy. And my question to the member is that would he not recognize the benefits of having these trade agreements and understand and appreciate that there is no hidden agenda here? We created supply management. We will continue to protect the need for supply management for the fine work it does. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Bloc has always staunchly been for free trade, and we've never cast doubt on international agreements. But I think that we can do 2 things at once. We can multitask, have good trade deals while protecting our domestic market. I would like to reply that if he really supports supply management, could he let us know why it's been sold out 3 times with international agreements? Could we stop just simply chopping it up? It's at 18% of the dairy market. Any less, and it's simply just going to break down.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for the passion that he brings to his work in this chamber and also at committee. I would ask if he would clarify some of his comments regarding the agri-stability program. If I heard him correctly, he is suggesting that that the improvements be made, and I would support that. With provinces that agree to move ahead. Is he suggesting that the Canadian government then treat all provinces equally, or the farmers in the provinces, and supply increased funding to 85% under ag stability in all provinces, or just the provinces that agree? Should not a federal government treat all farmers in Canada equally?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I would like to thank my colleague, who I appreciate greatly, for his question. The answer is, well, of course, all farmers and producers need to be treated the same. All provinces should be treated the same. However, when there is a will to improve the program so that the insurance program works well, and if there's a majority of provinces that want to move forward, then we could offer all provinces the option of implementing the program, and then the provinces that want to can go forward with it. Everyone should have an equal opportunity to implement it, should they want to.
Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, who I also serve on the Agriculture Committee with. I guess, when I look at the agricultural section of the budget, it's nice to finally see a reference to climate change when speaking to agriculture. And he will know that our committee is currently studying agriculture's contributions to climate change. I'm just wondering, based on the witness testimony he's heard at that committee, what kind of recommendations does he hope to see eventually in our report that may serve as a firm basis for recommendations that we can make for government policy in the future? Thank you.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. An infinite number of thanks to my colleagues for that question, because it's a portion of a speech that I did not have time to say because I was investing too much of my soul into the first part of my speech. We are working on it, and what's important in the environment is that the agriculture sector can help. And what I would say, if there is one positive point in what has been announced, is the Farm Climate Programme. It's an insufficient sum, but I think that it's at least a step in the right direction. It's very important, and we will figure out what is going to happen in the future. And I say that I will collaborate and work with the government to improve this. These amounts, however, should be decentralized. So the amounts are put in the hands of our farmers and producers, because they and only they know when they should invest into their companies. Thank you. Resuming debate. I will have to interrupt the honourable member, but I will let the honourable member know when it's time to be interrupted. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I take the floor today with regards to the 2022 budget. I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier Masquin-Langer for having graciously shared his time with me. This 2022 budget is a plan to increase our economy, apparently. But first is a feeling of exasperation, because in my speech you'll see that there are still far too people that haven't been served well enough by this budget. One of our unconditional requests has been addressed, that is housing for Indigenous peoples. Funding starting in 2022-2023 through CERNAC and Northern Affairs. I would like to commend this initiative, knowing how it is important to allow women and girls that have been abused to be in a safe space. They cannot put poverty behind them without adequate and affordable housing. That being said, the government has not understood that the population gave it a minority mandate. And so the people did not give the government a blank check so they can invest left, right and centre in fields of jurisdiction that are simply not theirs. I would like to say that I see the glass as half empty today. For seniors, for healthcare, and for economic growth sectors that have been seriously affected by the pandemic. You won't be surprised that I will start with seniors. There's absolutely no help for seniors. One of our conditions for this budget was helping seniors. No new announcement, but the government is adding insult to injury by adding a tableau saying, well, see, you don't need help. Let them say that while looking seniors in the eye and try to explain why they continue to discriminate them based on age. For the rest of this portion, I will let seniors speak for themselves. I will therefore quote them, seniors I've met over the past few weeks and who are still angry. They say, why do the Liberals insist on dividing us? Well, I can get sick before I'm 75, surely. My car will soon give out on me and I won't be able to get around anymore. What am I going to do to maintain my autonomy? Michel and his wife José. There's also France, 3 retirees who feel penalised by the lack of assistance from the federal government between the ages of 65 and 75. We still enjoy life and we have needs. They still have needs, but they want to contribute to the revival of local economies. An organisation in my riding, SOS Dépannage, confirmed to me that there has been a sharp increase in food aid for seniors. Is that what we really want? To reduce seniors to lining up for food baskets? And no, contrary to what the NDP Liberal Alliance members say, it is not dental insurance that seniors are talking about. A dental insurance that has no transfers for Quebec and would not cover seniors until 2023. Seniors need more money in their pockets now. Not to invest in tax havens, but simply to be able to age with dignity. It is all very well to have a beautiful set of teeth, but if you don't have money to eat well at the end of the month, then it won't do much good, will it? And it is not in a year's time that the elderly will be hungry. They are hungry now. And poverty doesn't wait for us to celebrate our 75th year. In fact, a petition is circulating right now asking the government to reverse its decision to raise pensions for those aged 75 and over, what we call the old folks, by 10%. But instead to offer an increase in the OAS pension of $110 per month. And last week, Madam Speaker, there was a line at the Tim Hortons across the street from my office in Granby. People don't want this unfair two-tiered old age. And I had some great exchanges with seniors in Drummond, organised by the Association Québécoise des Retraités des Pro-Retraités du Centre du Québec. That is where I heard from many people. People who are signing with conviction the petition that I sponsored, and that was tabled by Samuel Lévesque, petition E3820, on the House of Commons website in support of the Bloc Québécois' demand for a permanent and sustainable increase in old age security benefits for all people aged 65 and over. The FADOQ also said that the government has failed to keep its own election promises. No additional credit for home care, no tax credit for experienced workers. Nothing at all. So, no increase in the OAS for any senior over 65 in the budget, in fact, nothing at all. Instead, a panel of experts has proposed to study the idea of an allowance for seniors who wish to age at home. Again, if the Liberals truly wanted to help seniors stay at home, they would surely increase health transfers. So let us talk about another big absence in this budget, health transfers. Because there are no increases in health transfers as requested by Quebec and the provinces, up to 35% of costs. All discussions between the federal government and the provinces and territories will focus on delivering better healthcare outcomes for Canadians. Or so we've been told. But there is no commitment to what is a unanimous demand from Quebec and the provinces to increase health transfers to 35%. This is a request from several seniors groups. And no, Quebec and the provinces don't need to have Ottawa dictate to them. So nothing on the increase in health transfers. Yet the government is patting itself on the back by repeating its argument. Third, there are some missed opportunities to revive some of the sectors that are still hard hit. I would be remiss not to mention an important sector for my colleague for Berthier-Mascongé because it's also at the heart of Shefford, agriculture, another sector where there is nothing much in this budget. And I'd like to mention it because I often hear about it when I'm in my beautiful riding in Shefford. They would like to see a bit more innovation and boldness in the measures to be included, or at least a glimpse of the possibilities of improving the programs in place. And I talked about this with my colleague Agri-Stability and Agri-Invest. The farming community wanted an agri-green program, perhaps, which would help producers and processors improve and reward good environmental practices. However, instead, the government, except for the second investment, is proposing other types of investments, but this is not enough. The Bloc Québécois is therefore disappointed with this announcement, in which we had high hopes. We will see what producers and processors have to say about it. But in the meantime, there is a delay in compensation, since the government has written that there will be a compensation for NAFTA announced in the full 2022 update. My colleague from Berthier-Mascongé has said it seems that it's delay after delay after delay for those who are suffering the full impact of the last 3 trade agreements signed by Canada. And there is still no progress. And I heard about this as well. Young people are talking to me about it. The infamous C208 about intergenerational transfers. Once again, there'll be consultations and delays. This is a major setback for young farmers and the farmers of the next generation, adopted in extremis at the end of the last parliament after Liberal dithering. This party is now delaying once again its implementation. The Bloc Québécois co-sponsored Bill C208 because it is a major issue for young farmers. My apologies. I must interrupt the honourable member. We have run out of time.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the amendment now before the House. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonnault, move that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. On the amendment, Mr. Fast, seconded by Mr. Chambers, move the following amendment. Should I dispense? No? That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House now approve the budgetary policy of the government since it fails to A, rein in spending in order to control inflation, B, offrir des allègements.
B, provide Canadians with tax relief, and C, take immediate action to increase housing supply.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the amendment be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay. Call in the members.
The question is on the amendment. Madame Freeland.
Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Seconded by Mr. Chambers. Move that the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word, may I dispense? Be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House not approve the budgetary policy of the government since it fails to A, rein in the spending in order to control inflation, B, provide Canadians with tax relief, and C, take immediate action to increase housing supply. La période de
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Chong. Mr. Moore. Monsieur Brassard. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Fast. Mr. Albus. Ms. Finley. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Nater. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Hoback. Mr. Jennings. Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West. Mr. McLean. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Generou. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Perkins. Mr. Reid. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Viss. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Small. Monsieur Martel. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Steinley. Ms. Rood. Mr. Ellis. Mrs. Cramp-Nyman. Ms. Ferreri. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Zimmer. Monsieur Généreux. Mr. Richards. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Abultaif. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Mott. Monsieur Lew. Mr. Bragdon. Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Kurek. Mr. Mazier. Mr. Morans. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Redicop. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Chambers. Mr. Muse. Mrs. Roberts. Mr. Tolmie. Mr. Williams. Monsieur Terrien. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Garon. Madame de Bellefeuille. Back to Madame Gill. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Villemur. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Posé. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Lemire. Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Desbiens.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Holland. Mr. Algabra. Monsieur Guilbeault. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Jasek. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Gros. Mr. Scarpaleggia. Ms. Cara. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. Mendicino. Madame Leboutillier. Madame Bibot. Mr. Hussein. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Casey. Madame Brière. Mr. Kuzmerchek. Mr. Bittle. Mr. Gerritsen. Mrs. Romanado. Mr. Lamour. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Oliphant. Ms. Debruson. Mr. Hausfather. Monsieur Cormier. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Nagvi. Mr. Fisher. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Sachs. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Chang. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Mr. Johari. Mr. Long. Mr. Maloney. Mr. McLeod. Mr. Sorbara. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Dong. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Madame Mendez. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Ali. Miss Bradford. Madame Châtel. Madame Diab. Mr. Gahir. Ms. Effner. Ms. Kayabaga. Madame Lapointe. Ms. Thompson. Mr. Julian. Ms. Kwan. Mr. Garrison. Ms. Blaney. Ms. Idlout. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Gazan. Ms. Barron. Mr. Backrack. Madame Hughes. Ms. Zarillo. Mr. Angus. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Desjardins. Ms. McPherson. Mr. Blakey. Ms. May-Saanich Gulf Islands. Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. McKinnon.
I vote against the motion.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bérubé, pour.
Mr. Green.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Green, against, for.
And that's it. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 177, 177.
I declare the amendment defeated. It being 6:01, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-226, National Strategy Respecting Environmental Racism and Environmental Justice Act, standing in the name of Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
And I'll give the room about a minute to clear out, to get your conversations into the lobbies so we can get into private members' business.
Est-ce que je peux demander aux honorables députés de...
If I could ask honourable members to get out so that we may continue.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggia, moves that Bill C-226, an act respecting the development of a national strategy to assess, prevent, and address environmental racism and to advance environmental justice, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues here this evening, because this is a very, very important private members' bill.
Stand here to present Bill C-226 at the first hour of its second reading. I want to begin with a very heartfelt miigwech and a recognition that we stand on the territory of the Algonquin Nation. It is their land. Madam Speaker, I want to take a moment to describe how we got to where we are today, because it's rare for a private member's bill entering its first hour of second reading to have already had any parliamentary history at all. And this has a lot of parliamentary history. So I want to start by saying this bill received wide support under a different mover. It was in the last Parliament, Bill C-230, and it was moved by the then magnificent Member of Parliament from Cumberland Colchester, Lenore Zann. Lenore, yes, please. Lenore moved this bill forward And as you can tell, she was elected as a Liberal member of Parliament here, but she's quite a nonpartisan individual. She served also with distinction in the legislature of Nova Scotia as a New Democrat MLA. She's carried with her a concern for environmental racism a long time. And she did me the great honor in making this a nonpartisan bill, as I'm very honored to have the Honourable Chair of the Environment Committee as the seconder of this bill now. We've wanted to make this a nonpartisan effort from its very inception as Bill C-230. Now, Bill C-230, with the same title, an act to address and assess environmental racism and move forward to environmental justice, received support at second reading and actually got to committee. Amendments were made in the Environment Committee, and I adopted those amendments in this bill at first reading, so that what we have in front of us represents work already done by Parliament. It's my deep hope and desire that all of us here, regardless of party, will find it in our hearts sometime in the near future to give this bill unanimous consent so that it can skip through stages it's already done, and so that we can get it through and sent to the other place so that it can become law and we can start working proactively to advance environmental justice. That is the hope with which I speak to you tonight. I'm grateful for the nonpartisan support the bill already has. You'll hear that in the speeches that are coming up. We also know from a question I put to the Prime Minister in question period that the government position is to support this bill. So we feel optimistic it will become law. But we'd rather it was sooner than later, because I now will turn to the history. This is not a recent issue, and we are late to act. Let me just say, Madam Speaker, that when you look through, before I even start that, I need to dedicate this bill to the memory of a friend of mine. Clotilda Coward Douglas Yakimchuk was a magnificent woman, a hero in the community from whence she came. Her parents came from Barbados in the earlier parts of the last century to work in the Sydney steel mill. Clotilda is a proud black woman. She was the first community activist with whom I ever worked on the issue of environmental racism. Clotilda Yakimchuk died just about a year ago, practically a year ago today, April 15th, 2021. She died of COVID. She was the first black woman, first black person to receive a nursing degree at the nursing schools in Nova Scotia. She was the first black woman to be the president of the Nova Scotia Nurses Association. She was aware of and fought against the pollution between the coke ovens of the Sydney steel mill and the steel mill itself, and the high cancer rates in that community of Whitney Pier. So this bill, when it becomes law, I hope people will remember that it's dedicated to the memory of Clotilda Yakimchuk. I also want to say that one of the things I worked with in cleaning up the Sydney tar ponds with Clotilda, you can recognize that as a reality that toxic chemicals do not discriminate. They're not paying attention to the color of your skin, when they lodge in your body, when they pass the placenta to your children, when they cause cancer, when they cause birth defects. They don't care the color of your skin. But the public policy that puts Indigenous peoples and communities of color far more frequently at risk of being exposed to toxic chemicals, that does notice skin color. That does notice whether you're marginalized. That does notice whether you have money or not. So it is absolutely the case that this country, with all of the evidence that we have of racism, it can't be denied. I know this bill makes people uncomfortable, because is there racism in Canada? Yes. We just had a report today about the racism that repulses people as new recruits out of our military. Every institution in this country experiences racism. Environmental racism is not something new. Let me go through some of the history we have of that in this country. I'm going to turn to books for a moment. The first book that really focused on this problem was in 1977 by one of Canada's great journalists, Warner Troyer. The book is called No Safe Place, and it's the story of the contamination by Dryden paper of the Indigenous community at Grassy Narrows. We're still dealing with that, the mercury contamination. Another book on the same topic of the mercury contamination of Grassy Narrows is called A Poison Stronger Than Love, The Destruction of Ojibwe Community by Anastasia Skrilink. She was one of my constituents, and also in her memory, I bring this bill forward today. In 2000, actually, I co-authored with Maude Barlow, who was then the national chairperson of the Council of Canadians, the book Frederick Street, Life and Death on Canada's Love Canal, dealing with the issue that I mentioned and I referenced. That's where Clotilda Yakimchuk and I first became friends. The contamination of Sydney tar ponds led to the highest cancer rates in Canada. They were in industrial Cape Breton. The place that became the tar ponds was an estuary where the Mi'kmaq community had traditionally had summer fishing camps. The land was stolen, of course, and then became the worst pollution zone in Canada, with the pollution from the coke ovens and the steel mill. And in between, a community called Whitney Pier, which was virtually entirely immigrant Canadians, such as a lot of people from the Ukraine. You might have noticed that I mentioned Clotilda's last name was Yakimchuk. Her husband, Danny Yakimchuk, was a steel worker from Ukraine. It's a melting pot community, Whitney Pier. It's a fantastic place, but the cancer rates are through the roof. So the land was stolen from the Mi'kmaq. They got the contamination too. So did the only black community in Cape Breton. And it was, as Clotilda described it to me, that I recorded in the book, it was impossible to find housing anywhere but in that community. So the racism was enforced. We didn't have Jim Crow laws in Nova Scotia in the 1970s, but we might as well have, because there's no way an experienced nurse who was black with her children, having moved back from Grenada after her first husband passed away, she could not get housing anywhere except in the most contaminated neighborhoods. That's called environmental racism. That's what it is. So we've got a history here. Now, looking at books, the most important, and without a doubt, the 2018 publication of Dr. Ingrid Waldron's book, There's Something in the Water, Environmental Racism in Indigenous and Black Communities Has Changed the Conversation in Canada. And that was fortified by a year later when Dr. Waldron co-produced with the magnificent, I keep saying the word magnificent, let's just change it to brilliant, Nova Scotia actor Elliot Page. They co-produced the film that introduced people to this concept. Now that's part of the history. Let's look at some else. Where else have people done anything about environmental racism? I have to say I've been a bit shocked and perturbed, as has my friend Lenore Zan, by some of the social media reaction to us tabling this legislation, as if we're kind of weird lefties and we made it up because we just want to make racism a thing. No, this is empirically established. We know this is true. In 1994, the U.S. government took action because it was clear on the evidence that if you lived in a community of color or an indigenous community, you were far more likely to be exposed to levels of toxic contamination that imperiled your health, the health of your children, your family, your neighborhood, your community, and also other people who weren't of color, other people who are marginalized. So it's a bunch of different issues that have to do with if you have power and money, like you live in Shaughnessy or you live in Westmount, nobody opens a toxic waste dump in your backyard. That's the reality. And in Canada, as in the US, if you're marginalized without economic power, a person of color or indigenous, that's where you might be much more likely to be exposed to toxic contamination. The U.S. recognized this, and since 1994, my dear friends, the U.S. government, through the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, has a program that's well-resourced for environmental justice. And what does that justice look like? Putting the tools in the hands of marginalized people to fight for their own health, to make sure there's resources for epidemiologists, make sure there's resources for toxicologists, and to make sure the governments spend the money to clean up the mess. So, we are late in Canada. The U.S. took action again. Hear me. The U.S. took action 28 years ago. This is not a new issue. We are late. So we need to get this bill passed, and we need to see environmental justice being championed in this country with a well-resourced program in environmental justice, and where we take our blinders off and say, yes, yes, there is a thing. It's called environmental racism. And we're not going to water it down and ignore it because it's still happening. It's happening today when they try to reopen the Pictou mill and reopen the contamination that has so affected the people of Pictou Landing. By the way, I see the Minister of Immigration in the room, so I'm just going to give a shout out to the honourable member for Central Nova for being the first federal member of parliament from that area who was prepared to say this mill should close because the jobs are not worth the damage that's being done to Boat Harbour, the Indigenous community of Pictou Landing, and the neighbourhoods in Pictou. Just to say, that's brave. But they're still trying to open it again. It's seen in Ganasataki, where there's still illegal dumping of toxic chemical in and around the community of the Mohawk community of Ganasataki. This should not be allowed. It wouldn't happen in other communities. We're looking still at Grassy Narrows. And we look in Sarnia, the community of the First Nation of Aamjiwnaang First Nation. I invite colleagues from any party to go to Sarnia and visit the enclave surrounded by petrochemical plants where the Aamjiwnaang First Nation cemetery is. They're completely surrounded, and the industry just got a 2-year extension on cleaning up the sulfur dioxide from that refinery. And that affects settler culture Canadians too. But that community, those toxic contaminants ring completely, encircle Aamjiwnaang's center. Look at the Lubicon. The oil sands have been contaminated communities of Lubicon First Nation now for long enough that we wrote about it in 2000 in Frederick Street, Life and Death on Canada's Love Canal. We don't need to look far. We don't need to look back at deep history, but we do need to be honest about the fact that this is a pressing issue and requires action. It's a terrible shame, and I'm sorry to say it because Liberal colleagues are supporting this bill, so I say it without malice, but it's a shame the election was called when it was because this bill, having gotten a lot of support, died on the order paper. So we're starting again. I would really love it, and I know so would my friend Lenore Zann, who's here in Ottawa today as a former member of Parliament, to see her bill go to second reading for the second time. We would really love it, and I'm sure other members of every party in this place would appreciate that we don't need to take it to committee again, study it again, make the same. You can't make the same amendments because this bill includes the amendments the committee made last time. Let's do something for environmental justice. Let's stand up and say there's a better way to deal with the right to a healthy environment, which we actually don't have in this country, to make it real, to have a right to a healthy environment, then every citizen, regardless of the color of their skin or their economic status, and in the case of Indigenous peoples, the double horror of we steal their land and then we fill it with toxic chemicals. This is not something that any parliamentarian should feel comfortable allowing to continue. So I really beg all my colleagues, regardless of party, je comprends bien, je comprends.
I understand that this is a difficult issue, especially when there is a question of racism, inequity, inequality. But please, everyone, I implore everyone to support this private member's bill.
I think 35 seconds left, Madam Speaker, so I just want to say again, this bill will be all of our bills. This is not a Green Party legislation. I mean, I'm completely supported by my colleague from Kitchener Centre. We don't want to own this. Collectively, all our hands are on this baby. This bill will matter. It matters for environmental justice. It matters for our future. It matters for who we are. Thank you. Miigwech, merci.
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Sunnish Gulf Island for retabling this bill. She is right, the government supports this bill. And I want to thank her for her many, many years and decades of activism on environmental racism, because it's a thing, Madam Speaker, despite what some people, unfortunately, even in this House, think. So my question to the member, and she did touch on it during her presentation, but can she elaborate a little bit about the science supporting the very fact and the very existence of environmental racism? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my honourable colleague, the Minister of Environment, and I thank him for his decades of activism. I pray they're not over. I appreciate his support on this bill. And I do genuinely appreciate his support on this bill and on many things. Look, the science is clear, but we don't have enough science. That's one of the reasons why there was an amendment made at committee that I completely support. It was an NDP amendment. They said, look, let's make sure we're gathering the data. Let's assess. We don't save data as often as we should that breaks down by discriminatory categories who's most exposed to toxic chemicals. We know who's most exposed to toxic chemicals: people of color, Indigenous peoples, and people who are without economic clout from settler cultures. We know that. But the science is very clear, and this is a lot of what was put together empirically. Dr. Ingrid Waldron right now is the preeminent Canadian expert on mapping where you find high levels of toxic waste, and then you can look and you map that out, and lo and behold, you find people of color and Indigenous communities are out of any sort of normal statistical variation, far more prevalent in the categories of people exposed to too many toxic chemicals.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. In the Bloc Québécois, what we think it would be better to talk about environmental justice for everyone. 77 people in an area close to mine are not immigrants, but they live with a financial situation which is far inferior to others. But there are industries that create noise, dirt, pollution. So these are non-immigrant workers. They are not people who come from immigration. They're born in Canada. So this kind of thing affects everyone. The issue of environmental justice affects everyone, no matter where you were born, no matter the color of your skin or anything else. What does my colleague think? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank the member for Repentigny, and I agree with some of what she said, because it's not only communities of color or Indigenous communities who are the victims of toxic waste. And I'd also like to say that I so appreciate the work my colleague has done on issues of climate change and other major issues. She works very hard on the environmental file, but I don't agree with the idea that you shouldn't say certain words. We have to say them. It's racism, and it is a threat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, especially for putting forward this bill. The member briefly mentioned what the U.S. is doing, and I'm wondering if the member could speak a bit more about the models that the U.S. has to tackle environmental racism and environmental justice, and what we can learn from them.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. I was remiss in not publicly thanking the Honourable Member for Victoria for working with me on this bill. I'm very grateful that she raised with me that I basically, one of the history things is I drew a really good number. There's a lottery for private members' bills. Many viewers may not know that. I got a good number. That's why I'm up early in this session of Parliament. We're going to get this bill passed. And I thank the Honourable Member for Victoria for her help. Just to say, in the U.S., they call it, in the EPA, the EJ program. Everybody knows what it is. You're going to go to the EJ program and get funding. You get support. It's a very robust, professional, scientific program within the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, and it's operated for almost 30 years.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député du Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd also like to recognize that we are here today on the ancestral unceded territory of the Algonquin people. And it is an honor for me to stand in this House and to discuss Bill C-226, sponsored today by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, but which came into being in the 43rd Parliament when it was tabled through rather visionary action by the member for Cumberland Colchester, who I hope will be joining us here in this House before long. It's a new concept. I know that the member for Saanich Gulf Islands mentioned that in the United States, this is recognized, has been recognized as a problem for some time, but the concept is rather new. This whole idea of environmental racism. And I believe that the bill has come to us at a very propitious time, because with respect to discrimination and with respect to racism in particular, be it environmental or other, it is something that exists, perhaps impersonally, in the systems we have built, and which reflects a certain way of thinking and a certain hierarchy of priorities. It's something that makes us reflect on something that is new. And I'd like to say that I'm very grateful to Ms. Sand for having come and talked to us about this, because at the time we really weren't aware, or at least didn't discuss, the issue of environmental racism. We didn't discuss it as a justice issue. So I'd like to talk about what is proposed in the bill.
Included in a national strategy, such as a study that includes an examination of the link between race, socioeconomic status, and environmental risk. It also sets out a non-exhaustive list of measures that may be taken to advance environmental justice and assess, prevent, and address environmental racism, including possible amendments to federal laws, policies, and programs, compensation for individuals or communities, and the collection of information and statistics related to health outcomes in communities located in proximity to environmental hazards. Because this is what it's all about, really, at the end of the day, is that we want to make sure that no one's health is compromised, no one's quality of life is compromised, because of who they are and which group they happen to be living in proximity to. So this is what it's really all about at the end of the day. It's about quality of life, dignity for all peoples, regardless of background. The bill would require the minister to table a report setting out the national strategy within 2 years of the bill receiving royal assent, to publish it on the departmental website, and to prepare and table a report on the effectiveness of the strategy every 5 years. The bill aligns with this government's plan to develop an environmental justice strategy and to examine the link between race, socioeconomic status, and exposure to environmental risk. We look forward to to working with others toward not only getting this bill passed, but also supporting its quick passage through the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, supporting quick passage through Parliament is important as the bill comes at a time of heightened awareness, as I said, of systemic racism and growing concern for environmental justice among Canadians and around the world. It has become increasingly apparent that environmental benefits and harms are not shared equally among different members of society. Certain groups and communities, namely Indigenous and racialized communities, and those with lower socioeconomic status, often bear a disproportionate share of environmental burdens, such as environmental pollution and degradation. And I think it was mentioned by the minister, the member for Repentigny, that in some cases, those who are disadvantaged by a government decision at whatever level of government are not necessarily part of a racial group per se, but they actually are defined by, say, lower socioeconomic status. And I was reading the other day about an area of Montreal called Goose Village. It no longer exists. It was basically wiped off the map in around the time of Expo 67. Goose Village was close to Griffintown in Montreal. It was a poor neighborhood, but the people had their dignity and their properties were well kept. And at the time, it was felt that it was felt by the mayor of Montreal and the administration of Jean Drapeau that this was this area, which was close to the site for Expo 67, was a bit of an eyesore for those who would be visiting the city for the World's Fair. And they decided, this was before environmental assessment and before the kind of activism that we see today, but it was decided that this should be raised. This area should be raised, and they said it's because it's unhealthy conditions, it's public health isn't good there. But when what I read was that when they actually looked at the report from the Public Health Department of Montreal, they said, no, this is a very well-kept community. It's of low socioeconomic status, but it's very well-kept. The people take pride in their homes and their surroundings. Again, this was not racially motivated, but it was motivated, it was using the power of government to suppress the rights of a lower socioeconomic group. That led me to think of the construction of the Ville Marie Expressway in Montreal. Again, it wasn't built through the highest income area, and in this case, it did displace a racialized community. It displaced a good portion of the African Canadian community of Little Burgundy. If you go to Little Burgundy today, it's not as whole as it used to be at the time. You have the expressway running through it, and it's at the bottom of the hill. It's not at the top of the hill in Montreal. And this was a very historic community. Oscar Peterson came from that community. The Union Church is in that community. Jackie Robinson, when he played for the Montreal Royals, went to church at Union Church. It's got a deep history, and the expressway was, there's film footage of I'll be through in a second, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the warning. You have film footage of housing just being torn down to build the expressway. It wasn't an exclusively black neighborhood, but it was a poor neighborhood. So this makes us think that we need to have an approach to looking at how we make decisions to make sure that we don't have these implicit biases in the kinds of decisions that governments make. And so environmental justice I think it's a step forward for our society. I think it means that we're getting better and better at recognizing that decisions need to be that people's interests and dignity and quality of life, regardless of their background, socioeconomic or racial, that these decisions need to be proper decisions. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and happy to join in the debate for this bill. I want to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for putting forward this legislation. I know she is a passionate defender of the environment and always has good intentions when she's putting forward a piece of legislation. I do want to say I share her concern with bills dying on the order paper as a result of an unnecessary and costly election that was brought forward by the Liberal government. Bill C-206 to exempt farmers from the farm fuels from the carbon tax also died on the order paper. I hope members of this House, including the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, will try and help with speedy passage of new Bill C-234. With respect to this exact piece of legislation, I certainly have some concerns. And first of all, I start off with my concern in general with national strategies. This is a government that has had difficulty dealing with existing pieces of legislation that they're trying to bring forward with respect to the environment. We had reports today from the Environment Commissioner, 5 reports, and the government is 0 for 5 on all 5 reports. As a batting average, if you're playing baseball, that's a terrible day. If you're the government, it's a tragedy for a country. So when we're talking about developing a new national strategy for something, we have to look at, is there actually the capacity of a government to carry out this ambitious project? And my concern is that there is not this capacity. We can take a look at, for example, the motion that was unanimously passed in this House with respect to the suicide prevention line, the 988. We heard about that just recently. It's been 500 days since this was passed unanimously in the House. Absolutely nothing has been done, and Canadians are still waiting for some progress. So I think the approach of trying to deal with this through a national strategy is not the right one. There could be perhaps ways to look at making amendments to existing pieces of legislation. For example, the member talked about enshrining a right to a healthy environment. Well, that's actually in the updates to the to CEPA that's in the Senate right now. So, you know, something like that has already been dealt with a piece of legislation. We already have a complicated regulatory environment when we're developing projects in this country, and I'm unsure where this national strategy, what it will do, how it will add to the complication of these kinds of processes. When I look at the actual legislation and what it talks about, possible amendments to federal laws, policies, and programs, that's a very broad power that's being granted here as part of this legislation. We don't know exactly where that's going to lead. Will it lead to more uncertainty and other things? I'm not 100% sure. Compensation for individuals or communities. There's no parameters around this statement as to what that's going to look like, how that's going to be developed, what that's going to mean. And I generally don't like open-ended or blank checks that are given to a government, any government, in fact, and for me, in particular, this government. So I would say that right now, we certainly have concerns with this piece of legislation because we don't 100% know what it's going to mean. We do, of course, as Conservatives, we want to support a healthy environment. We absolutely want to combat racism. This particular piece of legislation, though, I don't believe is going to accomplish any of those goals for the reasons that I've been setting out. I just don't think the government is actually going to get it done. And I think the proper way to deal with things like this is to look at existing legislation, like the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. If you want to, for example, collect information and statistics for outcomes, you could look at modifying an existing piece of legislation to deal with that. If you're trying to look at information and statistics relating to the location of environmental hazards, I also think these are things that could be looked at within existing legislation if you want to add some additional protections for Canadians. Deciding that the way to do this is to wait 2 years for the government to set up a national strategy which will then be debated endlessly, and whether anything's going to actually be implemented, I don't know. So I appreciate the members' earnest hard work on this piece of legislation, but as this piece of legislation stands, we will not be in a position to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for having made this debate possible, for having made this discussion possible. In the Bloc Québécois, we really took this to heart. We discussed it. We may not agree on every single thing, however. Now, there is no doubt that the federal government has a responsibility towards certain populations in Canada who suffer from inequality with respect to the environment. I think Over the past 2 years, we've seen just how important the environment is to everyone. And we in the Bloc, we support the desire expressed in the title and preamble of Bill C-226. So if Parliament were to adopt this legislation, we feel that the concept of environmental justice must be its main subject. The living conditions in which some people and communities in Canada find themselves, and I'm thinking especially of clean water, there are conditions that are unacceptable in a country that's a member of the G7, in such a rich country. We believe that the House should express its willingness to act to counter the phenomena of inequities and discrimination related to the environment. We also think that we want to work to help explore potential solutions. The existence of geographic disparities in living standards and access to a quality environment is of concern. And there is reason to be concerned that citizens of certain communities are more directly affected, but also people who come from, let's say, people who are less well off are also seriously affected. But given that we're in a federal context, we're not convinced that the adoption of a coast-to-coast Canadian strategy is the right approach if we want to protect the rights of the entire population. Government action should bear in mind Quebec and its environmental sovereignty. This is a provincial jurisdiction, and we have to see provincial expertise recognized.
In any case, we're convinced that it would be inconsistent to claim to be fighting for environmental justice at the federal level without also fighting for the defense of Quebec's environmental sovereignty. Certain federal infrastructure like wharves, ports, airports, telecommunications, and so on aren't covered by our environmental protection laws or municipal bylaws. Quebec's environmental protection and land planning must apply throughout Quebec. So in Limoilou, everyone, whether they're a newcomer or not, their environmental quality and their health is affected by minerals being loaded on and off. And what's unusual about Limoilou is that the incomes are very low. But the House has repeatedly rejected the solution put forward by the Bloc by voting against our bill concerning Quebec's environmental sovereignty. But there was a unanimous desire of the National Assembly of Quebec on April 13th, 2022. That's quite recent, you'll agree. The National Assembly expressed their support for the primacy of Quebec's jurisdiction over the environment and opposed any intervention by the federal government in environmental matters on Quebec territory. And in fact, the right to live in a healthy environment that respects biodiversity has been enshrined in the Quebec Charter of Rights and Freedoms since 2006. The House of Commons will have the opportunity to study this example because there is a bill, S5, the Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthy Canada Act, which is currently being considered by the Senate and should come here afterwards. So such a right, we can only agree with such a right being included in Canadian law. So as we can see, human rights relating to the environment are bound to develop. In the meantime, the best protection remains the Quebec social safety net and the defense of our collective choices. There is a consensus that the phenomenon underlying this quest for environmental justice is rooted in socioeconomic disparities, in limited access to decision-making bodies, and the lack of power and political representation of certain groups. All of that is what leads to this movement for environmental justice. So the factors I just listed can't be ignored, and those are what we need to look at. We have a lot of work to be done in that area, but Quebec has chosen solidarity. In North America, Quebec is the jurisdiction with the best distribution of wealth, and that's measurable. On the other hand, pan-Canadian standards or strategies often run counter to Quebec's own choices and are counterproductive. I could give you lots of examples. So federal intrusions in social affairs are harmful and ill-suited to Quebec reality. The Bloc Québécois works and advocates for the advent of the country of Quebec based on mutual recognition with Indigenous nations in which all citizens, regardless of their skin color or where they're born, they're all equal and will equally enjoy in the benefits of social and environmental justice. A good policy is certainly one whose measures are characterized by a reasonable degree of flexibility. But there are situations, extreme situations, like unacceptable living conditions, which require a consistent public response. Nevertheless, it should be remembered that good policy is also universal. It serves the common good and is directed at the whole population. Public policies with a universal vocation, and I stress that point, that apply universally, also have the effect of dismantling unequal structures and discriminatory practices. So whether it's in Quebec, France, or elsewhere, the social policies that have best served the advancement of rights, the development of social protection, the reduction of inequality, in short, the development of the welfare state, as I said before, those policies are universal policies that apply to everyone. The Bloc Québécois wishes to reiterate its commitment to this principle of universality, which implies the pursuit of the economic and social well-being of all members of society. If we create new policies based on new rights, such as the right to a healthy environment, we should all enjoy them without exception. If the policy is well thought out, if the measures are implemented are measurably successful in rectifying unequal situations, then it is those who suffer the most from injustice who will receive help and support from government and even compensation for the harm caused. If the enjoyment of rights and the criteria for government protection and support are universal, and the principles are genuinely applied to all without discrimination, then the policy will also have the effect of eliminating inequalities based on differences. Gilles Vigneault, Madam Speaker, I'm going to quote a song by Gilles Vigneault. I'm sure you know the song. He wrote this. It was an anthem for Quebec. It's called Mon Pays. And the lyrics talk about the warm spirit that characterizes the Quebec people and their universality. I'll quote the lyrics, but I won't sing it. He says, "From this great and lonely land, I cry out before I shut up. To all the men of the earth, my home is your home. Between its four icy walls, I put my time and my space to prepare the fire, the place for the humans of all horizons, because humans are my race." So we in the Bloc Québécois believe that these rights, like the policies that will flow from them, must be universal. All must enjoy them regardless of their differences. Then we will have powerful legal tools to counter the inequities and discrimination, particularly on the basis of origin, language, or cultural background, caused by unequal environmental factors such as exposure to pollution or denial of access to the resources necessary for life. And I'll wrap it up there, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am thrilled to support this bill. Environmental racism is a pressing issue in Canada, and addressing environmental injustice is one of the reasons I got into politics, and it is a priority for me and for my New Democrat colleagues. I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for bringing this bill forward, for bringing this important issue back to the House. I've followed the progress of efforts to pass a bill on environmental racism for years, starting with the provincial bill that our former colleague Lenore Zann worked on with Dr. Ingrid Waldron. and put forward when she was a New Democrat member of the Nova Scotia legislature. Before being elected to represent Victoria, I was teaching at the University of Victoria, and I taught a course that focused on environmental racism. I got my students to read that provincial bill, the first of its kind in North America. And sadly, despite several attempts, it never passed in Nova Scotia. So I was so excited to see Lenore introduce a new federal version of her bill in the last parliament, and then deeply disappointed to see it die on the order paper with the last election. Even though it had passed through Environment Committee with support from all parties. Environmental racism is a huge problem, but it's often ignored, or worse, denied by those who don't wish to acknowledge systemic racism in Canada. Across Canada, we know that toxic dumps, polluting projects, risky pipelines, tainted drinking water, and the effects of the climate crisis disproportionately hurt Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities. Systemic discrimination has been embedded in environmental policymaking. There's an uneven enforcement of regulations and laws, and Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities are targeted for toxic waste facilities, and the presence of life-threatening poisons and pollutants is officially sanctioned. And these communities that are so disproportionately impacted are too often excluded from environmental decision-making. This bill has society from environmental groups, including Dr. Waldron, who has spent so many years advocating for change on this issue, the Enrich Project, and the Canadian Coalition of Environmental and Climate Justice. I'm hopeful that other members in this place will support this critically important bill and help move it forward quickly to the stage it reached in the last parliament. I'm hopeful that this time we can pass it. We need to take urgent action towards environmental justice. This bill is an important step. And in addition to a national strategy to address environmental racism, I would also like to see the right to a healthy environment enshrined in law. I would also like to see the establishment of an Office of Environmental Justice, which could help oversee the strategy on environmental racism that this bill proposes. This kind of office could improve our understanding of the burden of preventable environmental health hazards faced by Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities, for which data is sorely lacking. It could assess possible interventions to address those hazards and ensure all Canadians have the opportunity to enjoy the same level of protection from environmental health hazards. It could also help with capacity, help coordinate the integration of environmental equity across government. Addressing environmental racism and environmental justice is a big task. Canada currently lacks that coordinated capacity to ensure racialized and marginalized communities have the same level of protection as other Canadians. Increasing evidence confirms that Black, Indigenous, racialized, and marginalized communities bear the disproportionate burden from the effects of the climate crisis and from preventable environmental health hazards such as pollution, toxic substances, environmental degradation. According to the Public Health Agency of Canada, significant health inequities exist among Canadians living on low incomes, Indigenous people, racial and sexual minorities, immigrants, and people living with physical or mental impairments. While the climate crisis will impact everyone, federal government reports repeatedly confirm that it will exacerbate these existing inequities. And government programs, policies, and regulations that address environmental hazards rarely address these inequities. A federal Office of Environmental Justice could champion efforts to advance environmental justice. It's already been talked a bit about how the United States has models that we can look to, and the US has an Office of Environmental Justice. They've had it since the early 1990s that could act as a model. The US Office of Environmental Justice is mandated to protect and promote environmental and public health in minority, low-income, tribal, and other vulnerable communities. In 1994, a complementary executive order in high-level interagency working group on environmental justice was put forward and required every federal agency to make achieving environmental justice part of its mission. The Green Budget Coalition recommended that the government fund a Canadian Office of Environmental Justice and Equity to support a whole of government approach, mirroring the governance structure in the US, working actively to coordinate with other departments. This was one of their top 5 budget requests. Unfortunately, it was not taken up by the government and included in this budget. So I was proud to have the establishment of an Office of Environmental Justice as part of the NDP's platform, and it's something that I will continue to push the government to adopt and really to support the work of tackling environmental racism in Canada. Canada has a lot of work to do to address environmental racism. The systemic inequities that exist are a direct result of historic and ongoing colonization, and it's well documented. After visiting Canada in 2019, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Hazardous Substances and Wastes wrote, "I observed a pervasive trend of inaction of the Canadian government in the face of existing health threats from decades of historical and current environmental injustices." And a report submitted to the Human Rights Council stated, pollution and exposure to toxic chemicals threaten the right to life and a life with dignity. And that, quote, "The invisible violence inflicted by toxins is an insidious burden disproportionately borne by Indigenous peoples in Canada." Many of us recognize the names of communities that have a toxic mess dumped on them and then abandoned by the government to deal with the devastating consequences. Chemical Valley, Grassy Narrows, Boat Harbor, Africaville are just a few of the examples. And we know that the climate crisis is disproportionately impacting Indigenous peoples. Canada is warming at more than twice the global rate, and Northern Canada is about 3 times the global rate, depleting traditional food sources, driving up the cost of imported alternatives, and contributing to a growing problem of food insecurity and related negative health impacts. Canada is not adequately supporting Indigenous peoples' efforts to adapt to the climate crisis, and it's failing to do its part to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Canada's not adequately taking into account Indigenous science and Indigenous knowledge in relation to the environment and to its protection. It's clear that we have a problem of systemic racism that our government is doing almost nothing to address. In the absence of government action or legislation, and often excluded from the leadership of mainstream environmental movements, Indigenous and racialized communities and their allies have been demanding environmental justice, demanding their rights, and demanding to be heard. You know, I also want to mention the right to a healthy environment, and over 150 countries already have legal obligations to protect the right to a healthy environment. There's still no federal law that recognizes the right to a healthy environment in Canada. This is something that NDP has long advocated for. Former NDP MP Linda Duncan put forward a bill to establish a Canadian Environmental Bill of Rights, a bill that's been reintroduced in this parliament by my NDP colleagues again and again, and in this parliament, the member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay. The Canadian Environmental Protection Act doesn't currently include any reference to environmental justice or human rights, and it's 20 years out of date. And while I welcome Bill S5 currently in the Senate, there are troubling limitations being proposed by the government, and I look forward to debating that bill, to strengthening it, and to ensuring Canadians have the right to a healthy environment. I want to end by once again thanking the member from Saanich Gulf Islands and expressing my strong support for this bill. I also want to once again congratulate Dr. Ingrid Waldron for her tireless work to bring attention to environmental racism. We need to take urgent action to address the disproportionate environmental impacts felt by Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities, and to advance environmental justice in Canada. I look forward to supporting this bill and to continuing to work with colleagues to tackle environmental racism, but also to establish an Office of Environmental Justice and to ensure the right to a healthy environment for all Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Childhood and Social Development. The Honourable member will have about 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And I can't express how happy I am to talk about this bill. I'd like to congratulate Ms. Zahn because her leadership on environmental racism and justice is exemplary. She started the fight as a provincial member. She continued her advocacy so fiercely and so strongly, and I had the honor and the pleasure, along with my colleague over there who spoke earlier, to learn from her and from Dr. Waldron how pressing an issue environmental racism and environmental justice is in this country for Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. And I think we should congratulate all of those who have advocated and who have fought for this, and that we are here in this moment and able to bring this back to the table where it belongs, to celebrate that leadership and honor the importance that this moment holds with this legislation. Because systemic racism is a fact in Canada and around the world. You know, one of my Conservative colleagues earlier questioned, you know, the ability of the government to even do this. Like, why? You know, will they be able to act and to respond to this? And I'll dig a little into my Jewish roots on this one. We have a beautiful expression in Hebrew that I'll share in this house. Lo alecha hamlacha ligmol. It is not upon you to finish building the kingdom, but you are not allowed to step away from the opportunity to start the work. Anachnu lo ben chorin. You are not free to release yourself from beginning this work. This work has been waiting for over 70 years, Madam Speaker. 70 years that communities across this country have suffered. Their socioeconomic and health and well-being have been impacted in ways that we don't even begin to understand unless we pass legislation like this, until we begin to dig into the science and the data to truly understand the harms that have been done. So, Madam Speaker, I am so happy to support this legislation as it comes into the House and the work that needs to be done, because I've worked on it already. I want to thank again Dr. Ingrid Waldron, Ms. Zahn, and all of those champions, because we have so much to learn. And we also have so much to fix and so much to heal. And without the understanding, without the data, without the knowledge, without the legislation and frameworks in place so that we can learn, so that we can ask the questions and be challenged on those answers to know how we move forward, the tide rises, but it's not equal for everyone. And that's what we know about environmental justice and environmental racism. If we are going to, not everyone is in the same boat, and not everyone has had the same experience, and we have an obligation to make sure that all Canadians in this country have a healthy and safe environment to live in, to grow in, to thrive in, to succeed in. And unless we ask those tough questions in a framework like this, a national strategy, then we are not able to give them the answers that they deserve. So, Madam Speaker, I'm not sure how much time I have left. 1 minute to go. I would challenge my colleagues who question our ability to do this to say, don't question the ability to do it. Just do it. Don't ask why, maybe, if, is it possible? It is possible. It's possible because we choose to make it possible. And for the sake of our marginalized and racialized communities, we absolutely have the obligation to do it. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure. I think my time is up. 30 seconds. So, you know, to each and every one of us in this House who have fought for the principles of climate change, like my colleague from the Bloc, who I sat in an environment committee with, and so many others who understand that this is the moment. We have to move forward with asking these questions and putting these types of bills forward to make sure we get the right answers for Canadians, all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, The findings of a recent damning report by the Auditor General exposed the Liberal government's failure to ensure the health and safety of temporary foreign agricultural workers, where ESDC provided little assurance that workers were protected during the 2020 and 2021 growing seasons. Yet the minister announced that he will further expand the temporary foreign workers program. It is so disappointing that the Liberal government has chosen to perpetuate a system that favors abuse and exploitation by increasing their reliance on temporary foreign workers. There is no denying that there is an imbalance of power in the temporary foreign workers program that has resulted in many migrant workers being exploited, including being subject to wage theft and poor working conditions. We've seen the horrors of how TFWs are put in substandard housing, unable to isolate in dense living quarters, and unable to speak up until their health was affected during the worst of the pandemic. This highlights the ongoing, deeply seated problems with the temporary foreign workers program. The sad reality is that even though the Liberals promised that they would take action to address this blatant violation of the workers' rights in 2020, the quality of inspections have actually gotten worse. By continuing to add more TFWs to the system, ESDC will struggle even more to ensure their safety. It is clear that the Liberals are disregarding the rights of migrant workers. And there's this acceptance that the only way to solve the labor market challenges in Canada is to open the floodgates to temporary foreign workers. We need to abandon that concept immediately. And we need to start looking at permanent immigration while at the same time properly investing in domestic labor sources as part of a larger strategy. We need to acknowledge that the failures of this policy and reject successive Liberal and Conservative governments' approach of moving away from a balanced immigration system with the full range of skills. If Canada has a labor skills shortage, people should be allowed to immigrate to Canada with full status. And we should, of course, invest in domestic training as well to ensure that locals are afforded every opportunity to fill Canada's labor market needs, including access to employment training. Historically, TFWs were used to fill in positions that were truly temporary. For example, visiting professors, specialized doctors, film crew, etc., people who have no intention of moving to Canada permanently. But the principle is long forgotten. We have steered away from that, and as there are more temporary foreign workers coming to Canada than there are immigrants, this is simply wrong. The reliance on temporary foreign workers to meet the labor skills shortage means we are opening up the door for human rights abuses. The people whose rights are being robbed are essential workers. They are the people who help fuel Canada's economy. They are the people who take care of our loved ones. They are the people who help put food on our tables, and they are people who risk their lives during the worst of the pandemic to support Canadians. This exploitation has to stop, plain and simple. Just 20 years ago, there were 60,000 temporary work permits in Canada. Since then, there has been a 600% increase to where it stands now at over 500,000 people with temporary status.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for Vancouver East for her question. The safety and well-being of all workers, including temporary foreign workers, is of utmost importance to our government. And as the Member of Parliament for a region that hosts 10,000 temporary foreign workers each year, I can tell you emphatically that temporary foreign workers deserve to be safe. They deserve to be treated as any Canadian worker would expect to be treated. When the pandemic hit, the Department of Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, quickly strengthened conditions for the temporary foreign workers program and introduced stronger penalties for employers who failed to comply. In fact, throughout the 2020 and 2021 seasons, ESDC hired more inspectors, enhanced its tip line service by including live agents, invested in migrant worker organizations to support vulnerable workers, and work closely with partners to keep workers safe. Madam Speaker, let's be clear. The government agrees with the Auditor General's recommendation and recognizes their seriousness. And that is why we took steps to address the recommendations to improve the quality and timeliness of inspections, reduce backlogs, and increase resources. ESDC is also continuing to expand its partnerships and work with employers to encourage compliance through education and awareness. We are already seeing the results, and they are overwhelmingly positive. Since July, we have seen a marked improvement in the quality of ESDC inspections and a significant reduction in the inventory of active inspections. Madam Speaker, these are important steps, but we know we have more work to do. That is why ESDC is rebuilding the TFW compliance regime. The Auditor General's recommendations are helping to guide that work. While we recognize that the vast majority of employers care for the well-being of their workers, we also recognize that temporary foreign workers can face unique challenges. Given the question posed, Madam Speaker, let me be very clear on the steps ESDC has been taking. We have ensured all staff responsible for inspections received supplementary training, which was completed last month, implemented renewed guidance to ensure that if a worker's health and safety is at risk, necessary action is taken within 24 hours and no later than 48 hours, including the notification of appropriate stakeholders, authorities, and jurisdictions. We developed a plan to target higher risk areas to reduce backlogs and ensure inspections are timely. And we reached a rate of 80% of inspections files without substantive errors by last month, March 2022, with progress in place to reach 90% by no later than September 2022. Madam Speaker, we recognize the challenges temporary foreign workers face, especially during the pandemic. And that's why the government has created special pathways to permanent residency, so that eligible temporary foreign workers can remain in Canada long term. As I alluded to earlier, we have expanded relationships with key stakeholders, including federal and provincial territorial partners, international offices, and employer groups to help protect the health and safety of workers. These working relationships are key to ensuring that the foreign workers so vital to our food supply will be welcomed into significantly safer working environments as we enter into the 2022 agricultural season. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
There are 1.6 million people in Canada, or that's 1 in 23 who are non-permanent residents. So, Madam Speaker, that's 1 in 23. Let me repeat. They range from students to migrant workers to those who are undocumented. Many would be able to fulfill the labor skill shortage here, given a chance. The NDP believes that the immigration system is about nation building. It is based on the principle that if you're good enough to work or study here, you're good enough to stay. To build our nation, our immigration policies need to be fair and equitable and value the contributions of all workers from different social and economic classes. Landed status on arrival should be the standard of practice, and immigration be made available to the full range of workers that are required in Canada's robust economy. It is not good enough to say we'll do inspections. What we need to do is to ensure that their full rights are respected when they land in Canada. Let's do it right. It's time to...
Before I proceed to give the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary the opportunity to answer, could the people who are outside the chamber please exit so that we can listen to what's happening? There's too much noise in the courtyard. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, once again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and on her excellent work on this incredibly important issue and file. Madam Speaker, the government agrees with the Auditor General's recommendations. We are rebuilding the Temporary Foreign Workers Program compliance regime, and the Auditor General's recommendations are helping us to guide that work. We have already implemented improvements to ensure we can better support our inspection staff. These measures have improved the quality and timeliness of our inspections, and backlogs have been reduced. We remain committed to protecting the health and safety of foreign workers. In the longer term, we know that improvements to foreign workers' living conditions are paramount. To achieve these necessary improvements and to meet the goals we have set, we are working diligently with stakeholders, including federal and provincial and territorial partners, international offices, and employer groups to provide safe environments for temporary foreign workers, especially in the agricultural sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm here tonight to give the government an opportunity, and I'm pleased to be able to speak directly to them, to all of them who have recognized that this is such an important issue for them to be seized with, and that's that it's time to end their unscientific mandates. Of course, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the federal mask mandate and the federal proof of vaccination requirements. We've seen across this country where every province has signaled a plan to do just that. You know, with dentists, we see on the commercials that, 4 out of 5 dentists agree. Well, in the provinces, 9 out of 10 of the top doctors have agreed that it was safe to lift their vax and mask mandates. This is exactly what the federal top doctor needs to be looking at, and the Minister of Health. We know that it's safe to do this. The impacts that it's having on people's employment, federally regulated employment, our public service, our RCMP, it's too important for the government to continue to delay. Based on science that they haven't revealed, science that differs from that of all of the chief medical officers of health across this country. They've said it's safe. So what we've asked from the government over the last number of months is that they explain to us, they provide us the information that we're looking for, the benchmarks, that once those are hit, that then the mandates will be lifted. So what are those benchmarks? Would it be based on wastewater surveillance? Would it be based on hospitalization rates? Would it be based on vaccination rate? But we don't know what the number is that once hit will trigger the lifting of those mandates. Well, the answer is because they haven't set a target. They haven't determined what that would be, and that's because what we're seeing is that this is largely a political decision, one of political science and not one of medical science. If we were doing this based on the targets that could best be hoped for, well, certainly with vaccination, one of the most vaccinated countries in the world, well, we've hit that benchmark. And that's what we've seen. When case rates decoupled from hospitalization largely, we saw that the chief medical officers of health across this country said, now it's time. Now it's safe to gather. Now it's safe to remove those mask mandates. It's safe to end those proof of vaccination requirements. And so that's what we're looking to the government to do, is to follow the science, is to tell Canadians what those thresholds are that need to be achieved, and to end the unscientific mandates. So, Madam Speaker, we've given the government multiple opportunities through opposition days, requesting that they set a deadline. And we're going back now almost a couple months when we first asked for a plan from them. So tonight, it's another great opportunity for the government to provide us with that plan that's going to see the end to, as I said, what have proven to be mandates based on political science and not that based on medical science. So I'll ask the Parliamentary Secretary, Madam Speaker, are they ready to end the mandates?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as provinces and territories ease public health measures, we need to recognize that COVID-19 has not disappeared. COVID-19 continues to circulate in Canada, with hospitalization trends still elevated in some parts of the country. Provincially and territorially, vaccine mandates were implemented in the summer and fall of 2021 for the federal public service, Crown corporations, and federally regulated air, rail, and marine transportation sectors to pursue key objectives, including to ensure the safety and security of the transportation system, passengers and transportation employees, and the public, delivering immediate protection from infection and severity of illness in workplaces and for travelers, to increase uptake to provide broader societal protection, including within the federal public service, and to play a leadership role in protecting the health and safety of our workplaces, our communities, and all Canadians. Provincially, vaccine mandates were implemented across the country in the fall of 2021 to support higher levels of vaccination.
At the time, uptake rates had plateaued, and a fourth wave was upon us. Après les mandats, la couverture vaccine.
Following the mandates, vaccine uptake in Canada increased. This helped achieve the public health goal of minimizing serious illness and overall deaths.
This situation is not unique in Canada. A recent comparative study revealed that Denmark, Israel, Italy, France, Germany, and Switzerland saw significant increases in vaccination 20 days before mandates were implemented, with lasting effects up to 40 days after. 85% of the eligible population in Canada have received 2 doses. Studies have shown that vaccine effectiveness against the circulating variants Omicron and BA2 is lower than against previous variants. However, 2 doses continue to give good protection against severe disease against Omicron, but protection decreases after several months. Evidence indicates that a third or booster dose moderately increases protection against infection to about 60%. It also increases protection against transmission and offers very good protection against severe diseases, upwards of 90%. Bien que la durée de la protection pour
Whilst the duration of protection from a booster or third dose is variable and is expected to decrease over time, it is still important for Canadians to keep their vaccinations up to date and receive a booster when they are eligible. This will help them protect themselves and others.
When considering mandates, several factors should be considered, including the global and domestic epidemiological situation and the benefits and longer-term consequences of those measures. The Government of Canada COVID-19 vaccine mandate for the federal public service was implemented in October 2021 to help protect workers, their families, and their communities. They remain in place, and the government has committed to review the ongoing need for the policy based on evolving science and evidence and in the context of a multi-pronged approach to help protect Canadians against COVID-19. Compte tenu de l'incertitude.
Given the uncertainty of a constantly evolving variant, I think that we need a nimble approach.
Monitor the emerging evidence around vaccine effectiveness and the spread and impact of COVID-19 in Canada to inform our vaccination strategy for the coming weeks and months to ensure that we continue to protect the health and safety of Canadians. Vaccination is an important layer of protection, which when used with other measures such as masking, testing, and distancing can protect us from COVID-19. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his response. But I guess the question that we're left with is if the intent of the vaccine mandate for federal public servants was to drive up the vaccination rate, and they have largely plateaued across the country, then the primary objective has been achieved, and they're not going to get any closer to their end goal by maintaining it. And unless the parliamentary secretary is prepared to offer to this House tonight that boosters will be mandated for federal public servants, and I'd encourage him to bring that information forward if that is the case, they need to let us know and let the public service know and all federally regulated employees know when they will end those mandates. My community, vaccine uptake over 91.5%. And it's the highest in the province of Ontario, one of the highest in the country, but it's not going to get any higher because of the vaccine mandates that's in place. So if it's achieved its objective, what are the epidemiological or other factors that will need to be hit before the parliamentary secretary and his minister will lift the mandates?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The Public Health Agency of Canada continues to examine vaccination strategies in the short and long term, including opportunities to build vaccine confidence and reduce barriers faced by individuals and communities across Canada. Canada has benefited significantly from COVID-19 vaccination efforts, which include vaccine education, outreach, and accessible programs with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners. Vaccines, including boosters, will continue to be key to Canada's long-term recovery. They will be important to manage emerging variants, prevent severe illness and death, support our health systems, and continue the path to living normal and full lives. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The line I use very often is a week is an eternity in politics. And I think for the last 5 years, for anybody buying a home or looking to rent anywhere, is becoming increasingly difficult and more stressful. In Cornwall and SD&G in my riding, the average price of homes is now $430,000. In the province of Ontario, last month, the stats show over $1 million average to purchase a home. $800,000 when you go across the country. Those are the averages. I hear stories repeatedly of how rents are skyrocketing, supply is low, the number of young people living in their parents' basement just giving up on the idea of ever being able to save up enough money to buy their own home. These stories are heartbreaking, and it's extremely frustrating of what's happened over the course of the last few years. I have to admit, Madam Speaker, I don't think the Minister of Housing likes me too much. He references me in response in question period quite often, because last time we had this debate on housing a few months ago, I spoke about the Liberals' failed approach when it comes to housing. It is clearly broken when the Housing Minister sees prices that have doubled in the last 5 years and claiming that their plan is working and that it's a benefit to Canadians. I criticized the shared equity program, not just myself, but shared examples from stakeholders and proof from Canadians that they do not support that program. The minister then twisted my words and continues, can't even get my riding name right, but suggests that I am somehow against homelessness funding or doing anything in that regard. I'll be blunt, Madam Speaker, I think that's pathetic and desperate. The line I use is desperate people do desperate things. And the minister is getting increasingly frustrated because Canadians are seeing the frustration they are facing in every single part of this country. But it was also the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, in some documents revealed recently, that the minister authorized bonuses for that organization with the simple and pure mandate to make housing affordable for Canadians. With all the stats that I just showed, the frustration in the air in every part of this country, the minister deemed in his judgment that it was appropriate to give $40 million in bonuses to an organization and team that's responsible for affordable housing. He didn't like that very much and continues to cite it. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that in the city of Cornwall, the challenge of homelessness, both hidden homelessness, which we call it, but also visible homelessness, it has shaken our community in the last couple of years. We actually have homelessness encampments now near the port of entry under the international bridge crossing going to Cornwall Island and into the United States. The approach from the government needs to change. The shared equity program is broken. Don't take my word for it. The Mortgage Professionals Canada, who represents mortgage brokers, lenders, insurance, and service providers, said last month that the federal government has failed to address Canada's housing affordability program. And when it came to the first-time home buyers incentive program, they said it's simply failing. That is the part that needs to end. It says, quote, almost all clients dislike the idea of becoming a co-homeowner with the government if they can avoid it. Madam Speaker, that says it all. The fact we're at a point now where the government believes they need to put money and help you contribute towards your equity in your home speaks volumes about how our system and housing system is broke. My question through you to the Parliamentary Secretary is, will the government finally change course?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I want to thank the member for his question. This government recognizes the housing affordability challenges Canadians are facing today. Too many in this country are struggling to meet even their most urgent housing needs. And as my colleague points out, too many are struggling to achieve their dream of buying a home. But unlikely what my colleague said in the House earlier this year, when we said that we should be done with the issue, we believe that the federal government needs to do their part. In fact, I think he owes Canadians an explanation for why he opposes investments in affordable housing and opposes supporting those who dream of owning a home. Our government has prioritized housing since the beginning of our mandate. Colleague mentioned earlier that the system is broken. Well, you know what? Since 2015, we have invested nearly $30 billion to support, create, and repair 440,000 homes across the country, coast to coast to coast. We launched the National Housing Strategy in 2017, the first of its kind. It's broken. It helped over 2 million Canadians all across the country. And we have made housing affordability a central pillar of our new budget, pledging billions to boost supply and put housing within reach of everyone in this country. That includes expanding and extending programs with proven record of success. Programs such as the Rapid Housing Initiative to quickly build more affordable housing and the First-Time Home Buyers Program. My colleagues' constituency are well aware of the impact of the First-Time Home Buyers Incentive, has had 24 families in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry alone are now homeowners thanks to funding from that initiative. Other federal programs have funded nearly 1,000 new units in its own writing, and those successes are repeated across the country. Our new budget proposes a new tax-free first home saving account. This allowed people to save up to $40,000 towards the purchase of their first home. We will also work to develop a home buyer bill of rights to protect home buyers. Our plan also includes support for people across the housing continuum, especially those more vulnerable in our country. Madam Speaker, this member should tell Canadians now, does he believe, like many of his colleagues, that the government should not play a role in making housing more affordable? Does he not believe housing is a human right? Canadian deserves a clear answer from his colleagues and his party. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, our government believes that we can and should be in the business of helping Canadians meet their housing needs. Canadians expect us to get the job done. We hope that he and his colleagues will get their story straight. Do we need to make sure that housing is a human right? Do we need support to home buyers and affordability on this side of the house? That's what we're doing, and that's what we're going to do.
Honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, the very reason I'm standing in the House talking about affordable housing is because I care, and we care about that across the country. I will never challenge the intent of the government to say they don't care about housing affordability or homelessness or helping first-time home buyers. It's the approach that they're taking to try to get there. They've had 7 years. They've claimed they've done A, B, C, D, and E, and in that time, housing prices have doubled. More people are walking away. We have more homelessness present in our communities. We have more people requesting social housing because they can't afford rent. They can't afford to buy their home. There's a lack of supply, and the challenges go on. Madam Speaker, my argument continues to be that the direction the government has taken, I'll give a benefit of doubt, they mean well. But Madam Speaker, the actions and the results, I'll ask my constituents in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, and all Canadians to reflect. The past 5-7 years under this Liberal government, is housing more affordable for you? Are you further ahead? The answer is clearly.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is proud of the record of housing. We're proud to have helped hundreds of thousands of Canadians find a safe and affordable place to call home. And we're proud of the plan laid out in our new budget to continue helping Canadians find a suitable and affordable home. I hope the member will support our budget, since, you know what, maybe it's not perfect, but you know what, we're trying more than trying. We have helped over 400,000 homes to be repaired, created, and protected. We have helped over 2 million Canadians to help with their housing costs, help them to buy a house. So I hope the member opposite will support the measures in the budget up to come in the next voting session.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.